All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's at 5 o'clock straight up. We'll bring the meeting to order. Wait till our city clerk to.
Take two cans of beer, please. He did say order, didn't he?
And Ms. James, would you please call the roll of city council?
You get started already.
Tim Alex Heath,
Present.
Honorable Linda J. Davis,
Present.
the Honorable Samantha Hudson, the Honorable Hattie Portis Jones,
Present.
the Honorable Ulysses Smallwood, the Honorable James Whitmore.
Present.
Okay, thank you so much. Ms. James, would you announce the first item?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good evening, Mayor and members of council.
Good evening.
I won't belabor our discussion from yesterday. I did a brief introduction. I want to thank you for all of your feedback and direction yesterday for the departments that presented. We have another set of departments this evening. We'll go through the very similar process with you. And so we've got qualified and expert department heads, and I will pause there and let us begin our department presentations. And our first department this evening is?
Okay,
Denise Brookins.
thank you.
And Mr. Londell family.
Chief, you may want to ask him up the hallway. Thank you so much.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
Everybody doing okay?
Excellent.
Me as well.
Good.
First and foremost, thank you all for even giving us this opportunity to talk about. We've accomplished a lot and we have a lot more work ahead. But it's been a fun year.
Awesome.
We'll start off with planning and zoning. In terms of our highlights, we have completed the draft comprehensive plan. I sent that out for review with our last PZ update. In that comprehensive plan is also a zoning audit. So we have a draft of a clear vision, land use policies, and we also have in the back a zoning audit that shows all the great information we got from residents, where we are in terms of zoning, and where the opportunities are. We also accomplished some small area planning. We did the historic courthouse walkthrough. I appreciate everybody who came in the cold and walked around and gave us their invaluable feedback. We were also able to get some drafts for the Johnston Road project, and we plan on doing some additional community engagement to sort of facilitate that conversation. Of course, Alley Wave, one of my favorite projects, Black Girls Run, the Girl Scout group, the senior centers, the schools, everyone that participated and contributed their time, their energy, their creativity. They were able to build off of last year, and this year they actually participated in creating the art. And there's a fantastic picture that they've shared online where they got their art and start wearing them as capes. So I was very ecstatic to hear about that and to see that. If anybody wants to see that picture, I'm happy to share. In terms of smart growth and development, as you know, we had a lot of public hearings. So we had some mixed-use projects that will certainly facilitate a lot of the commercial developments, the sit-down restaurants, things that people have been asking about. That totals about 24,000 of potential new commercial spaces that are allocated and can only be used for commercial development. They are talking a lot about the Meadow Glen project and some other projects that people don't even know about that are online. So there's a lot of potential opportunities for commercial developments who are interested in coming to Fairburn. They now have that space available. In terms of where we're going, we want to phase out the zoning rewrite and establish some design guidelines. We have the underpass project that we're sharing costs with Union City. I think that'll be a great catalyst project. That'll be one of the largest public space art projects I think we've done. And we want to really look at revitalizing the commercial corridor, especially 74. There are some opportunities for infill. We've heard some feedbacks from residents in terms of things they want to see happen, especially along Renaissance Parkway. So we want to facilitate that conversation as we go into the next fiscal year. No request for additional personnel. It's myself, the planning permit coordinator, and the city planner. In terms of professional development, there's a slight increase in that. That's because we're trying to complete the impact study analysis. Big shout out to Parks and Rec, Public Safety. They've given our consultant team the final data that they need to complete the CIE, the capital improvement element, which is a required piece to facilitate the conversation with the state, along with the methodology study. We're asking for some additional funds in GIS services to help with other departments who are asking for more technology, integrating more online portals, things of that nature. So we want to make sure to be able to facilitate that. Under special projects, that is the underpass, of course, our art projects. In terms of like advertisement and printing, that's to make sure that the large signs that we get for public notices, that we have sufficient funding from that. And for postage, so if we have any public hearing, of course, we've increased the amount of area that we are notifying folks, so we want to make sure that we can accommodate that. And office, gasoline, uniforms, that all remains the same. Are there any specific questions regarding planning and zoning?
Members of council, is there anyone who has a question about planning and zoning? Seeing none? Okay. Next department.
Okay, now on to code enforcement. We have had some really great successes and learned some lessons this year, specifically as it relates to blight. If you recall, we had some resources allocated for 2 projects that were sort of to allow us to do an assessment of our current blight ordinance and facilitate the actual remediation and abatement of properties that were in terrible conditions. We thought we would be able to get 2. I believe to date we've had 4. And working hand in hand with our city attorney's office, we've been able to get both of those issues resolved without having to use those funds that were allocated. So they're going back into the general fund. And I'm elated to say that not only were the houses able to get torn down because they were burned and in terrible conditions and residents were calling about it constantly, one of the properties, I think it was 94 Vickery, that property also has, so that property owner has to reimburse the city for any legal expenses we had. So that was a fantastic win for the city. And so we want to make sure that we continue kind of building on that effort. I know everyone won't be exactly like that. We also have some funds for additional blight and issues that we've been tagging and tracking, and we have public dashboards and things like that that I'm happy to share with you. In terms of just the future growth, we want to completely start up and finish the Love Thy Neighbor program, partnering with places of worship, Habitat for Humanity, and a lot of those community partners who are willing to lend a hand to the owner-occupied homes and people that are just in need, and seniors and military professionals who are, just don't have the resources to be able to do it. Habitat has stepped in the Sir Charles area, so we really want to build on those relationships and kind of cultivate conversations with the community and maybe even jumpstart an ambassador program, which I think would be very helpful. Ms. Vera has been a very strong proponent for her community, and there are a lot of community activists who are coming to us and asking to really be a part of the process, and we are happy to facilitate that and have that conversation. It makes our jobs easier, and it helps us clearly show kind of where we are, get feedback from the community on areas where we need to improve. But that's where we are at a very high level in terms of code enforcement. In terms of personnel, there are no changes or additional requests. We have asked for some additional funds to deal with a large nuisance project that we have. I'm not sure if anybody's received any calls. The Durham Lakes Golf Course has been a hot button issue for a number of years. We've exhausted all available resources in terms of giving citations, trying to get the property owner. We have a concept plan that has never been implemented. So we want to work with the city attorney's office to be able to go in and clean up that site. And we have a significant amount of data to show why that is a priority area for us. Really appreciate the Durham Lakes community for being an active participant. We asked them, if ever you have any issues, please use that dashboard, so that if ever asked, why have we been looking at this information, we can show the data, the pictures, the impact that this is having on home values. And we also started some policies, procedures, SOPs, and KPIs specifically for the blight program, where we can track properties that are kind of in the process of becoming blight. They're known as distressed conditions, and that has been very successful. So property owners who, got the letter listing out all of the issues. Some of them have on their own gone in to demo, clean up, repair, do those, but there are still some ones that are lingering. So we have some requests for additional funds for nuisance to work with the city attorney's office to get those areas cleaned up. Let's see, in terms of office supplies, most of that is the same. We are also asking for radios for the code enforcement officer. There was a transition to a new system, and we just want to make sure that all the officers have the best communication possibles when they're out in the field. But that is a very, very high level overview. I'm available. Mr. Fleming is available to answer any questions, concerns, things like that you might want to know more about.
Mr. Davis, go ahead.
Yeah. Can we talk a little bit, wait a minute. Ms. Brookins, in reference to the golf course there on Durham Lakes, and I know I got emails and stuff in reference to that maybe several weeks or so ago. Where do we stand now? Is it to the point where we've got to go legal or?
Yes, they are currently, they have citations, they're still headed to court for those citations, but what we've seen is they will go in and do parts of the golf course and not the entire golf course.
Who is they? Who is they?
They have a on-the-field vendor, but Mr. Fleming can talk more about it than I can.
Yeah, there is actually here in the city a manager that represents the owner who actually lives in Texas. He's the one that we're constantly in contact with when we dispatch him to individual areas of the golf course, or when we write citations to him. So that is our direct contact to make sure that we are trying to put as much effort as we possibly can in making sure that the golf course is addressed.
Right, okay. So we've done all that we can do without having to, I'm not gonna say that, but, so you're gonna refer it to legal and see?
Yes, we've already had some preliminary conversations.
in
We've
reference to
shared the
that.
dashboard, all the comments from the community, the pictures. And that was the recommendation, because we've been tracking since 2023. So I really appreciate the patience that the residents have had and
Yeah.
and their willingness to share their thoughts and concerns.
Right, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Whitmore?
Yes, Ms. Brookins. In reference to the Durham Lakes issues, the owner from Texas has been an owner since what year?
I don't know the exact year, but it's been quite a few years now.
Quite a few years. And of course, I understand that we exhausted everything and now we're finally going to legal. But if I'm not mistaken, this particular owner got this via auction. So
I'm
he
not
didn't
aware of
pay-
how the property was obtained.
So that's my understanding. And I know there has been plenty of communications, both from the community at large, both from the board at large, from the city with various citations, and they know the game. The game is, let me take care of this part, they'll leave me alone. All right? We have to stay up on them constantly, because once they take care of one little part, that's just like you're dealing with homeowners with grass that's greater than 6 inches, or dilapidated or care premises. And I'm sure you're aware that when the owner purchased this, he thought he was going to be able to build houses on the 18 holes throughout Durham Lakes. But as you know, it's a planned community with a golf course. They cannot do that. For additional history, even when I was president and the bank still owned the golf course, the bank was trying to back out, not even cutting the fairways and greenery and everything else. And when I contacted them in Florida and said, you can shut it down if you want, you're still responsible for $250,000 a year just to maintain, right? Which this guy is also responsible for as a new owner. So I'm glad to hear that we're finally at a level where we're going the legal realm versus continue to play the games. Because everybody is a gamer now. They know how to play the game to delay. So I'm glad we're at a point where we're not delaying anymore, because even some of the newer homeowners in Durham Lakes, they purchased under false pretense that we had an active golf course. And that was sad. It wasn't any communication coming from the community or the city. It was deception from the builder, right? So these are the things we have to be careful about. If the city knows about it, we need to step in and do our due diligence. The other thing I wanted to ask you about is said you have many additional blighted areas that you have identified. How many, and are they in the lightning area? I hate calling it lightning. We need to find a different name for that. It has a very negative image based on a history from many, many years ago. But for the sake of this conversation, I'm assuming you're talking about in that same area.
Yes, but it's not just in Lightning. There are various areas throughout the city. We can provide a map so you know exactly where they are and the status of them.
Yeah, I would like to see those, because I think out there in, where the new building is going to be taking place on 74, the community behind that is called, Meadow Glen. I think first of all, I appreciate the fact that the city went in to address the burnt down houses that sat there for years. And now those are taken care of, they're rebuilt, and that's no longer an eyesore. So any blight that we have in the city, I think it is important that we stay on top of, because that's not a look that we want here in the city. My next question is, I looked at your purchase contracts, and I think the assistant city manager knows where I'm going with this now, the animal control aspect. I'm going to direct my question to her now, because during the convention, I sat in a class with the head legal in reference to animal control, and we had some concerns, or he had some concerns, based on information that he knew of Fairburn with the animal control contract. And I know I provided that information for you, and I know you were sending it over to legal for review. And I don't know if you have any updates that you can actually share publicly, because I think it's something that we should all be aware of.
Yes, sir. I'm pulling up my email so I can make sure I give you the correct information.
And while she's doing that, just let me say for the record, it's amazing that when we go to these conferences and we sit in these various meetings, and a lot of the conversation would be what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, so we're not trying to point out any city within the conversation in those particular classes, but there's a lot of good information that comes out, whether they identify a city or not, but having the other participants from various cities around the state of Georgia. And we have some very good dialogue, and we all come up with various ways that we think could work, and we share what has worked in that city, but maybe not in another city. So it's a very good way of just having some direct dialogue and coming back with some of those ideas. And the administration will admit that every year I come back with something, usually 3 to 4 items for them to look at, review, and address.
Okay, I'm ready.
All right, ma'am.
Okay, so thank you, Councilman Whitmore. So yes, at GMA, you did approach me, and you provided me some information in reference to the animal control contract that the cities have with Fulton County. I did contact the city attorney's office that day, and we've been in conversation back and forth. And so to specifically answer your question, the question was, could Fulton County potentially receive money both from the general fund and from the cities as kind of like a duplication of payment for animal control services? So in our research, we realized that in 2024, Fulton County created what is called like a animal services fund. In that fund, I think this was prior to the opening of the current animal shelter. In that fund, they contribute about $327,000 from the general fund, It was approximately $24,000 from the unincorporated area that's left in Fulton County, which is, I want to say, right above I-20 near the Charlie Brown Airport. And the remaining difference is made up from the cities that utilize the animal control services. In 2024, the city of Fairburn expended $249,195.88. In 2025, the current fiscal year, when looking at the budget on Fulton County's website, it's still the $327,000 coming from the general fund from the county. There was an increase from the unincorporated area from about $24,000 to about $35,000, and the difference is still made up amongst the cities that utilize those services. As of the date of my communication, which was July 14th, the city of Fairburn had expended $146,271. And so I provided all of that information to the city attorney's office, including information I could capture from the budgets that are online. Based on that, I'll allow them to make the final assessment, but the amount that they have paid into the Animal Services Fund has not changed the last 2 years. It appears that the difference is made up by what the cities pay as their portion of the services based on population.
Okay. And now, the reason why this is so dear to me, go ahead.
One last thing, I know in the conversation, one of the key components was the special service delivery strategy. It's my understanding we look at what DCA had published from Fulton County, and that service delivery strategy had not been updated in over 10 years. And so that kind of outlined the services that the cities would provide versus the counties. So we're looking to see if that has something to do with the proportion of payment as well.
Right, and I'm trying to remember the attorney, forgive me, I'm looking in my phone now, see if it's, I think it's Patel.
Yes, it's Ruji Patel.
Ruji Patel. So now, my comment to legal, I had a very lengthy conversation with Attorney Patel, and the alarming part was when he saw our contract online somewhere, and he heard the conversation about it, he, in his determination, based on what he read, and I shared this with the Assistant City Administrator, it seems like Fulton County was double dipping, all right? I'm not an expert in that, and that's why I immediately turned it over to administration so we can start reviewing this, because I think if you ask any city in Fulton County, whether it's north or south, when you go call animal control, you're lucky if they show up in 2 days.
Oh, that's right.
So I have a concern with paying this much money to them. Now, let me say for the record, I am not advocating that the city of Fairburn opens up their own animal control. I am not saying that at all. But what I'm saying is that if it is considered that Fulton County is double dipping under that little glitch of whatever's in the contract, I would like to identify it, and if I'm not mistaken, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, we can go back 3 years to recoup funds.
We absolutely can, and I'll say as we vetted and looked through it, if in fact they're double dipping, we will negotiate, and if they don't do what they need to, then the next step will be litigation.
Okay. So as you prepared your presentation, and I looked at what we actually paid, $238,430. It's a lot for a city this size. And I'm not even going to ask about the other cities. I'm not concerned about the other cities. My fiduciary responsibility and oath of office is to the citizens of Fairburn. You have no control over what they bill us. But when we come up with things that others that are a legal mind, more of a legal mind than what I am. I did not go to law school, but it raises concerns, and that's why it's so important that we, as leaders, continue to take these classes with GMA, because there's a lot of things that come out of that training. And I just wanted to highlight that, Mr. Attorney, because I would hopefully like to hear something sooner than later, because we'll be paying them again, when is this, an annual? Is that January to January?
It's yearly, it's annually.
Annually.
Annually? Okay, but,
We think we can have a update for you, a concrete update for you by the second meeting in August. And I'll submit this, my team is looking at all of the intergovernmental agreements that the city of Fairburn has executed to make sure that we're being treated properly.
I appreciate that. Again, those of us that sit up here, we all have our special projects and specialties that we like to lean into, but this is one that I think it really needs to be highlighted and addressed ASAP. The other question is more towards Mr.
Fleming?
Mr. Fleming.
Yes.
So we currently have how many code enforcement officers working under your leadership?
4.
Have 4. And with the growth that we have seen in the city, and you have what? You have it broken down into 4 zones, I believe?
Right.
Okay. And in your opinion, is 4 officers sufficient to cover all that we have to cover within the city of Fairburn?
No.
So my next question would be, if that's the case, because, well, before I go there, let me just say that I've had some conversation with you and Mr. City Administrator. What we know is happening in the city of Fairburn, and it's been happening for many years, not just this administration, but previous administrations. When homeowners want to get stuff done, they do it after hours, and particularly on the weekends, without permits. And we don't know about it. So my question to Mr. Fleming just less than a week ago, if that's the case, what are we doing as far as personnel having some responsibility over the weekend to identify and give citations for those that are working outside of the realm of responsibility with the city of Fairburn?
Ms. Perkins had her hands up.
Hi.
Aye.
I do have some assistance in that. I don't disagree with the amount of growth that we're anticipating. I can definitely see the department growing. If you compare the city of Fairburn in terms of population and density to other cities, we have more code enforcement officers than several cities. As the new subdivisions come online, as the mixed-use developments start to grow, I can definitely see some requests in the future. We do have an opening for an officer. We can definitely make sure that as a part of that process, we include and work with HR that there's a weekend expectation.
And that's a great segue, and I appreciate that, because I do personally believe, well, I'll share a personal. In Durham Lakes, visiting a friend that was having, his neighbor was having work done illegally, nothing posted. And he crossed over the property line and was putting up a fence in my friend's property. And I knew it because I know where to search for the pins. I immediately went over to the homeowner and the contractor, where's your permit? Before you knew it, that contractor got in his vehicle and left, because I did dial 911. All right? I'm only one person. Can you imagine the amount of permits that are not being taken up? And that's why I asked the question, because on the weekends, and I understand that they have zones, but on the weekends, you're not focusing on your zone, you're focusing on the whole city, looking for those violators.
I think you made an excellent point, and we can certainly provide an update on that in a later date.
Okay. And you said that HR has it in for 1,
Yes.
effective, is it?
They currently are budgeted, and it's in their current, count, if you can go back to the personnel slide. So they're currently slotted for a total of 5 code enforcement officers. The position is vacant currently is a senior code enforcement officer position. So they already have it in their budget.
Okay, so the senior code enforcement officer, is he going to be one that's going to be out on the streets as well?
Yes.
Okay, that was my other question. Thank you.
Any other member of council with code enforcement?
Yes.
Jones, go ahead.
Thank you guys for the presentation. Planning and zoning, court enforcement really is the key to our quality of life in this city. And that's what we talk about it constantly, and are asking, you know, what are we doing relative to this? Do we need to review our ordinances, et cetera? Last budget season, we had a conversation about the same item that Councilman Whitmore just talked about in terms of people not seeking permits and doing things over the weekend, et cetera. What I found is that a lot of the residents really have no clue about code enforcement, their responsibilities relative to getting permits, simple as cutting down a tree, right? And so last year we talked about needing an education and communication plan to frequently educate all of us about these items that we're talking here. So do we have an update on, well, let me ask it this way. What did we do this past year relative to communication and education? And what is it that you think we need to do going forward to help mitigate some of these issues that are being described here?
I would say the biggest challenge in the last year was we were utilizing the venues that were available. We had social media pages and we had the bills that were an opportunity for code enforcement to put a blurb about, you know, high grass and permits and all that kind of stuff. And those were somewhat successful, but I do think we could be way more robust. I can tell you from my experience with the comprehensive plan and that entire process, the difference this year is that we have probably one of the best communications director in the state. She's done a fantastic job with our comp plan and getting communication, so we plan on fully utilizing those resources to get more communications out there in terms of flyers, neighborhood conversations, and every different channel of communications we will be utilizing. So the difference is we now have a way more robust communications department, and that will help.
Okay, and I would also encourage us to have more direct contact with the HOA presidents and let them help us in communicating as well. So ensuring that they're getting information so they can share with their various communities. So I appreciate that, and I look forward to seeing those communication vehicles. Could you talk a little bit about the Love Thy Neighbor program? What is that, and how residents, well, one, do we know about it? And two, how residents can get involved with that? And is that a targeted population, or it's for any neighbor or resident of the city?
First,
And is it budgeted?
So the Love Thy Neighbor program, there is a small percentage of the budget that is allocated for some resources, but because a lot of that is volunteer efforts, that's folks who are just willing to give a helping hand. I don't want to steal Mr. Fleming's thunder because he's really taken the lead on that entire program, reaching out to folks, reaching out to residents. So I'll give him an opportunity to really tell you about his experience.
Thank you. So the Love Thy Neighbor program, if you would sort of picture it like a three-legged stool, if you would, and one of the actual legs of support that we are providing for the citizens is the actual direct communication and contact with seniors, seniors who may be veterans, seniors who may have financial hardships, and also we've taken a step where we've kind of broadened that a little bit, and actually it's 55 and older, making direct contact with them and seeing if they actually need the assistance of the Love Thy Neighbor program. Now, what that actually is once we identify code violations on the exterior of any particular home, then we speak directly with that homeowner and and ask if they actually need the help. If they do need the help, then we will give a call or have a conversation with our partners that we're continually building right now. There are 2 faith-based community churches or institutions that are on board with us, and they have done several things within the community, and that seems to be going pretty well. What we need to continue to do is to reach into those spaces where we can have that ongoing conversation with the seniors here in the city of Fairburn to make sure that they are aware of the program, and also they are aware of the eligibility requirements of the program itself. So as Ms. Brookins spoke to that communication piece that we really need to ramp up with the communications department, that is going to help us really get the word out that we are here, and that not only do we need to engage you, but what are the opportunities for you to engage us as well. And it can be spotty. We have talked with seniors who we would identify a problem, we knock on the door, we have a conversation, and some of them have refused to help. And then we'll just have to go through regular channels of enforcement in order to bring the property into compliance. But on the flip side of that, there are seniors here in the city of Fairburn that once we did engage them, they just reached out to family and decided, well, I appreciate the effort of code enforcement, but I think I'm going to handle this on my own. So we've been engaged. We've had those conversations. It's been a mixed bag. But one of the things we definitely have to do at this point is continue to build our partnerships within the city with the faith organizations and see what are their resources and what are their capabilities to actually be on site in a timely manner to sort of resolve some of the problems that we have.
Well, I appreciate that, and I'm glad to hear that that's what we're doing, because this issue really is speaking to housing quality in our community, not to mention the health and welfare of the seniors who live in the housing, right, which is our main motivation for assisting. But the broader picture is about our housing stock and the quality of that. And I too, like Councilman Whitmore, have talked to several colleagues throughout the state, as well as nationally, about programs like this and how they are partnering with these 2 organizations to assist that. But the difference that I've heard is that many of those communities are financially more active in participating in these programs. And so that's something I'd like us to look at and to see how we can do that, because a program like this, $1 goes a long way in terms of rehabilitating and the health and welfare. And I believe we can do more as a community in that regard. So I will look forward to having further conversation with the 2 of you, of course, as well as with the administrator and assistant administrator, to see how we can leverage, because I'm all about leveraging those partnerships and a few dollars to accelerate this program. We talk about housing. We know housing is a big issue in our community. Affordability of housing, because when I moved here, you could get a really nice house for $150,000, $160,000, $70,000. That house now is $350,000, $400,000 and above. That's an affordability issue. And so that's something we need to address. Yes, please.
And just this week alone, there are some consultant teams that have reached out to us about free resources that we really want to take advantage of that would speak directly to what you were saying related to housing quality and economic mobility. So we just kind of threw out some ideas with the Urban Land Institute, because their chairperson is the same person who did our comprehensive plan. So they said that they had some resources available, and if we were interested in having that dialogue, they would be more than willing to sit down with us and see how we can partner together, because they have, all the data that shows exactly to your point.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you so much for that. And Mr. Phillips, thank you for being a champion for this. I really appreciate it. And but I'm saying now we as a city need to be intentional about this, and we need to put our money where our mouth is relative to housing quality, the housing stock, and the well-being of our residents. Of course, beginning with the seniors, who are the most vulnerable, but not exclusive to this, because again, it's affordability issue. So thank you. We'll continue this dialogue, but at least you have a few dollars to get started, and the communication program is going to be key. And so I look forward to hearing more about what your plans are with that in working with our communications director. So thank you.
Ms. Davis?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just want a quick clarification in reference to the Love Thy Neighbor. Is there a requirement that they have to be out of code for you to work with them, or not in compliance? Is that the stipulation to that? Because I thought it was just if it was a senior that had some issues in their yard or whatever that they weren't able to take care of or didn't have the funds to take care of, that Love Thy Neighbor would assist in that. So I just need some clarification on that.
Yeah, good question. So because the actual program sort of originated out of the Planning and Zoning and Code Enforcement Division, we are looking specifically for code enforcement exterior violations when the officers are in the field. That prompts us to stop, knock, have that conversation, especially when we talk about egregious type of conditions where maybe they have decided not to seek help from relatives. Maybe they also have decided not to call code enforcement to see what programs may be available. So once we have that conversation, and that allows us also to be on the property, and to your question, yes, we're identifying those violations, and that's what the program specifically is designed to address.
Yeah, but I think we can sort of spread that out a little bit, because sometimes it can eliminate a code violation, particularly with seniors, and we can stipulate the ages, the age frame, because what if we have a lot of trees falling, and what if a huge tree falls in someone's yard? They can't afford $200 or $300 to get that tree moved. It's not on the city property, it's on their property. And even if they can't get it moved, it's gonna cost $100 and some dollars, maybe to chop it up and, and stuff. So, if that's possible, if you all can look into some situations like that.
I think that's an excellent point. Sort of separate from the Love Thy Neighbor program, there are also other organizations that we're aware of. So if there's someone with a need, please, reach out to let us know if there's another resource or avenue to resolve the issue.
Okay.
I would
great.
rather us, be aware of it.
Yeah.
And be able to direct them than to not be aware of it. And then, as you were mentioning, it's way more of a proactive approach, which I, greatly appreciate.
Okay, thank you.
The question I have for you is just one question, and that was from a technological perspective. I know in this case where Gail's team has a quick fix, I think they call it. And some, I apologize, I can't say it correctly.
Click fix.
All right, Mayor.
And so my question was going to be, when we're talking about, in this case, increase of communication, that I think Mr. Whitmore and Ms. Jones brought up to some degree. My question is there a potential use of technology
Yes.
that will help solidify and take it to another level?
Yes, so there's two approaches. If you're talking about C-Click Fix,
Yes.
then yes, we're already a part of that process. So if somebody has a code enforcement related request, Gail's team send that over to us. Now, for our individual sort of neighborhood meetings and things like that, what we've done, both for Durham Lakes and now for Sir Charles, is we've set up individual dashboards where the residents can talk to the code enforcement officer directly. So as soon as they put something in, we know it's from that particular neighborhood. We can certainly expand on that, and that's a resource that we've already been paying for. So the dashboards, the surveys, all that information is something that we pay for annually that was significantly underutilized, and now we're kind of adding more teeth to it and being able to create the level of transparency that I also think is important in the process, because it's one thing to tell people, send me the information, when that person can actually see what is going on in their neighborhood and be a part of the process. I think it makes for a more robust community engagement process.
If I could say something as well to that point, excuse me, the understanding of code enforcement and what we do, the narrative of who we are constantly trying to change that maybe old perception of who code enforcement is or was. We are not just the enforcement arm of the city when it comes to residents or business owners being out of compliance. We also, in a lot of cases, are the first on the ground to see when there's problems in the community. However, unfortunately, historically, people have taken code enforcement sometimes as a, I don't want to be in, sorry, I gotta get the mic in front of me, I don't want to be involved, let me step back, I don't want to be engaged with government, period. This is a conversation that we hear when we're in the field, and because of that, the understanding and of the help that we can provide needs to change, and that's on paper and in the conversation to make them feel comfortable to make a phone call or to even open the door when we knock and try to have the conversation. We are here to help. We're not just here to serve notices. We're not here just to cite people for being out of compliance. We are here to help. Do you need help? And that's the conversation that needs to happen throughout the entire city.
Right.
Mr. Whitmore, I'll come back to you. You have a question, Ms. Hudson?
Just a comment.
Okay, if you don't mind, let me go to her, and then I'll come back to you, sir. Go ahead, ma'am.
I think what you said is spot on in having that conversation, and that's being proactive as well. But I can say from the time that I first moved to Fairburn to where I am now, today, I do see the improvement from code enforcement. That was a hard effort. Helping is definitely a necessary need. We have a lot of aging individuals, and we have a growing population of individuals who are in shelter with disabilities, who probably just can't. Alongside of that, it's a big burden for your department. What resources do you need in addition to make that happen? Because I think that's a priority. Help is always a priority.
In terms of resources, at the moment, a dollar amount I don't have in my head, but a all-around effort from the citizens and all that live here and love Fairburn to change the message, to change the narrative of who code enforcement is, what we do, and the options or the tools that we have available to the community. Please engage, not disengage, is the message I like to get out. We are proactive and we are reactive in the city, but if they don't feel comfortable with having that conversation, they don't, okay? Rather either not be engaged at all, or, you know, sometimes they don't even want to tell. If I could back up for just a moment, one of the things I realized in the city of Fairburn, and I'll be short, is that neighbors do not want to engage in what it appears to be telling on another neighbor.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's.
Speaking against, right, the whole snitch word that's really kind of plaguing our society, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
That approach in terms of value, preserving the lifestyle here in the city of Fairburn, that has to change. And I think it's going to be a collective effort to paint a different picture of code enforcement. In order for it to be as effective as it possibly can, we need the community to be engaged. I would love to catch every problem before it happens, but the truth of the matter is, we cannot. So we need the community to pick up the phone and call us, send the emails. We can solve as many problems as we possibly can as fast as we can. There are some that we cannot. But if you do not engage, sometimes we just are not aware of the problem. But once we are aware of the problem, we will address it.
In our newsletter that goes out with the utilities, do we have a section in there that can be dedicated to code enforcement?
We can definitely have that
You
conversation.
got it in there?
We had one before, but I think there is, you know, a lot of efforts made to revamp all of that, and we'll definitely be a part of that conversation, but that is an excellent point.
And then collaborative work with communications and building the messaging around what that looks like. So that can be a great opportunity for community engagement and having them come in and help shape that communication like some type of fun skit or whatever that can go out on the social media about code enforcement and what code enforcement is. We always advocate for the friendly police. So we need to advocate for you, Mr. Flemings, and your department to make sure that we have the friendly message for code
I agree.
enforcement.
Absolutely.
So I really want to see some work around that, because that's an area that could definitely bring us grief or joy.
Absolutely.
Correct.
And so I would like to see communications, you guys get together and come up with something as an idea to start this campaign, as well as our identifying who our NGOs are that work to support and fund these low-cost issue, or may subsidize, or some may take ownership of paying for these costs for individuals. And I know the state of Georgia has something in place. We just need to pull those resources together. That's my social work skills coming out there, to make sure that they are accessible, that they are relevant, and that they are reaching the right people. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Mr. Whitmore, you had another question?
Yes. Did you happen to mention what the eligibility requirements are for your Love Thy Neighbors program?
So we have created a initial SOP, and we do have some initial talking points that we can hand out. So eligibility requirements now, I'll say they fall into a couple of different categories. One is age, of course. Another one would be if you do have a financial hardship that we can verify. Addition to that would be if you are a senior that's a veteran. If you fall in that category, that would be part of the eligibility requirements as well. What we're looking at right now is making sure that the financial eligible requirements helps more than hurts, in terms of making sure that the most people as possible can take advantage of the program, and that we're not unintentionally isolating or pushing people out simply because of a particular dollar amount. Okay? So we are looking at that part, but those are the actual categories, if you will, that the eligibility requirements fall into. I hope that answers your question.
It did, and you're putting a policy together for that. But the thing that I know to be a fact is citizens don't read policies. So bullet points with good programs helps.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to throw that out there in that respect. I also would like to take this opportunity to even highlight a conversation that we just had this week. And I know we're just dealing with this one community right now, but now, after hearing all this conversation, I asked myself, are there other communities in the same boat? Now, my colleagues don't know what I'm talking about, so let me bring it up. Commercial vehicles in residential areas, meaning trucks, flatbeds, et cetera. I understand that we have an area where they can drop their trucks off. It's called the truck stop, okay? But most of our truck drivers, they will do one of two things, either take it home with them or park on the side of the roadway somewhere, which I know I made phone calls about that. But in particular right now is we talked about the importance of citizens seeing something and saying something.
Yes.
Reporting something.
You had the great idea about the sign, so I do want to give you credit for that.
Yeah, no problems. But I will, thank you. Thank you. I said that on the phone, did I not?
Yes, sir.
But I think when you talk about the communities and those individuals that don't want to make a phone call because it's their neighbor, but when you have small communities that do make the phone calls and they still not seeing anything, that could be a problem. But based on the conversation earlier this week, that can probably be rolled out into multiple communities, because I'm sure it's happening. And I like the idea of, after hours, how PD is working with code enforcement. And if it's in their driveway on their property, PD cannot do anything, but if it's in the street, the roadway, they can. So taking that picture, sending it to the chief, and then forwarding it to you the next day, with address, I think that works. Y'all understand what I'm talking about now, right? Okay. So I would probably like to add, and I thought I saw Chief earlier, I would really like to see that we don't just focus just on that one community, because we got a complaint from them. So I think it would be in multiple communities. We have a lot of truck drivers that live in the city of Fairburn. And I know $5 is not much, but you got to leave your car there, so when you bring your truck back and grab your car, you can go. But still, in the communities, that can't be, for a couple of reasons. We pay for the repair of the streets.
That's true.
Trucks are heavier than cars. So eventually, we're going to be absorbing that cost. We meaning taxpayers. So I think that would be a great, great way to transcend into not just that one community that's been identified, but throughout the city.
But yes, as a result of that conversation and the meeting with that community member, we're trying to schedule some dialogue, and we'll also be working with PD to look at that coordination. But also, I think what's important is figuring out how to integrate technology and the transparency, and maybe some sort of like a dashboard so that we're all aware of it as well. But we can certainly do that and provide an update at a later date.
And I will say, Mr. City Administrator, Assistant City Administrator, the phone calls that I receive, they're appreciative of staff with the things that they have been doing. And again, some of these things that are coming up, and we don't expect to talk about them at a budget hearing, but this is where it should be talked about, because if there's additional monies that's needed in those budgets to help take care of some of these things, we have to start thinking about it in order to implement it.
Absolutely. And our city has a larger industrial footprint than most cities our size. And I'm sure you're all aware of how that developed over years. And because of that, there will always be a need for us to proactively manage truck traffic throughout the city. And so this is a great idea and a great start to make sure we can take this model, this instance in that one subdivision, and work to move that across the city. At the end of the day, code enforcement, let me rephrase that. Quality of life is best done collaboratively. The city needs to do everything that we are empowered to do, but you will always know something in your neighborhood before we do. And so to the extent that we can collaboratively work right, which is why I so appreciate the Love Thy Neighbor program, to change that enforcement. I managed code enforcement for years with the county, and the word enforcement is not a comfortable word for a lot of people. And so changing that image, working with communications, all the things that have been suggested, love thy neighbor, so that we can then change that perception. The code enforcement process, and some know this and some don't, doesn't typically start with a punitive action. Even when they find a violation, the first thing they do is just give you a notice to say, hey, can you take care of this? They don't send you to court. They don't give you a fine. They don't do anything punitive. And even in those instances, there are a lot of times when they will give you an extension. They'll give you 14 days, and if you call and say, hey, I need a little bit more time, I don't get paid till the end of the month. And so it's a collaborative process for those who lean into it. So communication is key. Trucks will always be something we have to manage, and that partnership with PD has been very productive. And so Ms. Brookins has some great ideas on that, and I think the dashboard will help us identify where problem areas are, so we can then send those resources to those areas.
Appreciate those comments, because I think what I've heard from a citizen is that I'm tired of calling. And I say, listen, this is a big city, 18,000 citizens, and just like PD is not going to see everything, code is not going to see everything. So it takes us to be a family in a village, to share information and try to get these things done. And I think I changed the mindset of that one individual that's vocal in the community, and I hope that they will continue to reach out. And the other thing that they did, and they told me this was as of last night, they told them, no, I'm not calling for you, you call yourself. You need to learn who you need to communicate with within the city. So as we continue to grow, get the word out, we have a communications department and everything else, so there's ways of making sure that people know about the various new aspects of things that we're trying to do within the city to make us all feel like part of a family within the city.
Right, thank you. And I'll make this last comment, and we can go to the next department. A part of code enforcement that that folk don't realize periodically actually is part of it in this case is for those habitual violators or people that refuse to comply. The thing that I can truly say, and Mr. Heath was here, I guess, in the period, our city, in terms of code enforcement, the image has turned 180 degrees compared when I first got here, and I can say this publicly because he told me this publicly when it was actually then Commissioner Bill Edwards in my first year as mayor talked about the need to ensure that code enforcement in this case is funded and executed, of course, as a judge. And I don't think she has a reputation, so I can tell you who it is. Judge Coleman, I think her name was, basically Sergeant Slaughter type of judge. And so that was not what I wanted in Fairburn, in part that I'm very proud of, was as a result of that knowledge. Mr. City Manager, you dealt with them a lot. As a result of that knowledge of that image in Fulton County is when Judge Ewan was actually, in this case, was being recruited by me, because what I found out is that it's one thing, like you said, when you hear code enforcement, most folks get kind of in a panic, but their experience with the code enforcement, which is what, in this case, I want to thank you both for changing that image, but the end result when they send in front of a judge, their experience in the courtroom was the difference of day and night for a lot of them. And so I want to personally say thank you, because when it's all said and done, code enforcement, police department, and your municipal court makes a difference of whether this city's image and brand is either destroyed or enhanced. And so I want to personally thank you for the relationship between both the police department and the code enforcement, and also Judge Ewan and our court. So thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we can go to the next department.
Where we going now?
You get hungry? You say you get hungry? I think the food.
The way we going now, we can get at 1 o'clock in the morning. Oh, Lordy. Mr. Thompson.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, sir.
Yes, sir. Excuse me.
All right. Guess we'll start off by going over some of the highlights for fiscal year. Highlights for fiscal year 2025. Pretty good year. We were able to secure a lot. I know this is a budget hearing, so I guess announcing that we were able to secure a lot of funds and didn't have to dive into the city's budget come as very good news. So speaking of that, so we secured $499,000 in LMIG and LRA funding from GDOT in 2025, which allows us to combine that with T-SPLOST funds to deliver the 2025 roadway improvements on various city roads project. We also secured $195,000 from Fulton County for the CDBG Malone Street pedestrian improvements project, which is currently underway. For the full-up reclamation of Galat Road, Kleckler Road, and McLaren Road, collectively, we secured $1,329,206 from South Fulton CID and Fulton County collectively, which is half of the funding required for those three projects, which are T-SPLOST 2 Tier 1 projects.
Correct.
So those projects have been completed as well. Collectively, I know I'm going off script, but collectively, I just want to make this point, between GDOT, Fulton County, South Fulton CID, and the city of South Fulton, we secured over $4 million in supplemental funding for construction projects in the city.
I added it up. To be exact,
To make that point.
hold on one second. May I need to interject this, because I literally added these numbers up. $4,391,050. That's amazing.
We continue to do more. We want 2026, so that's the plan. So for 2026, the goal is to complete the West Campbellton Street Pedestrian Improvement Project and the Muller Street Pedestrian Improvement Project. The West Campbellton Street, we ran into some utility issues with Zayo, so we finally were able to get them to adjust their utility boxes, so they should be completed with that before the end of this fiscal year, so that's the plan. And then Muller Street, hopefully we'll be finished with that one by the end of September, hopefully. Then we're gonna come back and pave it with with our citywide resurfacing project as well. Also, a goal is to initiate the Oakley Industrial Boulevard left turn lane project and the Duncan Park roadway project. I know I have on there the Verlin B. Smith widening project was gonna be done this year, but due to budget constraints, we're not gonna move forward with that this fiscal year. Maybe revisit that during mid-year or next fiscal year.
Okay.
Also, in the plan for this fiscal year is to complete the I-85 at Glot Road IJR. GDOT, well, the consultant submitted their final version 3 of the IJR to GDOT last week, and hopefully we can get that to FHWA by the end of the month, so for their first review.
That's for the exit off 85?
It's an interchange justification report, and, well, let me let the subject matter expert tell you what that is.
So, yeah, interchange justification, I apologize for the acronym. So that's for entertaining a new interchange at Galat Road and I-85. So that'll be the one in between Collinsworth and the current interchange off Snowy
Is that
Road.
also in conjunction with, some years back, we have a warehouse over there past Clorox, where you have that back road going along?
That's a different project, but that's gonna be in conjunction with that. So that's the Oakland Industrial Boulevard Extension Project. So we had them do that to accommodate truck access to that warehouse that you're speaking of. So that project is under design now to tie into Galat Road. So we shifted it, the access point to tie into Galat Road to accommodate the new interchange if it's approved by FHWA.
Got it, thank you.
And FHWA, Federal Highway Administration. I apologize for acronyms. Also, a goal is to secure funding for the West Broad Street Streetscape Project Phase 2 from from Strickland Street to 138, and secure additional funding for Orchard Street, Strickland Street Pedestrian Improvement Project. So that's the fiscal year 2026 goals. Personnel remains the same. Public Works Director, Development Coordinator, City Engineer, and 2 Development Erosion Control Inspectors. Purchase contracts. The biggest change is we had a reduction, due to budget constraints, a reduction in professional services, which is our plan review assistance services with Pond and Company, of about 18% or $35,000. R&M vehicle was previously 0, but I think due to organizational change, we're going to absorb some of those costs at $2,500, so that was an increase from 0 to $2,500. Communications was increased from $2,000 to $4,280 for new cell phones for additional staff. No change with advertisement, printing, postage. Well, postage was an increase of $50 from the previous budget. Travel, no change for dues and subscription, and a slight decrease in education and training of $500. Office supplies, a slight decrease from the previous year as well, due to budget constraints. Gasoline, a slight decrease. I think $500 last year was $10,000. We're at $9,500 this year. And uniforms, a modest decrease. Last year we was at $2,500. We're at $2,200 this year. So collectively, summary for us for personnel services, we're at $543,771. For total purchase contracts, $117,380, and for total supplies, $15,700, for total expenditures for Public Works Administration of $667,851. Any questions?
Members of council, anyone has a question about this? Mr. Heath? Yes, sir.
I know that this may not pertain anything to do with your budget or anything, but interesting that on 74 and I-85, I've noticed that on both sides of the expressway, that they have graded out a large area on both sides. I mean, almost taking over the Waffle House, and also on the other side where the Enco station used to be. It seems like they've really graded out. So can you tell me why that is?
For the two gas stations are a total take, were displacement, so that's to accommodate the partial cloverleaf design.
Okay.
And only a portion of the Waffle House parking lot so is being taken, but that's going to stay in place.
Okay, well, I understood originally we were going to do a full cloverleaf, and then now it's a half.
Partial
And
cloverleaf.
so I wondered about why, I could understand if it was a full cloverleaf, why they would go so far, but not dealing with just a half cloverleaf. That was the thing.
Yeah, to make those,
Loops.
I have to show you the design to show why it was impacted, but
Right,
the gas stations had to go whether it was a full cloverleaf or a partial
right,
cloverleaf.
exactly.
If it was a full cloverleaf, then things on the other side of the bridge would
Chemical
also be
station,
impacted.
It went.
Right, which nothing on the other side of the bridge was impacted.
And this is fully funded by the DOT, nothing from Fairburn, correct?
100% funded by the Georgia Department of Transportation, $81 million, 80% federal, 20% state.
So I know that originally they wanted to do a merge and diamond, which was $3.4 million to do that. Now,
Virgin Diamond, probably be a lot less because it doesn't take as much right-of-way acquisition to accomplish that. It doesn't take as much roadway construction to accomplish that. Also, we're doing the ramps. So those ramps are gonna be widened and taken back to, to like the Union City exit almost. So it's a pretty substantial project.
and they're gonna four-lane it both directions from Tyrone.
No. So the bridge itself, it's currently two bridges.
Okay.
It's gonna be one singular bridge. It's gonna be 10 lanes wide to include the on-ramps.
Okay.
And then beyond the bridge going south, it's gonna be 4 lanes going in each direction till you get to Harris Road.
Got it.
Then when you get to Harris Road, from Harris Road to Milam, it's gonna be 3 lanes. And then it's going, from Milam, going south, it's gonna resume the 2 lanes in each direction.
And the cost for this now is $93 million, is that correct?
81 million for the construction
81 million.
cost.
Okay,
The right-of-way acquisition was
got it. Okay, well,
pretty
thank you.
significant as well. So total, about $125 million collected.
$125 million, oh my goodness. Okay, well, thank you so much.
0 from the city of Fairburn.
0 for the city.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a
Mr.
great
Thompson.
Clear.
Well, to the project is 0, but we're actually paying for the illuminated lettering that will go onto the bridge in amount about $474,000.
Correct, and that's because that's a betterment that GDOT considers a betterment, so we have to pay for that ourselves.
I have one other.
But I think it'll be worthwhile. You'll see the city of Fairburn illuminated coming both ways. Nothing you've seen on the south side is gonna, in comparison to that, so it's gonna be a great addition and something that's gonna be appreciated in perpetuity. And definitely gonna distinguish us from everybody else.
Okay, braggadocious.
Okay. I know he has you still wouldn't finish.
I have one more question.
Yeah, I'll come to Ms. Hesson after you go.
Can I ask you, in yesterday's budget meeting, I saw where a sign that was going to be placed on I-85 for Duncan Park was like $3.4 million, is that correct? red letter raised sign.
I'm not familiar with that.
That total is the total capital request for Public Works. So it includes the Duncan Park Road Extension Project, the funding for the illuminated lettering, and also our grant match for the raised grant.
Oh, you talking
The
about?
way I read that.
Total
projects?
capital, yes.
Oh, okay.
Thought the way I read that, it was just for the sign. Okay, that makes more sense. Thank you.
Ms. Hudson, you had a question?
Yes, just very brief. We're doing a lot of work on your end, and we're now starting, as told us the turtle, to move toward infrastructure improvement, toward utilities. So one of the questions that I want to ask you has to do directly with the collaboration between your work and utilities. With a lot of new infrastructure coming up, we have a lot of old utilities and infrastructure that we're building up, right? And so what projects, any of these new projects will have to be redisturbed to continue the infrastructure upgrades that we're doing in utilities?
No projects that I'm aware of. So we've coordinated with utility. They review like the new roadway projects that I discussed, like Duncan Park and the Oakland Industrial Left Turn Lane project. We're adding infrastructure to those projects. And utilities had the opportunity to review those plans. So say, for instance, on the Duncan Park Road project, we're going to add, it's going to be a 2-lane roadway with a center left turn lane, similar to what Renaissance Parkway is. It's going to have the same lighting that the downtown LCI streetscape project has, but we're also including a water line that's going to extend from Duncan Park to Verlin B. Smith. And then we're going to also extend the sanitary sewer service all the way down to the city of Fairburn property to allow us to allow that property to be developed in the future, maybe for a community center or whatever the mayor and council desires. So we're installing those infrastructure improvements as a part of the roadway projects themselves.
Okay, so we don't have to go back. We got something new.
No, it's going to already be in there.
Just
All we
wanted
gotta
to
do is
make
tie
sure.
in.
Because I know that you're doing a lot of work, utilities is starting to move forward, and I just wanted to make sure there wasn't a situation that we were so ambitious that we got one part and have to go back and do the other part.
We're doing interdepartmental coordination. It's intentional, so we make sure that we coordinate with
All right,
other
thank you.
departments to make sure it's captured in the actual project scope if we can.
So just one additional thing that we do, I wanted to make you aware, is we have what we call our development review team. And it is exactly what you just mentioned, Councilwoman Hudson. It is multiple departments, police, fire, community development, planning and zoning. I'm sure I'm leaving a couple out, that meet on a regular basis for the purposes of reviewing these projects in the early stages so that they're collaboratively looking at these projects and ensuring that those overlaps you just mentioned are not missed and that we can get those projects collaboratively done. And so that review team meeting takes place on a regular basis.
All right, thank you.
Ma'am?
Mr. Whitmore did not ask us. Go ahead.
Based on all the conversation, infrastructure, everything that's being done is being put in our GIS system for tracking purposes.
Yes. So once, like, even say for instance, the community development project, which is the private development project that we review in my department as well. Once those projects are finished, they do as-builts, and those as-builts quantify or outline where the actual utilities are located, and we have that information. We share it, we upload it into our GIS system.
Okay. And it helps our guys out when we do have issues.
For tracking and
Straight to.
yeah, things of that nature. So
There was one other question I had for you, I guess when you was talking to Councilman Heath. So also part of that, getting those parcels, and of course, they knocked down all the trees on both sides and everything, as Councilman Heath already identified. But also, the addition to that is because of the 4 lanes on both sides, you needed to widen that out. But again, just for clarification, for those that are listening, you're not taking away that Waffle House. That's
no,
still gonna be there.
Waffle House stays.
Okay.
Waffle House
It's
stays.
not Fairburn anyway.
It's not Fairburn.
Fairburn.
It's the City of South.
Everybody thinks it is, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's South Fulton.
Yep, City of South Fulton. And then on top of that, I know on both sides of the southbound side on 74, both of those gas stations are gone. But even though they took part of the property of that hotel there, I think they took part of their parking lot, but they're still.
Rear, yeah, the rear, yeah.
But everybody's okay.
They're okay.
Okay.
They're staying. So And they're gonna do some improvements there too.
And my last comment, welcome back to work. I understand you was out for a little bit, but we're glad to see you back on your feet and back on your job.
Glad to be back. Thank you, sir.
Ms. Davis?
Yes, I just have a quick question, Mr. Thompson.
Yes, ma'am.
When is the tentative completion date for the partial Cloverleaf?
So that's a 3-year project. The NTP was just issued October, actually on Halloween of last year, October 31st, 2024. But because they ran into some endangered species,
Right.
tricolored bat,
Yeah, those bats,
get
yeah.
pushed back until they came out of the hibernation season. So they actually didn't start until March of 2025. So
Right.
gauge that 3 years
Out.
will be March.
28.
Just say
28.
summer of 2028.
8. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I only had one question, and I apologize. I rode there day before yesterday. If I'm coming into Ferndale, and once I sort of past the playground, turn right. There's a gate, a closed gate.
That's going to be another project that we have under design now. That's going to be the Brooks Drive
Yeah,
extension.
Brooks, I can think of something. Okay, gotcha.
It's going to go over that creek and tie into the back where, what is that, the Fulton County facility,
Seniors.
New Beginnings?
New beginnings.
New
New
beginnings.
Beginnings.
New-
Yeah.
So that project's under design as well. That's a T-Splosh Tier 1 roadway project, so I may come to you guys and the 60% plans are done now, so not this year, but maybe next year, asking for funding assistance on that project.
And Ms. Brooks, if you don't mind, Ms. Brookins, yes, ma'am. Since I'm speaking of that, as soon as if you were able to go through that gate, as soon as you get to you turn left, the property that's got, what type of, I'm about to say tape, is a piece of, is a property. I guess there's a roof repair, whatever. I can't tell what's going on with it. But if you go through that gate, which you can't right now because it's locked, at that corner, you have to turn the house.
On Fisher?
Yes. There's a house there. It's sitting down, you probably can't pay attention, but it's got like the construction net in front of it, all the way around the house.
Okay.
And I was asking myself what's going on with it, and I said, well, maybe this is on an issue with our city or not. It's just that area. I noticed it because I was surprised a resident hadn't said a word about it. I drove through there and I was like, what is
They're
it?
kind of back there in the cut, so to speak.
Yes, it's sitting down. You have to be literally looking for it. So I'll tell you what, I'll get an address for you.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Just one question. What is the Verlin B. Smith project you said we're going to have to delay, and how does that relate to the Brooks Drive? Because that's off Verlin B. Smith.
That's a separate, so the Brooks Drive extension is a separate project. That's a new roadway project similar to the Duncan Park roadway project. So it's a new.
Okay.
The Verlin B. Smith project was a part of the Duncan Park roadway project, if you recall, but we had to divide the project, and so we bid it as the ad alternate for the, so we separated the project and bid it as an ad alternate. So the Duncan Park roadway project is the base bid, and the Verlin B. Smith is the ad alternate. And that project consists of the decel lanes and the turn lanes associated with Verlin B. Smith going into the Renaissance Festival that you guys, if you recall. So it's going to be a center turn lane and a decel lane for every entrance into the Renaissance Festival. And the same lighting that's on the other side of Verlin B. Smith is going to be on that side as well. There's going to be landscaping, it's going to be decorative fencing, it's going to be a buffer in the whole nine. So
Okay, but that's separate from the second entrance into Duncan Park, the Duncan Park roadway.
Yes.
Okay.
right.
Okay.
So it was, like I said, it was one project at one time. We divided it so to allow us some flexibility with funding, which I'm glad we did. So we can move forward with the Duncan Park roadway project, which is the primary, and then we can come back and do the Verlin B. Smith.
And the reason I asked that because the entrance is off of Verlin B. Smith. right? That's the new entrance we're talking about building
Yes.
Right.
into Duncan Park.
Yes.
But the Verlin B. Smith roadway project is along Verlin B. Smith
It's gonna-
with those additional upgrades.
It's going to extend from Ferndale all the way to Tail Road.
Yes, okay.
So for clarity, we essentially phased the project. It was bid as one project, as Lester mentioned, and due to budgetary considerations, he's been able to phase that project. It is coming back. So I want to be clear that it is not gone. We simply have made that a subsequent phase because Lester determined we could move forward with the Duncan Road project, which we were further along with that as the base bid. And it will certainly come back before this council.
Well, I do recall that conversation and that we agreed upon it. I just wanted to be clear, since we were
And
talking.
now we know what the funding requirements are going to be. So it allows us to better budget for it as well.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Mr. Whitmore, you had another question?
Yes. It's not really a question, it's a comment, both to you and your department, city administration, VFW, that parking lot.
Sir.
Which I even thought was their parking lot, but it's the city's own property.
Sir.
And it was a safety issue up there, a major concern up there. But because of economy of scale, all right, y'all were able to figure it out. And I did receive a phone call from the commandant of the VFW, previous commandant of the VFW, and they are so appreciative of the city for thinking enough of them and taking care of that. And it made a difference, especially with all the rain we've been having. I understand they had a big event over the weekend, and because that was done, there wasn't an issue with the pebbles, soft soil, the whole 9 yards. And I just wanted to publicly thank this administration as well as your department for your due diligence in looking out for the veterans that we have here in the city of Fairburn at Duncan Park. So thank you.
Well, thank you for approving the funding for it. Without that, it wouldn't have got done. So we definitely, I mean, you fund it, I'll make it happen.
So, thank you for that, Councilman Whitmore. I do want to give Mr. Thompson significant credit for that. He is as efficient and expert at finding economies of scale as anyone I've ever seen in that area. And once that came up, he figured out how to use the existing funding as an ad alternate to get that project done. And as of today, it's paved.
Yes, sir.
Can I just ask one
Turned out
question?
great too, it's slick.
Yeah, I was just going to just, and out of pure curiosity, the day after you paved it, I actually went up there that day. What did you do with all the rocks? I mean, that was a pretty large. I mean, can't lie. That's what I deal with construction sites for Fulton County. I said, "What's out of curiosity?" What
It
did
was
they
like
do?
a reclamation project almost. So we took the existing stone, we got rid of the contaminated rock. We brought in about an additional 3 to 4 inches.
Gotcha.
With the proof roll on it, top of it, put down prime.
Okay.
Put a binder.
I wasn't sure of that, and
It's under the pavement.
gotcha. Okay,
It's been slicked off, motor graded, so it turned out great.
yes, ma'am.
Mr. Phillips, did you know what Mr. Thompson's nickname is?
What is that?
Gold standard.
There you go. There you go. Absolutely.
High praise, sir, high praise.
Appreciate it.
Bringing in $4 million will get you a good nickname.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Thompson.
Thank you.
Go to the next department.
What you do.
So you're not finished.
Oh, yeah.
That food ought
Go
to be
fast.
coming real soon. Shouldn't it?
All right, so
That food ought to be showing up soon.
East Plus, administration, admin, program management, $300,000, and that's from the projector. So the way we projected the revenue for East Plus 2026 is $300,000 times 12 months. So it's the base is 3.6 million. I know I'll be talking and carry forward. So I want to let you guys know what that base was. So. No carry forwards are going to be associated with the administration program management. So 300,000 out of that 3.6 is going to be allocated for construction management, which is design and CEI work associated with T-SPLOS projects. The capital outlay, infrastructure, pedestrian improvements, and streetscape project, that number at 509,985 is based on $300,000 in projected revenue and a carry forward of $209,985. Infrastructure roadway is based off of a projected revenue of $3 million with a carry forward of $612,000 plus the funding that we received from the South Fulton CID and the city of South Fulton, that $1.3 million plus an additional $1.4 million that we received from the South Fulton CID for the Oakley Industrial Boulevard left turn lane project. For a total expenditures of $7,130,640.
May I ask a question regarding? What year are we in the second approved funding for T-Splash?
So this round of T-Splosh is from 2022 to 2027.
Okay,
So
27.
the third year.
Well, we'll have further discussion about that, probably a little premature, but thank you.
And so basically for those projects, so we have on the radar for, out of that funding, is the Duncan Park Road project. We plan on spending $1.8 million in association with the capital project that I think you previously discussed, that 2.8 to cover the cost of the low bidder, which is Baldwin Paving, for a total of $4.6 million for that Duncan Park Road project. And the Oakley Industrial Left Turn Lane project, the low bidder came in on that one at $1.3 million. The next city council meeting, I'm going to bring forward a IGA from South Fulton CID who's going to give us $1,065,000 toward that. So we'll put for construction $249,000, and then plus the additional will be paid for the CEI on that project. So just a quick highlight on those.
Okay.
Grants. Oh, any questions on T-Splosh? I'm sorry.
No.
No. All right. Grants. Raise grant. It kind of went away for a little while once the new administration took over, but they've recently come back to us. The Federal Highway Administration reached back out, and the new administration, I'm talking about the federal administration, the Trump administration, came back and they put some new stipulations. So now we had to revise the agreement between the feds and us before we can move forward on that project. But that raise grant is for that pedestrian bridge that's going to go over State Route 14 and the CSX. And also it's going to be for intelligent transportation system. So it's a combined project for, not for the construction, but for the design work. The interchange design is just for the remaining contract cost that we have with Trans Systems for the design that's under construction right now. And the interchange construction is a $300,000 contract we have for the construction to address revisions as required for construction. And then Galat Road, I-85, IJR, that $90,000 is the split. So it's an 80-20 split, 80% federal, 20% state, 20% local, and that's our $90,000 local requirement, which we've already received a check from the South Fulton CID to cover that. So it's really no cost to the city.
Great.
LMIG, that $461,525 is going to be an advance payment. That's it's for a safety action plan. That's the first time we ever received that grant. We just got notified of that, I think about 2 weeks ago. And that's to put in rapid flashing beacons on John Rivers Road at the existing golf cart crossings and some proposed pedestrian crossings in association with a project I have under design now, the John Rivers Road Pedestrian Improvement Project. The LMIG 253 advance payment, we already received that check. Well, no, that's the fiscal year 2026. That's the new formula amount that we're going to be receiving once we apply for that. So that's something we receive every year, but they increased it to 253. It's going to be advance payment for that one. The CDBG That's a $180,000 for the Orchard Strickland Street project. It's a reduced amount because they have to kind of spread the wealth now, but it's still more than any other municipality in Fulton County.
Right.
The grants implementation, LCI, that 126 is really a carry forward from the previous year, and that's to address that City of Atlanta waterline relocation. We still have to hold that. 126 is, I don't know if they want it back or not. I think it's unresolved, but we don't think we owe them that money because it was their error and omissions that made us include that into our contract for that project. So, I mean,
We had a stalemate.
we had a stalemate.
It was theirs. They got to decide what they want to do.
We told them that we don't think they'd do that money. It wouldn't have been included in the project if it was not for their error and omissions. So we had to pay the contractor that amount because it was a lump sum contract. And so there we have it.
That's it.
The local road assistance is based off of last year's, and that'll be an advance payment check. That's just based off that formula amount. And the recreation and economic development, I'll let Ms. Abernathy talk about those. Well, that one when she comes up, the Chapin already? So she already talked about that grant, I'm sure, 'cause I'm not familiar with that one.
What is it? Recreation.
Sorry. The LWCF grant is the city's match. We've already gone through the process. This is for the design for Mayor Mario B. Avery Park. We noticed that is an area that our citizens like to utilize. However, there are some grading issues there, as well as we're trying to add some amenities. It's my understanding previously there was a concept design plan done for the park, and so we applied for a grant. And so it looks like the city will be awarded, and that's our portion of the match for the grant.
Awesome.
Ms. Abernathy, when she comes up after me, she'll talk about the economic development grant. I'm not familiar with that one either. But any questions about the other grants that was discussed?
Awesome.
Members of council, any other questions? Seeing none, thank you so much.
Oh, got the tree bank.
Yeah.
That's one, tree bank.
Well,
Trying to get rid of them.
We done.
Get rid of gold standard.
So,
I think the mayor's ready.
Al goes crazy.
Yeah, we ready.
the tree bank is on the community development side of things. So when private development comes in and they can't meet the tree density and recompense requirements, they have to pay into our tree bank. So that is the tree bank fund right there, and that's really a carry forward from the previous year. I will tell you that we use those funds based on the ordinance to supplement additional, like say for instance, the Duncan Park Road project. So we have landscaping in that project. We're gonna use tree bank funds to pay for that landscaping and not use
Wow, that's wise.
not use T-Splosh funds. We've used it on all the pedestrian improvements on various city roads project to pay for all the sod that was installed, so, and all the trees that were installed and associated with those projects as well.
Wow. That's awesome.
May I?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, regarding the tree bank, Ms. Brookins, I know when we developed that ordinance, we modeled a lot of the ordinance off of City of Atlanta's tree ordinance, which is quite frankly known nationally. It is used as a model in many cities throughout the country. They've gone through a major rewrite, and I would ask if we could just take a look to see if we need to update ours. I know that there were some major issues and concerns regarding legacy communities and the affordability, which Councilwoman Davis mentioned earlier about affordability to deal with the trees if they fall on it. That was part of that conversation as well. So could you just take a look at that since you're doing ordinance review and to see if we need to tweak that? Thank you.
Right, any questions?
Yep. Thank you.
Yes, sir, thank you. Okay. I don't know, you know, after this one, we'll take a break after this. I mean, hopefully the food will be here by then. Oh, these are the food that's here. We'll do it right after this presentation.
Okay.
Great.
Ms. Hicks, could you introduce your staff
I shall.
as well? Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
So I will be presenting the General Services budget with John Gilbert, who is the Superintendent of General Services, and Mike Yancey, who is the Superintendent of the Maintenance Shop.
Sorry.
Good evening.
He needs your mic, Gail. Give him your mic. I thought he was getting ready to-
Oh, no, he was just saying.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
All righty. Uh-oh. There we go. All right, we will start with our FY25 highlights. We did a lot of cross-training this year. We successfully cross-trained all of our employees to operate heavy equipment. This will increase our operational flexibility and efficiency so that when we have on-call, that we don't have to rely on just certain people to be able to work certain equipment. Interdepartment collaboration. We have established a joint process with the water department to identify and address damaged drains and improve the infrastructure response. Effective next Wednesday, we will be fully staffed in the General Services Department.
Congrats.
And we are excited about that because, as y'all know, we have not been fully staffed since I've been here. So I'm looking forward to how we can grow with that. Citywide tire cleanup. This has become something that has not really been on my radar as much as it is now because we have been experiencing a high number of tires that have been dumped. So in the past few months, this number is really increased. So over 35,000 tires have been collected by our department that have been dumped in different areas.
35,000 or 3,000?
I'm sorry, 3,500. 3,500, I'm sorry.
Okay, that's
I was, what
Did
did
you
you
have a
store, man?
question?
Oh, my God. I'm like,
Mayor,
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
so is it centralized in a certain area of the city or is throughout?
It is throughout, but a majority of them are on some of the roads that, like Irwin Road, Harris Road, some of the less used road, and they are not very visible. So it's usually areas where we have, I think police have some of the, were you going to speak on that?
I was just going to add that the Fairburn Police Department is involved. We have taken measures to identify those individuals that are participating in the illegal dumping. I will tell you that based on their due diligence, warrants were recently obtained in reference to some illegal dumping, and those efforts will continue.
Great, so that means we do have surveillance of certain equipment, but don't answer that.
yeah,
I got it.
yeah.
And I will say, it is, as you can imagine, it is timely for us to remove those tires every time we end those.
They become a health
energy.
hazard. Those tires, as you
Yeah.
probably retain water, which during certain parts of the year promote West Nile virus. And so there's a lot of issues. It's been an
Mosquito
area-wide
breeding.
issue for over a decade now. And tire haulers who, if you ever got your tire changed, you pay a disposal fee. And that's supposed to be for tire haulers to then take those tires and take them to a recycling place. But some of them choose to dump them so they can keep the entire disposal fee. And so it's been an ongoing issue for some time.
Yeah, we had an issue on Tennis Drive, and I've been in that area for 30-some years. The first time I ever saw any tires dumped right across from my house. You remember that? And you all came and got those?
We did.
It was crazy.
We did.
And one thing I do want to add is Ms. Higgs has been very diligent. The main two areas where we do see the illegal dumping is our roads that are shared with our neighboring jurisdiction, the city of South Fulton. And so Ms. Higgs has been very diligent in working with their public works department to try to rectify the issue as well.
Jones, yeah.
Yes, and we've talked about that issue, and I've spoken to the councilwoman who represents that district, and she's interested in a conversation. I would suggest we send a letter just regarding the tire dumping issue, send it both to her and the Public Works Director to elevate this particular issue. And then secondly, since 1991, I believe it is, or early 90s, the state, we pay, all of us in the state of Georgia, we pay that extra fee for any tire removal. There is a state fund that was established in the early 90s for those dollars to rebate back to communities for tire cleanup. For the longest, though, there were no restrictions on how those funds were used. So oftentimes, the state would allocate those monies to cover other things. Back in 2021, there was a referendum on the state ballot to dictate that the state only use those funds for tire cleanup. And I'm sharing that with you to say that we need to reach out. Many municipalities are doing exactly what we're doing in terms of the cleanup because it affects the health and welfare of our communities. But you're gonna have to fight for those dollars to get access. So we need to be in constant communication. Department of Natural Resources is the department to let them know about this issue and how we can access our funds. And we can work with our representative, Representative Glaze, to help us with this as well.
So we did recently do some research on that as well, which is the STAR program for the scrap tire abatement reimbursement program. We are still working on that, trying to see if we qualify for all of those restrictions that they were putting on those. I believe that we just got that information back last week, so we are diligently trying to find some assistance.
Okay, well, I think we should communicate with our representative as well, both of them, Glaze and Jackson. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Our FY26 goals, infrastructure maintenance. We continue routine and preventative maintenance on roads, curbs, and sidewalks to preserve city infrastructure. Our service efficiency, we are looking to respond to those requests that we receive on C-Click Fix within 72 hours. Right now, we're right about 96 hours, just depending on what the issue is, but we would like to minimize that a little bit. Our in-house sidewalk repairs. Right now, we're having to contract a lot of those out, but we have started to staff employees that have the skill set to do that, so we're looking to bring some of that in-house, which will cut down on some of that cost of having to contract that service out. Our leadership development program, we currently have 4 leads within our department that we would like to improve their leadership skills. So that is one of the things that we're focusing on for this FY26 budget year. Our personnel is not changing. We are still a total of 19. We have 12 general service workers, 4 general service worker leads, and an administrative assistant, our superintendent, as well as myself. So we're still at 19. Purchase contract services. Our uniforms is pretty standard. We did go down on that a little bit this year. Our disposal of $40,000, that covers any of our cleanups, our fall cleanup, our spring cleanup, or anything that is dumped on the side of the road. That's what that cost covers. Landscaping is our $100,000. That is used for our tree removal because those costs have gone up. A majority of the trees that we are removing now are on private property that are falling across some of the streets, but we still have to be responsible for the areas that are on city property. That's also covering our fuel island, our mulch, anything that we have to do that pertains to taking care of the city property. Repair and maintenance equipment, $15,000. That's for any equipment like our lawn equipment, anything that they can't fix in our shop that we have to send off to other locations. That is what that cost is for. The repair and maintenance vehicle, pretty much same. Whatever that can't be repaired in the shop, we have to send it to an outside source. That's what that fee is covering. Our street sign maintenance is $40,000. That is for any sign replacements, for whether it is stop signs, the flashing signs that we have at the fire stations, or any street signs that are damaged or just needs to be replaced. As you know, we are replacing most of those signs with the logos on it, so those do carry a cost. Every time we put some of them up, some of them are knocked right back down, so we have to continually replace those. Communications is our cell phones. Training is our trainings are mainly the costs for any of the leads that we're sending out to do any of the prior learning or any of the learning that we're trying to do to increase their education, as far as working with any of the other employees on how to communicate better with them. That is what that training cost is. It's at an average of $236 per person. Our business meetings are just anything that we're doing where we're having outside companies come in to do the trainings on some of the equipment. That is what that costs cover. And our contract service, which is our big number of $215,000, that includes some of our smaller contracts like A Abbey, True Green, our Field Master, and our C-Click Fix. It also includes our Christmas tree erection that we share with building operations. Our supplies, we did go down on that a little bit. That's just basic supplies that we use in the office. The natural gas is for our heaters, our overhead heaters and hot water heaters that are in the shop. The street lighting of $95,000 is just the basic street lighting that we have throughout the city that we cover. Our fuel cost is $120,000. Sorry, I keep forgetting to do that. Our fuel cost is $120,000. That is for any of our vehicles as well as our lawn equipment. Our small equipment of $15,000. This is to replace any equipment that is unrepairable, like our weed eaters or chainsaws or anything of that nature. Our miscellaneous supplies of $12,000. That covers the things like our weed eater string, our blades, our chains, and things that we use for that equipment. Sidewalk and street repair is $90,000, and that is basically for the increase on cement of any of the sidewalks that we're having to repair, which we're hoping to bring in-house more so than use for contracting. Landscaping supplies is pretty much that. Anytime we need any wheelbarrows, shovels, or anything of that nature. So in summary, our total personnel service is $1,242,571. Our total purchase contract is $455,370. Our total supplies is $347,000 for a total ask of $2,044,941. And I will pause for any questions.
Mr. Whitmore?
Yes. Street sign maintenance, and you indicated in your presentation where a lot of signs are being knocked down, you had to go back and replace them. Is this in areas like intersections where trucks?
It is absolutely in the area where some of these trucks are, the GPS is directing them into areas that they shouldn't be, but once they're there, they have to get out, and it's just not enough space.
Okay. And in some of the areas where I do know trucks do travel, I think we still have that issue, like you're coming up off of Fairburn B. Smith up to 29. And I know GDOT just did a redesign. All right, so are we still having issues there as well?
We don't have nearly as many issues there. We have a high number of issues around the railroad tracks where they're trying to turn and they really shouldn't be there. And also in areas over by the old Campbell's Courthouse, how they end up on those small streets. Just, I guess GPS is taking them those routes.
Okay. Administration, I know that in speaking with PD, some of the trucks are not using the truck app. They're using regular car apps. And I know we talked about trucks not being able to travel like underneath our railroad. Do we need additional signs in some of those areas where you see an insurgence of these activities?
Well, we are putting signs. We are looking to get a lot more of the flashing signs and the pre-sign that let you know that you're coming up on an area that you shouldn't be. So we are looking to do that.
Okay.
We have started doing that in
Sorry,
some
she
areas.
had the answer. I didn't even need to look your way. Okay, also, you indicated landscape, private property, and you indicated that's with trees that are falling. And again, I'm not trying to add expense on homeowners, but again, I think you spent a lot of money with the arborists coming through, identifying trees that need to be taken down, and did they identify the ones on personal properties when they were looking at the city, or?
I would probably need to defer that question.
I can speak to that a little bit. So planning and zoning did get with the arborists, especially in the area of Rivertown Road, where we do see a lot of the down trees and tree limbs onto our power lines. Notification was made to the property owners of the trees that the arborists identified were in need of coming down. I know in my update with Ms. Brookins earlier this week, all of the property owners have complied. We have one property owner left that has trees to remove, but all the ones that were identified by the arborist as being in danger of coming down have been removed by those property owners.
Great, that's great news. My secondary question, follow-up to that, would be for those limb branches that are falling on our electrical infrastructure that causes some of the allergies that we have been having, and it is from the customer side, not the city side. How are we addressing that? Are we being recouped for linemen, the downtime, and so on and so forth? Or how are we addressing that?
So the initial step Ms. Chris just detailed was to have the arborists identify any trees that were clearly diseased or had other natural issues that made them at greater risk. And so those have been addressed, as she just mentioned. Beyond that, we'd have to look to see if there is a mechanism. If a tree is healthy and a significant storm comes through and knocks a branch off, I'd have to get further research to tell you whether or not we could financially hold that homeowner responsible for a healthy tree that a strong storm just happened to knock a limb off of. I don't have that answer, Councilman, but we could certainly look to see. We started because we wanted to make sure that those diseased trees, which you are legally responsible for,
Right.
are removed. But in the instance of a healthy tree, where the wind simply got up to a certain miles per hour and a limb was detached from a healthy tree, I'd have to get some guidance to see if there is a legal vehicle to hold that homeowner responsible for that. It could be considered an act of nature.
And understand, I'm not talking about removing the whole tree. It's trimming so that it will not hit our power lines. Now, of course, we have a remedy for that. We're spending a lot of money taking the power lines and going underground, right? But until that happens, because there's such an increased frequency of limbs knocking out everything on Rivertown Road.
Yes, sir. We, as you know, the city in the right-of-way does canopy cutbacks so that the most obvious ones that are in danger of impacting lines are addressed. We'd again have to revisit the ones that may be on private property.
Thank you.
I will just add, I think that Mr. Hampton and Mr. Banks can speak to it, but they have been installing a mechanism on our line so that when in the instance in where a line may hit, a limb may hit our lines, it does not turn the power off immediately. And that's as far as I know in my knowledge in our conversations, but I'll defer to Mr. Hampton to further explain that.
If I'm correct in what you're saying, is once we get these phases in there, it will separate for that particular line and go and re-engage another part so you can keep the electricity
Isolate
flowing
some
until.
segments, those
Yes.
sections, but we'll pause and let the expert talk to that.
Yes, hi y'all. So the device she's talking about is called a trip saver. And what it does, it basically works like a substation breaker, but it's a lot smaller. So normally what's protecting Rivertown Road is a fuse. So as you know anything about fuses, once it hits something and blows, it's dead until somebody drives out there and replaces it. What these things do is if something falls on the line, it uses a vacuum ball in there and opens the circuit, and it waits a certain amount of seconds to let the limb fall off, and then it tries to test the line again to see if the limb is still there. If the limb is gone, it'll close back in. You'll see like a 5-second blink, and then power comes back on. If the limb is still there, it waits a little while longer, and it tries again to see if the limb is still there. And then if it is still there, then you know it's just laying on it, it's not gonna fall off, and that's when it will fall open and leave the circuit open. So it gives it an opportunity for momentary contacts to clear and not knock everybody out and wait on the truck, which is why they're called trip savers.
That's my understanding. I appreciate you reminding me about that one. Thank you.
I will also say that we do have a joint effort where the utilities are doing the canopy cuts on the side with the lines, and General Services doing the canopy cuts on the opposite side of the street. So we do try to coordinate that at the same time.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Ms. Higgs, what happened to the street sweeper?
We are still using the street sweeper. They come quarterly.
Okay.
And they do every street in the city at least 4 times a year. I'll be more than happy to provide you with that
Yeah,
document.
they came on my street, and it kind of, this was like maybe last year or a year and a half ago. It kind of left more dirt than it took up initially. I mean, it really did. And I called, and you all, and you
remember.
came back out, and you cleared it up. I'm like, but it never came back.
No,
Maybe
I
we
will-
hurt his feelings or something.
I will definitely look into that because I get the report every quarter of all the streets that
it's
they are
never, it's
sweeping.
Tennis Drive. Well, you know.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
We'll definitely look into
appreciate
that and
that.
get that
Thank you.
information to you.
Mr. Heath?
I have a question about, it's where Popper Street runs into, what is that, 92?
Yes.
There's a pole that was damaged, and I think it actually broke in two. But the wire, nobody's been back out to put the wiring back up, and it's hanging down pretty close to the ground.
Okay.
It's between Pine Street and Popper Street.
Okay.
And like I say, I just thought about that when they were speaking about that. So if y'all could
I
check
will
into that.
coordinate that with
Thank
the
you.
electric department.
Appreciate that.
Any more questions?
Yes.
Yes, sir, go ahead, Ms. Hudson.
This is coming straight from consumers, so
Okay.
give me a minute. There is a need to understand more about the priorities for retention ponds in the city, the cleaning and the cost
Okay.
of that. Street sweeping, you already, street sweeping, you already addressed that. But when it comes to being proactive in our flood areas, what is the plan? What are we doing to prevent this? Because what I'm seeing is, I don't know if this is coming from a underground issue or if it's from the debris. Because I have noticed a lot of plastic bottles and trash leaves around the storm drains. So that has been a concern. I got a call from some residents and went over to areas of concern. And so that's something that needs to be prioritized or however you move forward with that. The routine scheduling of maintenance, how do you go about that?
Okay. I will start with the first question.
Okay.
Okay, the first question with the retention ponds. The General Services Department, we do maintain all of the city-owned ponds. There are still a couple of the retention ponds that we are still trying to determine if the city is responsible for. Some of those the HOA is responsible for, so we are still looking into those to try to see exactly which ones that we are responsible for taking care of. As far as the drains, we usually clean those drains every time there's a significant storm. If it is compacted on the inside, then we usually contact the water department and they'll come out and jet those areas. The area on 92, where I know we did have the issue where it continually flooded, that was an issue that was pertaining to that business owner and their drain. So I do believe that that is being addressed as we speak.
Okay, so just overall summary, so you will know, points to not ponder but to look at.
Okay.
That was, we already got the street sweeper already out there, the scheduling of routine maintenance. We have the flooded areas that you just talked about, and the cleanup of the storm drains, retention pond. Those are just like because these are the calls that I'm getting.
Yes, ma'am.
So I can just bullet point that to you, and you can zero in on those areas.
Absolutely.
And when you do make the improvements on any of them, as soon as possible, give an update to council.
Yes, ma'am.
So that can be checked off and can say that these things are being managed appropriately.
Okay, will do.
Thank you. That's it.
Members, any other council questions? At this point, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a break. The food is actually inside the break room, and we're going to have to take 15 minutes to grab, because we've got a long agenda. I'm sorry, were you finished?
Yeah, you have another department.
Oh, I apologize.
Yeah.
Okay, I apologize.
Trying to finish it early.
I'm sorry.
This one will be pretty quick. The maintenance shop is pretty quick.
I apologize. I'm hungry.
You hungry?
Not the only one, Mayor.
Sorry about that.
Okay, we'll keep it simple. Okay, as far as our highlights for the maintenance shop, we expanded the workforce capacity, successfully hired 2 new additional maintenance mechanics to assist Mike in the shop. We've improved equipment and storage by purchasing a new 40-foot Connex box to house all of the maintenance equipment that is used. We've upgraded the facility layout. We configured the tire room so that it is more effective when we have to change out any of the equipment. We are focused on safety and training. We continue to implement a routine safety inspection and provide ongoing training aligned with current industry standards and trends. Now, FY26 goals is to enhance mobile response capabilities, to secure a dedicated service vehicle to support roadside response and emergency repairs, to optimize shop operations, continue enhancements to the shop layout and workspace organization to boost productivity and efficiency. Because now we have 3 people, we have to kind of use the space a little differently. Advanced workforce development, maintain commitment to professional development by continuing training aligned with the evolving industry standards. And achieve industry certification, support the 2 new technicians by obtaining their ASE certifications to elevate service quality and technical proficiency.
Quick question about the certification. Does the city pay for that, or does the city pay for that certification for somebody to serve?
The city does
Okay.
for that.
Great.
They have a year once they're hired to obtain that certification.
Gotcha. That's what I was wondering. Mr. Whitwell, go ahead.
Another question in reference to that. So with the continued training, you already pinpoint future training for electric vehicles or hybrid vehicles so that the technicians are able to do their maintenance on those as well.
We are, but I'm gonna let Mike speak on that. He's been dying to talk about that all day.
Come on, Mike, talk to me, Mike.
Okay, there we go. Yes, excuse me. There was a delay in some of the training that was offered because of the pandemic. It took a while for everything to finally come back. We work really heavily with NAPA, and they have actually implemented a new training program. They actually built a facility just for that. And they're working on implementing electric and hybrid training into their program. So yes, it's definitely forecast for the future.
Good. And back to you, Ms. Director.
Okay.
So your trucks, and I saw your gasoline usage, but for an 8-hour shift, an electric vehicle or a hybrid vehicle would even be more efficient with less usage of fossil fuels. So are you thinking along those lines as well? I know city administration has been pushing out some things, so.
Yeah, and that is correct. We have spoken about using electric vehicles or hybrids. I think we were trying to roll those out first to like the police administration just to see how it worked. But yeah, we are so on board for trying something new.
Right. So in light of future hybrids and electric vehicles, have you already started planning where you would need to have charging stations for the vehicles that are left overnight?
Yes, we have worked with Tom Banks, our electrical supervisor, to start beginning to look at what that plan would look like and the most appropriate place for those charging stations.
Thank you. I didn't ask that last night, but thank you.
Any other questions?
Okay.
All right, well, thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
We
She's
know
not
about
done Y'all see the mayor's hungry, right?
I apologize.
I'm going to zoom through it pretty quick.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
As far as our personnel is not changing. We still have the same 3 people in the maintenance shop. Our purchase and contract services, we did go down on these contract services. Uniforms are pretty basic. Repair and maintenance equipment is the same. It's the repair of any of their lifts or anything that they use on a daily basis. Repair and maintenance vehicles is for the vehicle that they currently have, anything that they can't repair that we send out. Communications is for the phone and computer service that they have. Postage is anytime they have to send out any equipment. Travel expense, pretty self-explanatory. Dues and subscription is for the Napa Track system, which is the system that they use, which he was speaking of, where they can go do those trainings. Mayor, I feel like I'm talking so fast right now. So that's for and then for the training with the 3 people at 2 classes per per budget year, that is what the $1,500 will cover.
As it relates to the vehicles that you have to send out for repairs, how do you come up with those vendors? What's the process of selecting the vendors, that's the outside vendor in this case?
Usually it's just the dealers themselves, because most of the vehicles that we do have to send out are current and they're just out of warranty. And for us to actually try to acquire the parts, it just makes more financial sense just to go ahead and let the dealer do it. A perfect example would be like a transfer case in one of the new PIUs, or excuse me, one of the new Explorers. I apologize. It's, for me to try to even find one was going to take an act of, to be honest, an act of God to get it, because they're so limited in supply.
Okay.
So,
Yes, sir.
so another question. So we're not using the same process that we have for the other vehicles for fleet as we do for the general services?
Yes.
We are.
Same process.
Okay, so with those, you just do general maintenance and they go back to the fleet for major things, or no?
Well, we do all the maintenance on any of the enterprise vehicles that we have. It's anything that may be under warranty still that we'll send off, or if, like Mike stated, is some kind of part that is a little more difficult for us to obtain, but easier for the dealership to obtain, then we just send those off to that location.
And we are exchanging them out prior to the warranty period expiring, correct?
Yes, as we spoke, I believe, yesterday evening, the ideal timeframe is about 3 years. And the vehicle warranties typically are longer than that on these vehicles that we're getting from Enterprise. And so, yes, our goal would be to make sure we swap those vehicles out within the warranty period.
Okay, we go.
All right. Supplies, basic supplies, office supplies, gasoline, $1,000 that's used for any equipment that they use, as well as the vehicle that they currently have. Small equipment is for their scanner, the tire changing machine, the tire balancer. Let's see, miscellaneous supplies is for any of their hand tools that we have to replace. And because we have 3 employees now, we require a little more hand tools. And repair parts is any of the vehicle parts that are not covered by any of the other departments, this is what this covers. Total personnel services, $243,755. Total purchase contract, $11,842. Total supplies, $39,300, for a total ask of $294,897. The end, Mayor.
The end.
Mr. Whitworth.
All right, this question is not for you. I'm going to city administration.
Okay.
Can you enlighten me on the increased security of our Howell Avenue extension with the gates that's being?
So we have done some maintenance on that gate to ensure that it is working properly, and we've also communicated very clearly to all of our staff who have a need to use that, because as you know, all of our vehicles fuel up there, and that's public safety, everyone else around the clock, to ensure that we're diligent about maintaining the closure of that gate. I will tell you, as a long-term consideration, we are looking at reconfiguring that area to provide upgraded facilities. That facility is quite aged. We did an enclosure at that facility approved by council in the last budget to create a little bit more of an accommodating space for our staff and a little bit more security as well. But we need to look at a different configuration and a newer facility. Buildings and Operations has begun that process. It is in the early process. That's all city-owned property. It is not only aged, but it's a little difficult when fire apparatus are trying to get in there. It's a very difficult navigation to get around that building. And so the best solution is to come up with a better footprint for that area. So that's early in the process. But we try to keep that gate secured. There's standard security on the facility that's there, and there are cameras at that location as well.
Okay, thank you for that. And I would just add, and in no way am I suggesting to delay the public safety complex. That would be an ideal place in the future to add another fueling station, if you will, that will accommodate the larger fire trucks as well as all the other cars that we have in the city.
Absolutely, and in our early conversations around what the needs in that area are, that was key, is to create a better fueling opportunity there, because as I mentioned, there's some navigation issues with larger apparatus, and so we would certainly keep that key in the planning process.
All right.
Thank you.
If you're finished, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Okay.
Hey, Gail, he didn't say a word. He's not going to. He's gone, right?
Members of council, we're going to take at least 15 minutes because, again, like I said, we've got another thing, other department heads to go to. Next presenter. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of council. I am here tonight to present a Human Resources FY26 proposed budget. I'm going to start with our highlights and FY26 goals. One of our first highlights is this year we improved our benefits administration. We were originally under a system called Employee Navigator, which was through our benefits broker. What we found was that we were really not able to access our employee benefits information as well as we would like to. So we transitioned that service in-house. I'm excited to say with the help of our HR specialist, Ms. Hickman, we went through about an 8-week implementation through Paycom. It was very successful. Our open enrollment was very successful. And with this benefits administration module, our employees had the ability to log on their cell phones. We worked with them in the training room. And when we transitioned our benefits over to payroll this year, it was with no errors.
Wow, that's good.
Thank you. We also launched our first wellness fair this year. One of the things that we did when we designed this is that we did not want this to be a standard like health fair where employees just kind of came in and saw vendors and got information. This was a wellness fair, which allowed our employees to come in, engage with a lot of our vendors who were designed through our 8 dimensions of wellness. It was very engaging. We had kickbox classes, we had the farmer's market, we had preventive screenings such as blood pressure checks. We had chair massages, we had stretch labs. We had a DJ, we had an amazing time. Oh, wow. So that was our first wellness fair, and our employees enjoyed it. And then I will combine our expanded wellness program along with our strengthening our wellness culture. We had a preventive screening campaign that we did this year, again, looking at those chronic illnesses, having some on-site preventive screenings such as dental care and things of that nature. We also did some really cool things as it relates to our Women's Health Awareness Month along with our Men's Health Awareness Month, and we did what we called a 6-track table talk. So while we also kind of looked at breast cancer wellness, we also work with all of our women here in the city and just looking at self-care. A lot of the things that we do as women that we struggle with, we had a guest speaker to kind of come in, and it proved to be a successful event. So we're really excited about some of our FY25 highlights. Transitioning into our FY26 goals, we are always looking to increase our wellness program, so we are going to continue to build upon all of our wellness initiatives to include preventive screenings. But this year, we're looking to also branch that out to where we're doing some claim-based screening. We had an opportunity to meet with our Cigna manager to take a look at our utilization report. And we were able to come out of that meeting with some good data, some good information, and opportunities that we can increase our wellness initiatives. And this is also going to include us expanding some wellness benefits. Strengthening our workforce development and support on organizational compliance, I will combine that. This year, we actually implemented workplace harassment mandatory training citywide. That proved to be fun, very educational, and just increased awareness of our employees as it relates to our policy and federal laws. We're looking to continue to do that this year as we're building our training program for additional policy classes, federal classes that we want our employees to be able to attend, to include launching a learning management module that will coincide with enhancing performance and management, where we're looking to implement a new performance management module this year. I will move forward to our personnel line. We are not changing any of our personnel numbers. We're still at 5. Transitioning into our purchase and contract line, I'm just going to highlight a few of these line items. Our wellness program dollars was $20,000 last year. It increased to $22,500. Again, Cigna is looking at a lot of the wellness things that we're doing here. So They increased our amount to the maximum amount that we can obtain for this size organization. So it went from 20,000 to 22,500. I will also say that with all the wellness initiatives that we had for this year, we were able to be reimbursed the $20,000 that we allocated for this year. We increased our postage line just by maybe $100. I decreased the travel line by 50%. I think it was $6,000 last year. We're only asking for $3,000 this year. I also decreased our dues and subscription line by about 60%. It still allows us to be able to cover dues and subscriptions for professional memberships that myself, along with many of the team members that I have on our team. Training, I also decreased that line. Well, I increased it just kind of a little bit. That line item allows for myself, along with members of my staff who have their national HR certification, to be able to attend training and also be able to get those certification credits that goes along with their certifications. And the biggest line item under purchase and contract services is other contract services, which is $93,000. That's inclusive of invoices and things that we have with our EAP program, our current HRIS module, and asking for just some additional dollars as it relates to the new performance management module that we're looking to implement this year. Total contract line is $157,200.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Yes, sir.
The indication, in terms of your travel, you indicated that you cut it down from what? Did you say 6?
I decreased that line by about 50% this year. I believe last year was 6,000.
And my question would be the training, knowing that, being that you have certification, I've got certifications too.
Yes.
And so my question is, all your certification training is virtual? You don't have to go anywhere?
It's not. I would love to be able to travel out of state and do some other things, but we got a lot going on. But I have been able to kind of forecast and look at things that are right here, that are close by, that are more local, that allows us to still kind of be able to be good stewards over our budget line that will not take me to $6,000 for this fiscal year.
And so, and then my final question, your continuing education, that's, I guess, that your certification requires?
Yes, sir.
You're able to do that all online? And
I can tell you that this year, I have my certification as a professional in HR. I have to be recertified every 3 years. And fortunately, I was able to maintain that and got recertified in May of this year without using many of city dollars. I was able to do some virtual training, train with attorneys, lawyers, things of that nature, HR classes that I didn't have to utilize a lot of.
I have a quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Ms. Champagne, in reference to the wellness program, Cigna contributes a lot to that, don't they? Or how does that work?
So Cigna, based on kind of our wellness initiatives, they allocate what we call wellness dollars. Last year, we actually went from, when I first got here, from $5,000, and it has tripled since I've been here. Last year was $20,000. What the city does is the city pretty much fronts that money for the fiscal year. And as we have wellness initiatives, those dollars and purchases are justified. We provide receipts, things of that nature, and then all of those things are approved. And then at the end of the year, Cigna then will turn over a check back to the city for that amount that we were approved for.
Wonderful. Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Go ahead.
The general miscellaneous supplies line, I decreased that line a little bit. My uniforms and clothing line, I only increased that, I think about $100 or so, only because I have a new staff member. And then in the employee appreciation line, I did increase that, I believe maybe about $1,500, and that's only because we do have more employees that we're hiring, and we have a new hire breakfast that we do every year. And last year, I think it was about 60 employees that we celebrated them coming to the city, choosing us as the city to work for. We have a speaker every year as part of that new hire breakfast, and we do the annual end of the year employee appreciation / field day. Last year we had our public safety along with general employees compete with one another. We had an amazing time. So that's the reason why that line item increased just a little bit. In summary, total personnel services is $529,730. Total purchase contract, $157,200. Total supplies, $16,800. Total requested in expenditures, $703,730. That's an increase of my overall budget, maybe about 5% than what it was in FY25.
You're here, Ms. Jones.
First of all, congratulations on the recertification. And super congratulations on leveraging the dollars that were available from our health insurance carrier. I recall when we, first started having that discussion long before you arrived. And, we started the wellness program here in the city of Fairburn. And I am really impressed at the next level for which your department has taken it. So thank you so much for that. I know last year we talked about, because police, they instituted, more intentional wellness program. Can you talk about if there is any coordination with what the police department does for its staff and what you're doing for the overall city?
Yes, I have had meetings with the police command, the chief, and the deputy chief. There is some difficulty and/or challenge with our police officers because of the shifts that they work. But I do think that we have been collaborative in an effort and really just trying to leverage and see what additional wellness initiatives that we can provide for our public safety. Yes, oftentimes we may see more of our fire personnel because they're on a 24-hour shift and they're able to come oftentimes. But I will say that for the most part, our police department, they really do try, and they're out there when we have our wellness events. They do show up when they can absolutely kind of show up.
Okay, I appreciate that. I just know we had that discussion and I just wanted an update. And then lastly, could you introduce all of your staff?
Yes.
I know two of the three, so let us meet the third one.
Yes.
And give us an opportunity to welcome her aboard.
Absolutely. And if you all don't mind, while I introduce them, before you have any more questions, I have one more thing that I would like to present to you. So if my staff could come forward. I just want to take this opportunity to first introduce everyone. I have Ms. Ashley Hickman here. She is our assigned HR specialist. I have Ms. Crystal Starr. She is our HR journalist. Miss April Montano is not here. She's on the beach. She's on vacation, but I think she's watching. So, hey, April, if you're watching. And our newest member, thank Mayor and Council and City Administration for allowing me to add an additional position to my budget as of last year. And with that, Miss Tiffany Lopez is an internal promotion. So she is our newest HR coordinator. Awesome. And she's been amazing.
Awesome. Welcome.
Welcome.
I had the pleasure in July of this year to be a panel member on one of my national certifications, which is the Public Sector Human Resources Association, formerly known as IPMA-HR. That webinar was held nationally. I was on a panel of members across the country, extending all the way to California. That webinar was live. And I was pleased to be a part of that because I was able to show how our city invests as it relates to training dollars and in career development for our staff. And I say that to say that while we don't have a performance management module here, myself along with my other colleagues do take time to have one-on-one sessions with our employees and set career goals, professional goals, and things of that nature. So I want to take this moment to congratulate Ms. Crystal Starr. I have had one-on-one meetings with her. I set a career goal with her, and I just would not let her give up. We set aside a training plan for her, and she, in May of this year, obtained her certification, SHRM CP, SHRM Certified Professional, National, and she obtained that in May of this year. So I want to take this opportunity to congratulate her. That is a hard test. I want to say to her, thank you for being committed to this craft. It is not easy, but obtaining this certification certainly shows that you are committed to the HR profession, that you are staying up to date as it relates to trends and best practices in human resources, and you just would not give up. So congratulations to you.
That is remarkable.
And I'm sorry, SHRM stands for Society of Human Resources Management.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Congrats, Chris.
Wow.
That is beautiful. Congratulations. Go ahead, girl. All right, you look like red and white now.
Does she have anything that she would like to say? Go, Crystal. Glow, Crystal. You better know, Crystal.
I'm not going to take up too much time, but I would just like to say to Ms. Champagne, thank you so much for not allowing me to give up and just being and sticking with me and just being that cheerleader and just helping me to just stay strong and fight through. We've had some challenges, but we made it through, and so I do plan to pursue another certification.
Wow.
But it does speak volumes to leadership, not only the Champagne, but also city administration for investing in city employees. So thank y'all.
Congratulations again. Awesome. That's awesome.
Thank you.
Are you at the end of your presentation?
I'm done.
Does anybody have a question for, yes, go ahead, Ms. Hudson.
Thank you for all of your glows and growing staff here. I think that's something that is definitely needed and always to make sure that we retain staff. But most importantly, I want to have this conversation, it's a repeat. And I don't support not having employee evaluations in place. We talked about this extensively last year. When we talk about measuring performance, looking at the job descriptions of those employees, and we can definitely gauge better evidence-based on how we need to push in to improve practice, definitely making sure that we are measuring performance and that the tax dollar is leveraged based off of that performance. Noting that we have had issues in the past that has left us without liability insurance. This is a concern for me. And Mr. Phillips, I'm just gonna say this to you guys. This is not how we run. One-on-ones is great. I don't want anybody to think that that's building rapport, building relationships. But we have to have an objective stance. So a year now, we don't have performance evaluations in place. A year has passed. We don't know to the letter the performance of our staff. Council doesn't know anything about retention rates. It said we have 60 employees that hire, how many remain from last year? We have to work on transparency and making sure that we don't skew gray areas when it comes to this. I don't know no major corporation that runs effectively and efficiently without employee survey performance. If you know, please tell me and how they doing with that. The buddy system works sometimes, but Fairburn is a full-fledged public entity that is responsible for the tax dollar and how it's used. So if we are not doing performance evaluations and we are doing professional development, How do you accurately measure the outcomes from the development? How do you tell that story? How do you quantify that story? So we can't make a case for, although I don't have or we don't do performance evaluations, we do one-on-ones. And I just think that I have not been heard on this, and it's not being respected in the city. And we have a lot of concerns coming from staff. We talked about in depth salary equity and transparency last year. We received no reports or updates on what we are doing to make sure that all staff, existing staff and incoming staff, are appropriately compensated. We're not being engaged on key processes or EOs that are being filed with the city. We have to make sure that we cover ourselves. And I'm being very light with this right now, but it's going to be more to come with this, Mr. Phillips, because a year has passed, and I don't know how you run a city without key performance indicators. How do you efficiently run and track progress without these evaluations in place? It's all about accountability and communication. Evaluations are a form of communication from the employer to the employee about their performance, their growth, needs, and areas. And so that's just the basics for me that's not here. And I don't want to rain on the parade of all the great things that have been done with the wellness program and all of that, but I'm not going to not speak to the elephant in the room about climate and culture, and that's important. I want the city administrators to take this serious, because when people leave this city, it becomes a smear campaign. When people leave this city and file EEO complaints, you don't have a finger on them to stop them from sending stuff out to the public or to any of us. And I want to let you all know today that I have received several email communications from former employees who have documented their proof that they have filed these complaints against our city. This is only fair that we be true. I'm being truthful with you all. And I don't think if by way of communicating with a council member that I'm interfering. I'm here to safeguard this city and employees, irregardless to what we may believe. That's why I'm here, and I show that every time I show up. So I'm not satisfied with the employee evaluations in, because it does not look good for us. It does not. So I want to know, what is the plan moving forward to make sure that we have employee evaluations in place, that we have a system in place where employees can consult or share whatever adversarial concerns that they have without feeling like that they will be targeted or retaliated against. And so with that, I'm going to yield right now. I do have some more follow-up questions for you, depending on what you answer, but this is not off the table at all. This is not acceptable at all. We have to have KPIs in place. Got to have this in place.
So there are several points I'd like to make. One is that included in this budget is the allocation to implement the performance management system through PAYCON. Ms. Champagne has been diligently working on that, among all the other issues. Those conversations did not fall on deaf ears, and it is included in this budget. As it relates to EEO complaints, in my 25 years of local government work, I have never known a municipality where there were no EEO complaints. I'm not justifying that, but I will tell you that it is part of what happens when you employ over 200 people. I'm aware of those EEO complaints. I do not believe that our EEO complaints are at a level that exceeds what you would see in most cities. We deal with them on a case-by-case basis. Climate and culture are key to what we do. We've been able to get full employment in general services and a high retention rate in police department because we're paying attention to climate and culture. Key performance indicators are done for every department on a monthly basis. You receive a city administrator's report that is typically 25, 30 pages long that lists key performance indicators, data, real-time performance, the dashboards that are done in planning and zoning. And so I want to be clear that we are measuring departmental performance. You are correct. Your point about performance and management for individual employees is in this year's budget, and it will be implemented in the next upcoming fiscal year. In terms of climate and culture, it is always at the forefront of what we do. We've been able to build the staff, and some of the improvement that you've seen over the last 2 days are evidence of that. It is a key issue. And although when you employ over 200 employees, there will be instances where an employee leaves and may be disgruntled, may have concerns, our overall culture does not reflect that for all of our staff. Recognizing that everyone has their own perspective, we work through those EEO cases when they come forward and try our best to come to a reasonable conclusion. So the performance management system is in this proposed budget, and if approved, will be implemented in the upcoming fiscal year.
Okay, so I want to thank you for that response, Mr. Administrator, but I want to get right to the nuts and bolts about the process of tracking complaints and making sure climate and culture meets the objectives that's set by this administration. I want to know what is in place for employees to report concerns of unfair treatment without fear of retaliation. You don't have to answer now, and I can email these questions to you. You can answer as well. How are such complaints investigated, and how is impartiality ensured? What training is provided to managers on preventing bias and ensuring equitable treatment? Now, that one I want to answer to tonight, possibly. And how is HR tracking patterns and complaints to identify systemic issues?
Ms. Champagne, you can respond to the tracking process.
The first thing that I want to respond to is we have a policy in place, and under that policy, there's a complaint procedure process. When I arrived here in the city, the climate was that employees did not come to HR. Since I've been here, I have an open door. I have employees that stop by to see me all the time. I am out there in departments. I work directly with department directors. I have one-on-one meetings with those department directors. Employees are absolutely comfortable coming to my office and complaining or filing a complaint if they so need to. I have been, in many instances, mitigated, provided conflict resolution, met with employees along with their managers or supervisors to resolve conflict at their department level. Yes, I track those. I have an Excel spreadsheet. I work very closely with all department directors, managers, and our supervisors across the city. I know every situation that's happening here in the city because I work just that closely with employees.
The personnel policy that is currently in place prohibits retaliation. We've had that personnel policy in place. Every employee that's hired in the city in their orientation is made aware of that personnel policy and the key aspects of it. We talk frequently with our department head meetings about maintaining policy across a number of different areas. We've spoken specifically about there will be no retaliation in this city. That is always a possibility, but it is something that is in the policy that is expressly discussed. We ensure that anyone that files a complaint is not subject to any form of retaliation. And not only is it in the policy, it is something that we speak about with our department leadership on a regular basis. As Ms. Champagne mentioned, those complaints are tracked. We have used third-party resources where it was necessary to do so to ensure objectivity, and so that we can create a process for employees where they can report issues. And I will tell you that there are a number of employee issues that come up on a regular basis that are resolved collaboratively, where solutions are put in place, where positive steps are implemented, where improvements have been made across multiple departments. And so it is key in everything that we do to pay attention to climate and culture. We have a personnel policy that speaks to specific elements such as retaliation, the complaint procedure, the reporting procedure. All of that is contained in the policy that currently is implemented.
Understand.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, you want to go ahead?
Yes, ma'am. Lastly, I want to also kind of reiterate, prior to my arrival here, there was not a standard or structured new hire orientation. Since I arrived, I developed a new hire orientation presentation. All employees that are newly hired they are in new hire orientation for about 6 hours. During that time frame, not only are they provided information as it relates to the city's culture, information as it relates to how the city is organized, they're also receiving information regarding their benefits, city policy, and they're also receiving training as it relates to complaints, workplace harassment, workplace violence, things of that nature. And again, as I mentioned in my presentation, this year, we've rolled out several employee and manager sessions as it relates to workplace harassment. That was a almost 3-hour training where every manager, every department director, every supervisor, every employee active in the city were mandated to attend that training.
What I want to clarify with you is, I know it's taxing to take on all the burdens of knowing everything that's going on. And Paycom is a system that can track those complaints. Okay, it does multiple things. So I don't want to go out the wheelhouse of spending more money, but Paycom can track those complaints. Now, I didn't hear any explanation about how we analyzing salaries to make sure that everybody is equitable, because that's the issue.
Thank you for that. And I may have covered this yesterday before you arrived. We have implemented, and I think the final procurement process concludes later this month.
18th.
On the August 18th, we will finalize the procurement process for our next full classification and compensation independent third-party study, where we will have an outside vendor selected through a procurement process that will come in and do a class and compensation study that is inclusive of every employee in the city. It will look at comparable cities. It will compare what we are paying based on what other cities that are reasonable comparisons to Fairburn are paying, and ensure that we are compensating employees appropriately. It will also make recommendations that will be brought to this council as to what we should do after our last compensation study, which was nearly 3 years ago, in an inflationary economy where costs and everything are going up. And those recommendations will be brought before you at the conclusion of that study. I think the length of time hovers somewhere between 60 and 90 days for that study to be completed. If August 18th, when it closes, it would be our hope that it would be available and brought forth to this council with recommendations before the end of the calendar year.
Okay, so that's underway. Okay, thank you.
Okay, you hear Mr. Jones?
I agree that we probably could use more data. I'm really concerned about the comments that are being made that there's an issue with culture throughout the entire city with all of the employees, that we have EEO complaints that are abnormal, right? If we're talking 1, 2, 5, 10, whatever the number, we should know what those numbers are.
because that's a legal issue, and that's one that should be brought to us. I would also say that we, as a body, need to have a discussion about how we're defining culture. What does that mean? I think we all have a different definition of what that means. And in fact, that's probably one of those items we should have discussed at our retreat. So I am asking that, we have that conversation, but that it definitely be an agenda item on our next retreat to have a conversation about what we all mean about culture. What do you mean, the employees? What do you mean about culture? What things that are satisfactory to you? What are the things that are attractive to you working as an employee for the city? What are those things that are not? That really is an ongoing conversation that we should have. And I believe we talked in the past about exit interviews and capturing some of that information. It would be great if you shared that information with us as well as we talk about everybody's perception of culture. Because we really do need to be on the same page with that, because otherwise, how can we make decisions about what we do, how we do, if we all have different ideas about what that means? And so I would encourage us to, if you would please, give us the statistics that you have at the moment. Give us a summary of the exit surveys that you've done since you've been here or since you've implemented that. And if there was anything else, that's available. And I would love to have, to hear how you define culture. What does that mean, right? Because your definition may not be the same as ours, and we really do need to be on the same page regarding that. And lastly, and I just want to say it again, I am just really concerned that this conversation makes it sound like this is a rampant problem, that we have an overwhelming number. I know we don't. But only the numbers will support that, okay? So provide us that data so that we can talk from fact and not from the different perceptions that people have about any of these issues. Okay.
Absolutely, and let me
Quick
add to
follow-up
that.
to.
No, I need her to answer. I need him to answer that, please.
Answer that.
Let me
then
add to
then
this.
I'll come to you, and then I'll
I
come
will
back.
coordinate, get some guidance for the city attorney. Many of the EEO-related issues have legal implications, and the manner in which we discuss those is probably most appropriate for executive session. But I will wholeheartedly work with them and the mayor because the commentary does not match the facts. And I know that because I'm on the ground with employees every day. And some suggestion that we have a rampant, dysfunctional culture, I want you to have those numbers. I want you to see what they actually are so that we can work on facts and information. We have nearly 230 employees. I'd like for you to see how many EEO claims came out of that so that we can dispel this idea that there is some growing, massive discontent among employees. As a city administrator who works with staff every day, I don't believe that to be true, and I know the numbers will paint a factual picture as to what that is. To your point about culture, yes, it is defined differently, and so we need to have a robust conversation, be it at the next retreat, so that we can talk about what that actually means, because that is another term that gets used frequently and may be understood very, very differently. Over the last nearly 4 years, I have seen what has happened in departments as we have been working to improve culture. Many of the things that you heard from the HR department this evening did not exist 3 years ago. There weren't regular trainings. There weren't trainings on sexual harassment and workplace culture. There weren't employee wellness events. There weren't events that are centric to employees. There wasn't a Women's Day recognition. There wasn't a Men's Day recognition. Those are not one-off solutions to everything, but we've invested in culture. So absolutely, we can have a conversation in an executive session about what those numbers look like, because I think the facts should be in front of you so they will understand the true context of these employee issues. Yes, every city has them. I think you need to see the numbers, and we will certainly make sure you get them so we can dispel this idea that somehow Fairburn is different, that we've got huge numbers of EEO concerns or complaints, and I think the facts will give you a better, clearer, factual picture of what that is.
Davis, and then I'll come to Ms. Back to Ms.
Yeah, I'll be brief.
Go ahead.
Yes. I just want to say several things. And since we're on the topic of culture, I want to talk about my experience as it relates to culture in the city of Fairburn. 3 years ago, I didn't need to look at data to see or feel the culture in this city. It was toxic. It was demeaning, not only to the employees, but also to me personally. I was traumatized 3 years ago. So however you define culture, you don't have to see it on data. You can see it on employees' faces. You can feel the energy of toxicity. Employees not being treated right, not being recognized, being cursed out, being fired on the spot. So, however you define culture, if you want to put it on paper, culture exists not necessarily on paper. You can have it on paper, but there's a culture of being able to see, feel, touch, and experience the environment, the look on the employees' faces when you see them, when you greet them, when they are crying around you. So from 3 years ago to now, it's like night and day. So sure, there's always room for improvement. But I'm here to tell you that I'm going to look at the good things that's happening here in the city of Fairburn. I'm going to elevate that. There's always bad stuff. We can always complain about this, that, and the other. But I'm going to lift up the good. When you lift up the good, you lift up everything, regardless of what other people say. The other thing I want to mention is in reference to PAYCOM, Ms. Champagne. One of the major things that I looked at when we brought that module, or whatever you call it, to us is, was there an opportunity for employees to anonymously report any activity or any trauma or anything that they are going through? Was it anonymous? And that PAYCOM system, from what I remember, has a module for that. Now, I don't know if that module has been activated, but we do have that at our fingertips. I'm done.
I'll be brief.
Go ahead, Ms. Hudson.
So, want to be clear. Don't take kindly to my words being misconstrued. I did not say that it was this enormous amount of ELCs. Run the tape back, okay? I think when we start talking about change and really challenging change from an objective perspective, then we shouldn't be getting in our feelings. Don't try to create a narrative that I see only thing negative. Yes, we do need to see the data, Mr. Phillips. Yes, we do. Yes, culture is defined as a collective definition. I agree with that. But not one time in my statement did I say at all that this was an enormous issue. Let's stop with the wordplay, okay? The facts is that we can celebrate just as much as we can instruct, train, and build up. I'm tired of hearing about what wasn't here 3 years ago. All of these underlying hits to a last administration with personal feelings about situations that I had nothing to do with. That's gone. This is 2025. We have an administration that's been in place since 2022. Be the stars of your own show by not digging up the past, because we are moving forward. There's no way to move forward if you're looking behind yourselves and justifying things that need to be corrected based off of how somebody was personally treated or felt. That's just not substantial. I believe in objective, proper planning, not subjective. I don't want the hearsay. I want the facts. That's the only thing that I lean on, is the facts. And by the way, Mr. Phillips, did you see me burning down your email telling you that I had all of this stuff? No.
No, ma'am.
You know why? Because that's not a part of my wheelhouse, and there is a place to have this discussion when we talk about HR performance and all of that. So yes, I want to see the data as well.
Absolutely.
Any one or two. I don't discredit. Yes, we're going to have disgruntled employees in any situation. Let's not always try to sugarcoat stuff. In your in being ingrained in all of these feelings, Mr. Phillips, not one time did I accuse any leader in this city or the city administration at all for all of that. So there was no reason for you to even get defensive with me about that, because that wasn't my narrative. That was somebody else's interpretation.
Understood. And let me be clear about what I was trying to communicate. So I wasn't being defensive.
Thank you.
I was simply speaking to the reality that I see every day working with employees. You rarely heard me talk about 3 years ago, because I look forward to solve problems and to create better things. But what I know factually is that the culture in this employee staff side of the city is vastly improved. I talk to our employees. I don't just sit in my office. I speak with our employees. So I know things that I can't share with you in this forum, but I know we're in a better place. Now let me pause, Ms. Hudson. We are never there. You will never hear me say we're there. There's always better. There's always more we should be doing. In Paycom, right now, every employee that has it can pull up on their phone the city's personnel policy and look at it if they have a question. Not only is it done in orientation, but every employee across the city who has Paycom, the personnel policy is in that app. We have room to grow, and I'm going to get you the facts. Ms. Hudson, I want you to have that data so that you can see the numbers, all of your colleagues can see the numbers, and have, I believe, as you do, that data clarifies. And so that information, I think, will draw a clear picture. Defensive, I'm not. Passionate about our employees, I am. Because I believe we have one of the best group of employees you will find anywhere. And we are fortunate to have them working here, and we do the best we can to retain them. When I arrived here, General Services, Ms. Hicks sat there today and told you for the first time in her memory she's fully staffed. The day I walked in the door, she had 50% vacancies. That's one anecdotal example. That doesn't speak for the entire city, but I want to get that data to you so we can have a full-throated conversation in the appropriate forum.
I appreciate clarification.
Yes, ma'am.
Because in all thy getting, get wisdom.
Amen.
And an understanding.
Amen. And let me, one other thing. I was not accusing you of anything, Ms. Hudson.
I just wanted to clarify.
Please, if my passion came across that way, let me apologize. That was not my intent.
I ain't never scared, Mr. Phillips. I ain't never scared. No, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead, Mr. Whitmore.
Champagne, good evening.
Good evening.
I have a couple of questions for you. I'll stay on Paycom for a second. So it was just stated that with Paycom, every employee has it on their phone, so you don't have any baby boomers that do not know how to activate that app?
If there is someone that doesn't know how to get in, I mean, they typically will come to HR. We will walk them through the process. So, yeah.
Good. And
All
then
employees have the ability to log into their employee self-service.
and then I think last budget season, we asked a question in reference to the personnel policy, and there were things that were being updated that the employees, all the employees did not have the same thing. And with Paycom, as you're updating policy, that's available immediately.
As we update any policy, it goes out citywide to all employees. In addition to that, any updates that we make, we provide the revised version through the Paycom module. So it's attached to every employee's position. So if they log in, if we make a change, they're going to see the revised version.
Right, so we no longer have a handbook. Everything is through Paycom.
Everything is, we're moving electronic, so we don't pass out a copy of the handbook anymore. Everything is electronic. And as a matter of fact, they sign the employee handbook acknowledgement form electronically.
Okay. And then I heard a brief mention about retaliation, all right? And we did talk about the whistleblower policy that I believe is still sitting over on the legal side of the house. Do you have an update about that, sir?
I don't have an update this evening, but I'll have one for you by next week.
Okay. Because what was mentioned is, I mentioned, is the state whistleblower policy, all right? And I think I said in a couple of meetings, because of the information that was coming forth from personnel, that they have the right to utilize the state whistleblower policy. And again, I did that for a reason, because I didn't want any of our Fairburn personnel to feel as though they were being retaliated against. And of course, I don't see everybody all the time, but as you know, I come in contact with a lot of the city employees. So I just wanted to follow up on that.
Absolutely. I'll provide you an update, Councilman Whitmore. Thank you for that.
Champagne, you just had a presentation for someone that just completed a certification, which is not an easy certification to achieve. And I'm not sure what we have in our recognition for those that meet those qualifications to enhance their ability to produce for the city in said departments. Is there anything in place for that?
We do have an employee recognition program. We currently, right now, do not have budgeted in our class and comp plan as it relates to incentivizing certifications or degrees or things of that nature.
Okay, because we do have various departments that have people that perform specialty skills that require certification. So I would be interested in finding out per department what those certifications and qualifications are. I'll use PD and FD for an example. Basic firefighters, EMTs, paramedics, so on and so forth. Same thing in the police department, getting certified with their recalibration of the radar equipment, CPR, various other things that they do. So I know we have different departments with different type of certifications. I'd be interested to see how many we have out there, Mr. City Administrator. And also, in light of that, you know, that's time that these individuals put in to promote themselves to be more of an asset to the city in specialty areas. And I'll just talk about HR since you just highlighted your member. So I just wanted to ask about that. You mentioned the other day, Mr. City Administrator, that we don't have work from home policy. We have a policy, but we don't have anyone that is exercising that, right?
That's correct, but there is a policy, a council-approved policy.
So, this is just for you, and I'm not I'm not here to throw out names and shade or anything else, okay? But I can tell you that a lot of times I come to various departments when various things is brought to my attention without going to your office to allow that supervisor, director, whatever, to just handle it, and I'm sure they notify you after the fact. But there's been, not once, but a few occasions that there were certain people that I was being told they were working from home, so I was surprised to hear about that in yesterday's meeting. And we can have a sidebar conversation about that, because I just wanted to be clear that if we're saying we're not, and we are, and again, this has happened on many occasions. And actually, one occasion, when I came looking for them, they said they were down in the administration building, went down there and nowhere to be found. So that was alarming to me as well. I never brought it to your attention. I said, okay, we'll see what happens next time. This is all dealing with HR. So I just wanted to highlight that during this discussion. We're talking budget, yes, but we also talking about things that may or may not be missed, and maybe I missed it, but
So
just wanted to bring it
let
to
me
your
clarify
attention.
my comments on yesterday. Yes, there is a telework policy as approved by council.
Right.
No, we do not have any employees who, as a regular 40-hour working schedule, work from home. However, that policy does allow strategic use of telework where someone, for various reasons, may not be able to come into the office for a limited or temporary period of time. And so there may be instances where for a week or a 2-day period, an employee may be teleworking from home. The statement, and that's why I wanted to clarify, is that unlike some cities who even after COVID still have employees who work
Correct.
2 days in the office and 3 days from home, we don't have any of that. But there are strategic and temporary uses of the approved telework policy as it is needed for specific instances. We've had some of that recently, but we can have an additional conversation, Councilman, about
Look
those
forward to it.
instances.
Look forward to it. And then, still in your area of expertise, last year, we had a 3% across the board raise. Is that correct?
COLA. 3% COLA?
Yes. Everybody.
Yes.
Okay, because I received information that certain people did not receive it. So I'm just asking you just to take a look at it, because I don't have the data. I asked for certain things and I haven't seen it. So I'm just bringing it forth.
Every employee in the city not only received a 3% COLA as approved by mayor and council, we had employee sessions where we met with every employee in every department over a week where they signed off on their COLA letter. It showed them what their salary was at the time and what the 3% COLA increase would be, which was effective October 1.
And then some of the other finer things. When you was talking about your women's program in the beginning, and I was probably writing notes, and I didn't hear you say anything about men.
We did. I was indicating that we did Men's Health Awareness Month. We do what we call Men in Blue, while men dress up in blue. We honor them. We have proactive activities for them. They did a flexibility lunch and learn. They did A1C. They did preventive screenings. We also did a men's table talk as well. We had a speaker from GMA to come out and meet with them.
A really robust conversation around mental health, which is something as men we don't always talk about. So there's been some impactful sessions. It was a really good session.
And when you have it this year or next year or whenever it's going to be next, I would love to know about it. I will say for any man in here that I go annually for a checkup with my doctor, especially because we know what happens with African Americans, right, the prostate. So again, I just want to be clear. I just wanted to make sure that they were included in this, and I missed it because I was writing down other notes. The other thing that I have for you is I just wanted, you kind of came before utilities. I wish utilities would have came before you so that I can have a discussion about staffing and filling billets. But since you're here, okay, I have had communications with the city administrator, and I am alarmed and concerned about electrical. all right, with the many, many allergies that we have had, with the short manpower that we have, and we can talk about what manpower was before versus what manpower is now, all right, which is 50% less than what we had before. I understand that, and I did ask for, I have not received yet, but I believe maybe the clerk may have it. I asked about the on-call list for utilities. And there's certain things that I'm looking for in that, because my concern is, number one, we have people that are gonna leave because they're always on call and coming in, and or they're overworked, tired, and now we have a fatality because of them doing something they should not be doing that electrical work. We know that those are big jolts out there. It will make you fly, I don't know how many feet, but I'm sure he would know that. But I just want to make sure that, number one, for the numbers that we have to show increases for that department, that we're pushing for that, number one. And number two, I just wanted to impress upon you, as well as the administration, the importance of ensuring that those positions take a high priority with all the electrical issues that we have had. And we're getting complaints constantly. Every time we have a storm, we're getting complaints from the same community over and over again. And we just have the electrical guys that are on call, and they're tired. I even went out to the site for the last one without interfering and watched and got in my car and walked away and shook my head, you know? And so I have a major concern, and I just want to make sure that that's important. And I'll be asking you those questions when we come back, when we get you up in a little bit. But for HR side of the house, I wanted to impress upon you the importance of really pushing to fill those positions, and I'm sure we'll be talking about them when we get to utilities.
So to provide a response to that, I will share that every budget year I meet with every department director throughout the city prior to them planning their budget. And in those meetings is my way of getting information from them as it relates to their staffing needs, what their operational needs are. This year, in meeting with the utilities director, along with the utilities manager for electric, Mr. Banks, they requested 3 apprentice linemen and 2 electric linemen, so additional 5 lineman positions for their budget. I will allow my colleague here, Mr. Hampton, to kind of talk through the on-call. I don't manage the on-call procedures and process throughout the department. I would say utilities is not the only department that does on-call. I believe our general services does as well, but I'll allow him the opportunity to speak to that.
Well, I'll be honest with you, I'm not ready to hear from him yet, because I have not received the documentation that I asked for, and it would be, and I asked for it to be printed out. That's what I asked you about, to print it versus electronic. But at any rate, I'm not prepared, because I have not reviewed it yet, sir. And once I review it, I will have a conversation with the city administrator and yourself and see if I see anything that highlights anything of concern for me. I am a data person that I need to have it in front of me. By you articulating it doesn't help me at all, because I don't know your ins and outs and what you're talking about until I have that information in front of me, which I don't have. And just for your information, that was an open record request, all right? But it started out over 3 weeks ago. Then it turned into another request based on information from the mayor and the attorney, how they wanted it. I have never been in a position prior to this administration where I asked for something as an elected official and it's not given to me, and now I have to use the open record request. That's why I have a delay and I am not prepared. I asked well enough in advance, but don't have it. And again, I'm not looking for anything in particular. I think what happens is, as my oath of office, I'm responsible for ensuring that everything is kosher and correct within the organization. But I can't do that if I don't have the data to review. Right? Not saying anything is wrong, not saying you're doing anything wrong, or anything else. It's just a way to educate and then have a conversation to see if we can do something even better. One of the ways of doing that is making sure we have the personnel.
So we will have that conversation when you're at the appropriate time, so we can table on the on-call conversation. As I indicated when we first started this process yesterday, in the general fund, we didn't add any positions due to budgetary constraints. The one area we did add positions you will hear about is the one you're talking about now.
Great.
5 positions that are proposed, if approved by this council, will be 5 additional positions for the electric linemen. I'm acutely aware of it due to my professional responsibilities. Every single time there's a power outage, no matter what time it is, 2 in the morning, 2 in the afternoon, I'm notified. So that makes me acutely aware of how many times Matthew Coles and all those other linemen that he supervises are out. And to your point, Councilman, sometimes multiple times in a week, particularly during this particular season.
Right.
So we want to do everything we can with council approval to give them as many resources as we can, but we'll table that discussion until the appropriate time.
Gotcha. And then also, within that same discussion, well, I'll deal with that when he comes up. So. Okay, thank you. No, that's what I was talking about yesterday, but what was printed. No, and then, but we'll talk about that too. That's it.
As members of council, there's no more questions. I just want to make a comment, and then we'll go to the next department. Ladies and gentlemen, for a lot of folk that may not know it, I have an HR background. My military service and extensive HR background, and so I'm, as a person that's managed a department at Fulton County now for, I guess, well, almost over 10 years, and of all departments, compliance departments in particular, I'm very aware of a lot of the, in this case, key performance indicators. As a matter of fact, I had a discussion today. I'm aware of when we went through a period where we did not have it at Fulton County, as well as now when we do have it. My point for bringing that up, ladies and gentlemen, is just simple. Again, a lot of what the culture, again, and a great point made as relates to what does culture mean to different people. That's a very valid point. It doesn't mean the same to everybody. But I will say this much from the perspective of what culture has always meant to me in this case. The atmosphere in our city among our workforce is drastically 180 degrees in a different direction when I arrived almost 4 years ago, as a result of the you heard me asking questions in the case about your continuing education. I make it no secret that as a person that's pro-education, I'm serious about continuing ed. I'm serious about people's certification. I'm serious about training. I'm serious about, in this case, management atmosphere. Every manager, and part of the reason I required in both administration for people to go through CPM, because everybody that gets promoted to manager is not a manager. And so, again, one of the things that I'll just say, I take pride in this case, the team that we've assembled here. Thank you, Ms. Champagne. A lot, again, we'll always have areas you can improve. I don't care what government you do. Workers learned that lesson while working twice for 2 mayors of the city of Atlanta, where there's always going to be something you can improve on. But the one thing that I was very proud of, and I give Mayor Bill Campbell credit for it, I understood what the value of culture in terms of the way it was taught to me. And that is men and women that wear the uniform or that wear, that wear the badge saying they work for the city of Fairburn is actually proud of the area. Would they be proud of everything we do? Absolutely not. That's not even feasible as it relates to the city of Fairburn. In this case, the customer service, the things that I've heard as relates to the input and the output as relates to customer service response time. Again, ladies and gentlemen, again, you can always find something to improve, but where we were 3.5 years ago and where we are today is a difference of day and night. And again, my goal is to continue to improve, and whenever this body turns over, in the next 4, 5, 8 years, my prayer is that the mark that we have made will make a mark in people's lives that'll live forever. And so with that being said, we can move on to the next department.
Amen. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
How you doing?
Evening.
Today, we're going to present the proposed budget for the fire department. We're going to start out with going over our highlights. This one in particular is real exciting for me with the opening of Fire Station 23. It's like a kid in the candy store with that new station open. I'm very excited about that. That's a lifetime dream for a fire chief in his career, building a new fire station. We celebrated the grand opening of that new state-of-the-art station on Milam Road, and it definitely has enhanced the emergency response capabilities, a growing corridor of the city. We expanded the hazmat capability. As you know, we certified 17 firefighters in hazmat awareness, operations, and technical training, which strengthens our hazardous material incident capability. So with our new rescue truck coming, that truck is going to serve as a hazmat unit, heavy rescue, and technical unit for the city. As you all know, that the train and these tractor trailers bring a lot of hazardous materials through our city. So we have to be capable of handling the situation if it arises. And that's where we come in by being the lead team to actually go in and handle the situation, investigate the incident or what have you, and do the decon if anybody's exposed. Our driver readiness and safety, we required all of our guys to have Class E commercial driver license for driving apparatus because we have the bigger ladder trucks in the city. And plus with the new purchase of the tiller, it improved compliance of safety and allowed these guys key directions on handling large equipment. Strengthening regional partnerships. So we collaborated with other agencies that have tiller trucks and have had them for years. So Cobb County, Johns Creek, and Atlanta Fire, I bet Atlanta Fire probably had tiller trucks for 100 years. So they had the blueprint. And those guys came down, we had talks back and forth, and they helped us out on training our guys on the truck. Some of my goals, when we take delivery of the heavy rescue, I'm very excited about that. It's a nice piece of equipment. It's going to do multiple things for the city. I think you all will be real impressed when it gets here. Our rope rescue training is an ongoing thing where we'll get the guys certified or the remaining guys certified as rope technicians. Sometimes we have major wrecks in the city where cars go off in the ravines or off the side of the bridge, and we have to set up belay lines or raised lower systems to go get them. So that's where that training comes in. Groundbreaking of the Public Safety Center headquarters. We'll be next door to our cousins. We'll be able to share facilities or what have you. And I'm excited about that. And then to launch the cadet leadership program. This will be a mentoring program that we're going to implement in our department for the youth in the community, and give guidance to a lot of the kids in the city. Next. Going over personnel, nothing changed for our personnel. We added personnel back in the mid-year in anticipation of the new fire station. Purchase contract, that pretty much stayed the same too. We did increase the housing supplement a little bit. Guys, our men are so excited about moving to the city. So we have personnel, a good bit of personnel that's moved to the city. Even with the different generations, they love the town. And it's amazing to have our personnel living in the city limits. Supplies, of course, we went up on gasoline with the opening of Station 23. That's added apparatus, and uniforms with personnel, EMS supplies because of the new station. That's pretty much it for supplies. In summary, total personnel services, $5,846,176. Total purchase contracted, $895,700. Total supplies, $314,000. With total expenditures of $7,055,876. Any questions?
Go ahead, Ms. I thought you had a question.
Okay, I do.
Go ahead, sir. And then Ms. Jones, go ahead.
Chiefs, good evening. The one question I have for you is in relation to, where's it at? As I've been asking other department heads, I asked you to even start looking into all electrical fire trucks. I know there's some out there. Can you give me any feedback on what you have found to date? And how it's received within that fire agency?
I did do some research on that, and there's, I think, 2 cities in the state of Georgia that has electric fire trucks. It's a great concept. And
I hear but.
Very expensive. So electric fire truck is probably the cost of a ladder truck. Oh, yeah. And then we would have to retro the station, or when we build a new station for that truck, we would have to outfit the electrical system for it, which is about $1 million. It's a very expensive deal, but I think the trucks will go down over time. Now, I don't mind getting one if y'all want me.
We know that.
But I did do the research on it, but every chief I've talked to said that so far, the trucks run good. They work the bugs out of them, and they have noticed a change in maintenance and fuel costs.
Yeah, because there's less maintenance now because you don't have all the diesel fuel, so you don't have all those components, moving parts and everything else. Because it's immediate pickup with you just pressing the pedal and it moves, even all that weight. So, but again, I would ask that you just continue to monitor and look at it. I know we just get new trucks and everything else. I know we're not looking at re-outfitting your department with anything like that, but just stay up on the latest trends, because as the years go by, even for those big vehicles like that, even the battery life is going to get better, as well as the cost will be coming down to purchase them, as well as the charging equipment necessary to keep them maintained. So just kind of watch that. And I also have a response for your department. I think I received a call about 4 o'clock in the morning. A friend that lives in the city of Fairburn was having a medical situation, all right? And I said, okay. By the time I got there before FD, and the comment that was provided to me is that crew that came was a crew from 23, I believe, right? Came from 23. Your lead was very professional, knew what he was doing, and the family appreciated everything that was done. All right, of course, we had to wait to transport to the hospital, but the comments were all positive. The one negative comment, which is not a reflection upon Fairburn FD, is when the initial calls go to 911, then they go someplace else, and then it's finally dispatched out. But in your research, I think we saw that we were there within 5 minutes. And that's a testament of our response time. And the family did share with me they appreciate everything Fairburn PD has done. And of course, the other side of that we have no control over, and I think we're still looking at that. I think, Mr. City Administrator, because of the 911 system that we just have to work with. And I understand another city close to us is talking about a 911 system, but I won't even go there. That's for you to review, not for me, and then come back with your recommendations. But I just want you to know that your department is highlighted in more ways than one, and by having that other station on the other side of town, it's appreciated based on some of the businesses that I spoke to, owners personally, as well as some of the citizens that live over there as well. And of course, I'm hoping that, well, let me ask the question. Do you have any future plans for even the Bohannon Road temporary station?
Yes, we talked about that in the plans of building a new 24. It's where it sits now with the temp station. If we move it further down, that would definitely take care of the area for ISO coverage.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, we are looking at possibly moving 24 down by Seneca, Seneca Road.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Where the old community building is.
Right. Okay. All right. Well, again, I do applaud you for the things that you have done, and you're right. That is a chief's dream to open up a firehouse under your leadership. So you did that thing, and again, I know of things that you did with the previous administration with Asparatuses, as well as what you've done within this administration in trying to get the things that's needed so we can make sure we can respond in a timely fashion without having breakdowns and everything else. So I applaud you and your command staff for all that you have done.
Thank you, sir.
You know what? Go ahead, Ms. Jones, and then Ms. Hudson.
So would you mind introducing all of the command staff so everyone knows, not only are we here, but people are online, so that they know who you are?
All right. To my left is my Deputy Chief Sapp. Got him from East Point there. We pulled him away from East Point after retiring. To my right is my Fire Marshal, Chief Campbell, Chris Campbell. My far right, my Division Chief over training, Chief Miguel Rabeau. And then my Captain in training, Krishna Craig. And not here tonight is Captain Pope. She's also, she's one of my inspectors in the Fire Marshal's office.
And actually, a resident was asking about her and spoke very, very highly of her and some of the things that they encountered with her. And so I want to echo what my colleague has said about the conversations we hear in the community about what you're doing. I too want to say super, super congratulations on 23. A long, long time coming with a lot of bumps in the road. So congrats with that, and congrats on growing your team. And I want you to talk a little bit about the cadet program. I'm really excited about you bringing that on board, helping to, because I see many communities across the country are doing the same thing, trying to, train their own and get fire services and the whole industry introduced to kids in, junior high and high school as a career opportunity. So can you talk about, the launch of that, kind of describe what you'll be doing and what will be your initial cohort or, group size for the cadets, and how long is that program? And then where's the funding for that? Is that allocated in here as well?
Believe it or not, something like that is a matter of us putting stuff together. We have funding for T-shirts and stuff in our budget, but most of it is just educating the kids, and we putting in the work.
Okay.
Getting their feet exposed to emergency services and introducing them to the concept at an earlier age, kind of as like a micro recruiting process, going after sophomores, juniors, seniors in high school, similar programs that you've seen, and then having like a 2-week summer camp. It's Monday through Friday, that they meet with, the different phases of the fire department, through the training department, through the chief, administration, through the fire marshal's office, and then hands-on stuff where we utilize gear that we have, some like, surplus gear, and they go through some drills and some training and, again, get a taste of emergency services.
Okay. And where are you pulling the kids from? Are they just here in the Fairburn area through the schools here? You branching out to other schools, or, how wide open is the recruitment?
Well, starting out, we would definitely hit the local schools, but we wouldn't want to turn down any child that wants to learn or be curious about, becoming a firefighter or what have you.
Okay.
Then, there'll also be some teaching moments about life to, the kids as well.
Is there a certificate achievement that you can administer to, something to acknowledge their participation?
Yeah, I mean, previous programs that I've been involved with, we get them CPR certified, so they'll have like life skills that they can walk away with. But there's no national certification for this. It'll be something internal, but they will have national credential, like a CPR provider will be part of that 2-week camp.
Okay.
One whole day will be dedicated to CPR, AEDs, Stop the Bleed program, these national programs.
Well, awesome. Thank you for that. And then my last question is, when do you expect to start recruiting, or what start date do you have in mind to start with a group of students?
Usually, if you all are familiar with the month of October, is usually Fire Prevention Month. Mm-hmm. Right. We normally try to incorporate all of that during that month, But at the same time, you have the Fall Festival and everything else, so that's a busy month for us, and then the Renaissance Festival. So we have a lot going on during that month, but we try to incorporate around that time.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. And again, congratulations and thanks to the whole team. Really appreciate it. And I'll just say, unfortunately, but fortunately for me, living here in the city of Fairburn, I had to experience the fire department firsthand. And I will say that I was wearing a resident hat at that moment, right? And how impressed I was with the team of firefighters that came out and helped my husband and I save our home. Substantial damage. But nonetheless, they kicked me out when I got in the way, trying to do some things, but I understood and appreciate that, and from that moment on, I've just had a huge admiration and appreciation for what it is that you guys do, and how valuable that is to us in this city and employees. And that's why maintaining that ISO #1 rating is just so important. And so providing you all the resources and things you need in order for us to do that helps all of us in the long run. So thank you, and make sure you share the thank you to the entire team. I'd appreciate that.
Ms. Hesson?
Thank you to the entire team for all that you do. Chief, so that fire station, you think you did that by yourself? I don't have to use that as a campaign slogan no more. We got that fire station, boy. But the main part about this is the work that you do in this community, the service that you give, the due diligence that you have provided to Fairburn, how you work with your staff, how you retain your staff. Do I need to keep going? Y'all know, because you're still here with them. And I'm just grateful for the new additions on to Fairburn Fire Department. I'm glad to see that we are advancing and that we got fire protections, that's, south of 74, right? Or is that, yeah. West. Oh, see, I done forgot. It ain't a slogan no more, because it's already done and gone. So that was a really sore for me. I was here when we had a fire. You remember that fire, and when the fire trucks came on, when the water came out of it? You remember that? That video, you guys, I'm serious. It is on YouTube. And I was here when that happened, and Union City and everybody came over and helped you guys out. So it's just it's no more of a preview or a prelude. We are praising now what we are doing, and thank you. That's it.
Ms. Davis, you had a go?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I ditto everything that my colleagues previously said in reference to how marvelous you all are and what your contribution that you make to this city. We need your skills, we need your expertise, education, and all the training that you all do, and all the stuff you have to remember. I was in class, took a fire class and an EMS class, a GMA, and they gave us this book, thick, like this thick, in reference to fire department and all your procedures, and I'm like, I mean, I thought y'all were bad before, but you all like Superman right now for me, because that was amazing. But I just want to ask one simple question. Are you enjoying Station 23?
Absolutely. Absolutely. We've, I'll elaborate on that. We have a lot of visitors from other departments coming, looking at our model.
Wow.
The way that station was laid out, a lot of chiefs like it. It flows with what goes on in a fire station. You know, we didn't, not too much, not too little. It's definitely a blueprint that a lot of departments want to use throughout the Southeast.
Yeah, yeah, it's beautiful. And one of the amazing things that I saw when Mr. Smith took me on a tour that day, and I first walk in down that hall, and I see all council pictures are on the wall. I mean, life size. I had to take a moment. Well, you know, they call me the Black Doris Days. So tears were just coming down my eyes because I'd never seen anything like that before. And it really was super special for you all to do that on that level.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Heath?
Yeah, I just would like to say that I appreciate everything that you guys do. I know I served on the police department here for 10 years, and I remember the chief there being here as a slick sleeve at that time. But the thing of it is that the things that I have heard about the fire department have all been positive, and for that, I mean, I know that a lot of people do a lot of things that work for the city that a lot of people are not sympathetic to, but the thing of it is that you guys have done an excellent job. And I can remember back in the 60s and 70s when this was a volunteer fire department. You had one pink, beige fire truck with a red light, a bubblegum red light on it. And my uncle was the radio dispatcher, and his office was in the back across from Tanco, which is no longer there, but at the underpath there at 29 and going back toward the courthouse there. And so like I say, to see what we are at now, it is just, it's unbelievable. It really is. I mean, I look at the fire trucks and everything like that, and I know that some of them cost hundreds of thousands, even millions of dollars and stuff like that. Back in the 60s, as a matter of fact, the volunteer fire people, Jim Alexander was one of the guys that was on the fire department at that time, got accused of, because they didn't have a fire to fight in Fairburn, that he went out and set a fire in the woods where y'all would have something to do. And so, like I say, but I have heard nothing but wonderful things, and I just greatly appreciate your leadership and each and every one of you, because our fire department has come a long way. I just appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Mr. Whitmore, then I'll come, then we'll go to the next department.
One thing that I forgot to mention, Chief, during the elected officials convention down in Savannah, I was approached by 3 council people and 1 city administrator. And I found out that you have been advising their police chiefs in how to achieve, review, find, purchase, and achieve what they needed to do to hopefully get them up to the level that our fire department is. They spoke very highly of you, and I understand you had to even speak in front of their council. And what they're doing now is you gave them the blueprint. Now it's up to them, but it was just nice just hearing that from people that are hours and hours away from us. So the word is not just here in Fairburn and the surrounding 8 municipalities, but it's actually throughout Georgia of what you're achieving as a leader of that department with your ISO certification and continuing to get the things that you need to continue to operate in a top-notch fashion. So just wanted to publicly say that to you as well.
I appreciate you. Thank you.
And Chief, I'll just close with kind of along the line of what Mr. Whitmore was just talking about. Again, you heard me talk about, I have a background in HR. One of the things I've always taught was, and me and you and I and several directors have talked about this, I have a motto, it's called train the trainer. Train, you know what I mean? In this case, meaning that you ought to be actually laying the groundwork for your replacement, basically, if all possible. The thing that I want to mention publicly that kind of along the lines of what Mr. Whitmore mentioned, Chief, in this case, actually just allowed, I got a call this morning, a thank you call, where, is it Liberty County? Another fire department that you, and you asked the city administrator, then asked me for my permission to go, and in this case, to allow this agency to get its certification back or get it. It was one of the two, and so that is, I got a call this morning thanking me for allowing you to come down there and basically train and bring that agency back that they thought would take at least 2 years. And I think you did it in how many months?
3 months.
3 months. 90 days, what was expected to take 3 years. And so I'll just close by, again, thank you so much. I don't think it's no secret. My wife, if she's listening, would, between police and fire, I make it no secret that as it relates to what it takes. Equipment, you're only as good as your equipment, and that's a motto from the military. So thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. And so we'll go to the next department.
Okay, thanks.
Right. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. It is a pleasure to be. Good evening. It's a pleasure to be before you, and we appreciate the opportunity to present the budget for the Economic Development Department. We will start off with our highlights for the year. In fiscal year 2025, we completed the LCI Gateway. Let me do a little housekeeping there, excuse me. We completed the LCI Gateway connectivity study, and which included a downtown master concept plan, providing a strong foundation for long-term growth. We also facilitated the LCI Gateway connectivity study has been instrumental with spurring development with our developers and piquing interest. It's a robust plan that talks about transportation, connecting our various nodes throughout not only the city, but specifically the downtown area. As we are looking at pivoting, focusing on redevelopment, cultivating a vibrant downtown, this document is going to be key. And we're happy because it was a collaborative process. It was funded by our Atlanta Regional Commission, which is our metropolitan planning organization. Key players were involved in that in terms of our consultants, but more importantly, public involvement and community input was a part of that process. So the community told us what our priorities should be. And redevelopment in a vibrant downtown is what they're looking for. They want to come downtown, shop, dine, and if we can get some destination points, they want us to focus on that too. So we're excited about that. We're also excited about the work that we're doing with our Downtown Development Authority and the Fairburn, Development Authority of Fairburn. We have a great team of people there. They're focused on development. They love the city. These are business leaders, and they've been instrumental. Our coffers are increasing by the day, and we facilitated $91 million in private investment. Now, just to put that into context, a lot of times when we have mixed-use developments, developers will start sometimes an economic development department. The first thing they ask us, what are your incentives? Because the projects require that they have some sort of abatement in order for them to offset construction costs and make it profitable. So a lot of these projects that are coming to our communities and our cities, they hear back from the public, well, we want infrastructure, we want different things, and then they come to the Development Authority, and we kind of work and facilitate those projects. So our Development Authority has been effective and impactful on the Portman development, as well as most recently, the Middleburg development. And I'll ask Mr. Phillips if we're okay to announce what just happened. I don't know if he wants to go and announce.
Go right ahead, please, Ms. Abernathy.
So last night, our Development Authority fulfilled an abatement, and again, this is through our leadership. I shout out to Chairman Crum. We have $265,000 in investment coming to our downtown, as well as 25 units on that development for Hero Housing.
Good, awesome.
Wow, awesome.
So that is our Development Authority at work, so shout out to them, and there's more to come from that. Our small business support. We supported 35 small business grants were awarded through our development program. 32 new businesses and counting, including Judy's Restaurant and national brands like Einstein Bagels. I'll hurry up and get through this, but just wanted to appreciate Mayor and Council for the business grants on behalf of the small businesses. Can't tell you, and our city administration kind of pushed that project, so thank you, Mr. Phillips and Ms. Chris, for that. Yes, because our businesses, 35 received grants. Those businesses wouldn't be open today without your support. We had 3 new businesses that went into Hudson Plaza. It never would have happened without your support, so we appreciate you on that. In terms of our marketing outreach and national positioning, thanks through one of our councilmen, I'm getting ahead of myself. Our destination marketing organization, we have been working on this for about a year or two. Thank you to Urban Pulse, our consultant, who helped facilitate that, Christopher Pike. Yeah. We've been working with him for about 2 years on this project. Shout out to House Representative Lydia Glaze and Derek Jackson. It would not be possible without them.
Don't forget it.
Exactly, because they drove that legislation through so we can get it. Awesome. Also, we, through our administration, we facilitated a relationship with the Atlanta Airport Alliance. They are so excited about working with us. We have flushed out KPIs, I think it was mentioned last night, over the next year. What they're planning to do with us for that next year is going to just double our position, and it's going to help us in tourism. So we're really excited, and we get to take advantage of what's happening with the sports World Cup. Yes, thank you. Right. Trying to get through because I know everyone's tired. So, Our community and regional engagement. We had our inaugural Women's Expo. We got a lot of positive feedback from our community. Women want more of this collaborative process and presence. So we were excited about the outcome. One of our councilmen wanted us to participate in the National Grocers Association Conference. That was mind-blowing, mind-blowing. It is at the national and international level how policies and procedures move food products and how some cities are, food deserts, how others, just the whole process, supply chain, it was just amazing. We talked about AI, we talked about tariffs, we talked about all of these impacts, how we can work together in terms of making sure that these grocery stores, these were independent grocery stores, are in community, what that means and how they plan. So it was an outstanding opportunity. 1,100 independent grocers, 7,000 international grocers throughout the world. So that's how strong their lobby is. Yeah. Very important discussions there. Our fiscal 26 goals are downtown revitalization. We are prioritizing streetscape enhancements. What we are meaning by that is landscaping planners, pole banners, and wayfinding signage. We can always do better in our downtown. We've heard from our public improvements that they want, so we're going to be working on that. Developer engagement, another key component. Hosting developer days, bus tours. We had 2 successful bus tours this year. We want to increase that and bring regional builders and investors directly to Fairburn. They give us feedback from those events. A lot of people say, oh, we didn't even know Fairburn existed.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's true.
Exactly. So when they
Yeah.
see our community and see how well planned it is, they come, so we're excited about that. The other is our long-term tools and goals. We are looking at establishing a land bank and a nonprofit foundation to attract more corporate giving, support affordable housing, and promote innovation. More to come on that, but in order for us to help with our downtown, we have to sometimes control some of the assets. So we're looking at opportunities to do so. We're also expanding our business alliance meetings with new quarterly workshops. About that. New quarterly workshops to foster more informed connection. Our businesses have told us about things that are priorities. Our lunch and learns that we just had were driven by their input. They wanted more information about marketing, so we had a marketing strategy. Customer service was another issue, and we will continue to focus banking, financial resources, angel giving, are some of the topics that we'll be looking at and exploring during our next year. Wow. Just quickly, the budget summary. We are not requesting any additional personnel. Our budget, over 60% of our budget is project-driven, reflecting on our strategic initiatives and external partnerships. Our personnel include 1 full-time staff member, following a strategic reallocation of our events team. So let's talk a little bit about the purchase, just a breakdown of these costs. This year's budget is driven by the strategic planning direction. I know our assistant city administrator will talk more about that soon, but the leadership retreat, there were some goals that were identified for the Economic Development Department, namely redevelopment of our downtown as a destination location. Growing relationships with developers to spur downtown investment, communication, and forecast plans to stakeholders, support business owner growth, pursue land investment to steer growth, and build upon our joint venture agreement for expansion of the campus. So our professional services, we are looking at retail strategies. We've heard ad nauseum, we want more restaurants. We want more diverse merchandising in the downtown. At this point, we have a challenge. I'm just going to put it out there. When you talk about drive times numbers, that's what drives retail investment. Highway 74 almost sells itself because people know that they're going to get traffic, there are going to be people in the area, there's enough housing. I'm sure you heard from Miss Brookins. We've got 1,000 units coming to Highway 74. It's selling itself. Downtown is a little different. Our traffic numbers are tremendously lower. Our residential rooftops don't necessarily substantiate more retail investment, so we have to make it a destination. That means we've got to have like a boutique hotel, or we have to have more commercial retail square footage downtown to bring people there to make it a destination point. That's where LCI was so instrumental. So in that case, we are working with a retail strategist that helps us diversify and look at unique markets that would be interested in our mid-tier. We're mid-tier, so they'll help us to fill our spaces and strategies by working with our existing property owners, maximizing their revenue opportunities. So that is something that we're looking at by the investment with the retail strategies. That's professional services. Our special events and projects, we are using our existing programming, some of the programs that we put together last year, but developer days, incentive programs, our downtown wayfinding, the recreational underpass, but also the World Cup experience. We're looking at international themed street festivals, local vendors, pop-up markets, restaurant week, soccer clinics and tournaments and the like, and we're working on that in conjunction with our DMO. So those are some events. We're also, we did an MOU about a year and a half ago. We're continuing with that foreign direct investment. We are closer to launching that pilot project, so that is a part of our special projects for that year, and of course our annual programming. Under advertising, the breakdown of our advertising is non-communications based. We have a director of communications who's done an amazing job, and of course there is a specific role, but our economic development advertising deals with non-traditional digital forward approaches like geofencing, welcome packages when people are coming into the area, things pop up on their phone, those kind of investments, and tools to launch and focus on economic development, so that when developers, we will be working with communications, when developers come to our website, they are able to click on, maybe do a business-based calculator where they can get their incentives, those kind of things. And that's what we mean by advertising. But also, we're looking at our annual media and journal investments. We always do an article on Georgia Trend. Last year, they did a wonderful piece in Georgia Trend that talked about our investment. That's in this particular issue for the city of Fairburn. We also maintain different, with our ATL, it advertises all of our businesses. So we will continue with that investment. Printing and binding, our key stakeholder or strategic materials, we do monthly brochures. When we talk to developers, when we go out into the public, we don't leave them empty-handed. This tells our story. It talks about everything from our business attraction and retention, our business expansion, site selection, everything you need to know, and it's a QR code to all available properties. Wow. That's in this. Thankful to ECG who helped us put this together. Moving down to, the printing and binding, most of those materials have to do with our bus tours, annual conventions, marketing giveaways, branded materials, and the like. Postage, $1,500, direct mailers, and certain express mail that we work on throughout the year. For our travel expenses, we participate in 4 conferences, or we're requesting to participate in those conferences again this year, which includes the International Economic Developers Annual Conference in September, International Council of Shopping Centers, that's going to be here in October. Also the National Grocers Meeting, if that's something that we need to do again this year, that's in February, and the ECG Economic Development Summit, which is in March. A lot of great resources happen in those conventions. Dues and fees. Aerotropolis Alliance membership, we made Blueprint 2.0. Yes, so that's very exciting. Fairburn we weren't initially in that. Yeah. And so now we are, and we are listed as one of the community sites.
Awesome.
Yes, they were instrumental in helping us to flesh out our master plan for downtown. Also, dues and fees is CoStar, IBS data, and then a litany of different subscriptions that we use in our department to produce our work and to collect data. Education and training, we are, again, some of the training conferences, we're tentatively looking at the Georgia Supportive Housing Institute. We have to wait to hear back on that, but that's an awesome opportunity with the DCA, and also Carl Vinson Institute provides our training. Other contract services, that constitutes our historic clock, our maintenance contract, as well as the creative crosswalk maintenance, which is in 3 key areas in our education nodes. Office supplies, pretty straightforward, dealing with monthly equipment. Our small equipment ask has to do with iPads for staff. Miscellaneous office is dealing with some additional, our current office, we need more storage and filing cabinets. It's also we maintain in economic development all of the supplies for Third Friday. As we're transitioning, we still maintain those supplies because of the fact that we still have events. So believe it or not, those tents are replaced, some of them once every month, but several times through a year. So we do have to have a budget for storage as well as just upgrading those supplies. And that is the budget for economic development. Did I hit all of them? Oh, business meetings. When we go on conventions and we have meetings, that's what those covered. Was that everything for economic development? Perfect. So we're moving on to Main Street. Oh, did I
That's your
skip something?
summary.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's just a summary, okay. Oh, yes, okay, so this is a summary. Personnel services, $131,242. Our total contracted is $217,808, and total supplies is $15,500 for a total expenditures of $364,550. That represents 2% of the general fund budget.
Good point.
Okay, moving on to the Main Street. Our Main Street, let me get my notes together. Highlights. So on our Main Street, our community activation and beautification this year, and thank you, Councilwoman Portis Jones, for this year we initiated the pop-up food trucks schedule. So we were able to have food trucks in and throughout the city, and also our Adopt a Planner program. That was a community event. Now, we do recognize that we can improve on that. Some of our planners need some help and some TLC, and we're going to be working on that. But we appreciate the community effort in terms of getting that underway through our Keep Fairburn Beautiful program. Also, we are looking at hosting additional programming this year. Our Keep Fairburn Beautiful Week was also a community planter launch, which the community went out to our community garden, and they did the planting for spring in conjunction with Margie's house. So we were excited about that. Yeah. Signature events, of course, the Fairburn Third Fridays. Again, this year we increased in our numbers. Our attendance was tremendous. Again, we appreciate Mayor and Council for this is something that you all approved in 2021 as an economic development initiative to bring people back downtown. And it has been instrumental in connecting businesses with people. We have some economic impact just based upon the multiplier effect. Using other communities as an example, it represents about $500,000 in annual economic impact to the city of Fairburn. Wow. So it is something that definitely creates its own ecosystem. Historic recognition. This is our 3rd year with Phoenix Flies Historic Walking Tours, again, a part of the Atlanta Preservation Society. We were also, Third Fridays was a Next Door People's Choice Award for this year. So that was one of the favorites. We appreciate all of the work of our Main Street team and all of their efforts in helping that happen. For the fiscal year 2026 goals, we are looking at a vacancy ordinance. We're working closely with our planning and zoning department, as well as code enforcement. We want to make sure that we are balanced in our approach. We don't want to make our businesses feel like we're not open for business, but at the same time, we want to address some of the vacancies. I mean, it's no nice way to put it.
Yeah.
We want to get businesses to have tenants, especially on our Main Street properties. Public art and placemaking, our goal is to continue with our public art installation. I think that Lester mentioned that we did receive a grant for $30,000 from the National Endowment of the Arts to help enhance the underpass. So we're looking forward to getting that project completed. Outdoor experience we created, and this is our Downtown Business Alliance. One of the goals is to expand that and increase what we're doing with our Business Alliance. And again, our businesses have given us feedback. They want more attention. So we are working on a plan to make sure that we are responsive, not only to our downtown, but also our Highway 74 businesses. And I think we talked about Main Street. We will continue to pursue grants for funding support to local businesses. Our Main Street coordinator is, there's one position within the department, the budget. Let's go over that. So we're looking at special projects. I'll just highlight a few in the interest of time. $33,850 represents, informed by our economic development strategic plan as well as the LCI actionable steps. We want to focus on some of the programs we haven't done before, which would be the National Bicycle Day. We're looking at National Business Week. We started on a barbecue festival, family and youth, and so we are going to circle back this year to do that program. And then also development events, life skills training, and more programming to support our small businesses. In terms of our Main Street staff and board training, they have a mandatory 30 hours, so that constitutes the $4,200. Advertising budget is $1,500 for just promoting some of the special projects for the Main Street program. Also, the dues and fees represent the Georgia Economic Development Association, the Georgia Main Street, which is required, it's mandated, the National Main Street, which is required, and then also our membership with the Georgia Downtown Association. And finally, our other contract services deal with our events, our special event staffing. Although we are not doing concert series, we still have roughly about 21 events that we do. And that's a combination of Georgia Renaissance Festival, the Georgia Ren Thursdays, and some of the other programs. And in that case, because we have a relatively small staff, we do have to have staffing support. And finally, the office supplies. Let's see, office supplies is not on there. Okay, we're good. So that's everything. Office supplies, yes, $4,000 for the annual office supplies, and then the miscellaneous supplies also deals with giveaways and tchotchkes that we purchase for the Main Street program to give away. Yep. And that is the total budget for the summary of personnel is $77,619. Total in purchase contracted is $56,700, and total supplies is $7,500. And we welcome any questions regarding the budget.
I just, before I come to council, I just want to publicly thank, council member Brian Jones in the Union City actually turned me on to the National Grocer Association Convention. He actually went there. I don't know if you remember time fly. It might have been 2 years or 3 years ago. I mentioned that
Yes,
And-
that's right.
And it was actually Brian Jones that actually introduced me while working for me as a compliance officer, and came back with just basically, come back with a eyes wide open effect, and his point, bottom line was, for any city government that's not participating in this, and again, I guess in this case, that asserts why a lot of the things that Union City was doing, it actually came from that council member's vision with, I guess, what he got from that convention. So again, I congratulate you, because I remember mentioning this about 3 years ago.
Yes, sir.
I want to commend you because it is a phenomenal convention.
Yes, sir.
And so,
And
does
thank you for
any
that
member of council
opportunity.
have any question for? Yes, I'll start with Ms. Jones.
Thank you so much for the presentation. A lot of good work that's going on. You mentioned, I want to ask about housing for downtown. The only thing I heard you say about relative to housing was a supportive housing.
So there is, the Department of Community Affairs has what's called a Housing Supportive Institute, and it is a comprehensive training that deals with how to bring more housing into not only affordable housing, but more housing into the downtown area. That is a tentative program, though, and when I say tentative is I'm making application and they will let us know whether we are approved for that particular program. But with that said, other housing opportunities are really driven by our downtown master plan and the joint venture project that we have been working on for the last year. That is still ongoing. That proposed project is roughly between 150 on the conservative end to 300 residential units on the education campus expansion, and that is outlined in the LCI master plan. It includes 68,000, a very robust 68,000 in commercial retail space, of which 30,000 would be dedicated for an anchor grocery store.
And then, so what are we doing to recruit and or expose housing developers about this particular opportunity? And what kind of things do we need to tweak or structure as a city to incentivize that activity?
So right now, what we are doing is basically promote, we're having our developer days. Ongoing, we participate in commercial retail, what they call open houses. We participate in 2 to 3 of those a day, and we just actively connect with our commercial realtors to identify developers and pitch. We have pitch meetings to developers in terms of letting them know about this project. A lot of developers get excited when they receive a call from us. However, it's not so much diminished that it's downtown, but it's more complicated. So the incentives, to your point, become more important, more significant. To that, we are currently in discussions with 2 developers who are interested in the downtown project. And we're hopeful that we'll get, a final, not so much as letter of intent, but we'll get a developer's agreement to get that done.
Can you share what are some of the issues or the barriers? Other than us offering financial incentives, what are some of the other issues that may have
So one of the things that the city has a standard in terms of how they want these projects developed. Number one, the project has to have certain parking solutions. And then it has to be in compliance with our comprehensive plan. But it also has to have a certain amount of square footage for commercial retail space. So the city is not just purporting, oh, we just want a developer to do a project. We want the developer to do it in a way that's catalytic and transformative. So in that way, it's not that we haven't had a developer that wants to build downtown. It's the developer has to be willing to work within the framework that we've established for this catalytic development.
So that sounds like it's a cost issue? Is that what they're saying?
So sometimes it is. So when you deal with accessible housing, there's a certain model.
And if they do it without maybe the curb, they may want to do the accessible housing, but not the commercial retail. And sometimes they'll want to do the market rate, but not the parking solution. So we are working with, at this point, we have 2 or 3 developers that we may be able to parcel off one of those, or parcel them off to get a collaborative project. Does that make sense?
Yes, and so finances are always key. You're spot on, Councilwoman Portis Jones. This is, in essence, when it completes, will be our gateway project. This will be what people see as they drive south into our city. It has to be done at a certain level. That's why we partnered with the LCI project to ensure that we would have a concept and a plan that it would be a gateway project that we could bring back to this council when we have the right developers and will be at the level you would expect. Parking is a huge solution, and Ms. Abernathy just mentioned that. For a development like this, the parking solution has to be creative and could possibly include parking decks. I know Councilman Whitmore, you've talked about that in the past. On average, in talking to building and operations, parking decks are about $20,000 per space. They're expensive. Now, that doesn't mean there's not a pathway to get that done. There are a lot of creative ways you go about financing those parking decks. There's a reason why you have to pay for some of those parking decks in certain areas all across the metro area. So I wouldn't call those barriers. I would call those challenges and opportunities to find the right developers. The good news is that because of Ms. Abernathy's work and because of some of the growth we've seen on other parts of the city, 74 being notable, we're now engaging with developers that previously weren't aware of Fairburn. And so we want to push further into that because we believe in an area, a region like the one where the good news of Fairburn is, we can find the developers with the financial wherewithal. That does connect to all the other things Ms. Abernathy mentioned, the number of rooftops, traffic, creating destination. And so there are components in there, but we're confident and we believe that that opportunity can be brought to reality with the right partners in the private sector.
And I agree with that. But using Highway 74 as the example of how the development occurred, it was housing, initial, that spurred the development, right? And so that tends to be the standard wherever any development occurs. So housing becomes very, very important. Has there been any conversation with the hotel industry or a developer about how we might partner with, okay, not only a hotel, and parking is going to be a major issue with the hotel. How are they going to fix, adjust that problem? But the hotel as well as apartments. Because some of the high-end hotels, they build apartments as well for housing, right? So have we had conversations about that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
We have had conversations, some of which we can't go into a lot of detail right
Okay,
now.
okay.
But we have had, we do have interest from a hotel. How that, we have presented to the Development Authority. That particular hotel has spoken in detail to the Development Authority about what the options are, so we are looking at that.
So they're talking about housing as well?
No, they were just talking about
okay.
the hotel portion.
Okay.
But I will say this, Pond so when we were collaborating with the Aerotropolis Atlanta, Pond was the group that did the revised concept plan for the downtown area. They did a market study, and their market study is what said that the commercial retail in this case will drive the foot traffic. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I think another part of that, Councilwoman Portis Jones, is through the comprehensive plan and the public engagements we've had with that, the strategic plans and the public engagements we've had with that, there have been ample opportunities over the last 6 months or more to hear from our community about downtown development. It's not surprising to any of us that everyone wants sit-down restaurants. Everyone wants grocery stores. But in those meetings, when we begin to talk about the formula that businesses look at, which includes housing, it's given us some opportunity to start a dialogue with the community, because there's often a desire for those things, but not understanding that there is a formula that puts cities like Fairburn in a position to get those things, and it does include housing. And so finding the right projects that our community feels are appropriate, that can add housing and yet preserve what makes Fairburn unique, is the task before us. Sometimes housing conversations become challenging because folks only want to see what's already here. And the housing market drives a lot of that, right? And so developers aren't building the houses the way they were 25 years ago, because the market has changed and it's different. So that's a conversation that we need to continue to hear from our communities from, while we have that dialogue about what helps us better position Fairburn, particularly in the downtown corridor. Because Ms. Abernathy made the point that the traffic flow in downtown isn't what it is on 74. You know, because of all of the traffic counts on 74, restaurants call about 74. Hey, do you have a spot for us? Because they know there's a certain volume there. It's a different prospect in downtown, achievable, different, and housing is key in that. Again, it's not just any housing, because we want housing that is appropriate for our community, and ultimately you and your colleagues will decide that. But it is a component that we have to continue to have a dialogue about.
All right, thank you.
Ms. Bam.
Ms. Hudson?
I so like you in the economic development space, with nothing else added to it. No, I said it because I think you know where I'm coming from.
Yes.
With that, and hearing you with the Aerotropolis, when we were in the RLI Institute, I met with them, and one of the concerns was Fairburn. I don't know how all these people in the room knew or wanted to talk about Fairburn, but they were there. And the very thing that you sat here and talked about was the conversation. So I'm glad that you made those connections. I don't have to extend, keep doing what you're doing. I only want to see you in economic development. You can keep your hands, because what you are doing is bringing the light that we need to the city. But I would like to know further down the line, how are we positioned for World Cup? I want to visualize that. What does that look
So
like?
that's a great question. And I will shout out to Mercedes Miller. I don't think she's watching, but yes, she helped me visualize that. And also Miss Chris. Miss Chris, we had a conversation and she was like, Sylvia, we need to host a party. During our one-on-ones, I was like, okay, Miss Chris, we'll look at it. And so then a conversation with Mercedes when we did the tour, she was like, okay, we can activate Duncan Park, we can have pop-ups. There is even a concept of a international mural for the event that becomes a mainstay for Fairburn. So that's kind of how to visualize it as we're preparing. And she also is going to be instrumental in helping us with the hotels. So that's just a start. We're going to look at some other concepts to see how we can, elevate it. But that's kind of how we were.
I'm down for a Caribbean Fest. Yeah, man.
Ms. Davis, and then, did you get?
Yes, thank you. I'm in total agreement with Councilwoman Hudson in reference to you and your capabilities in the position that you're in.
Thank you.
During my travels and working with people statewide, Aerotropolis, mention your name and people's faces just light up.
Oh, thank you.
They talk about what a tremendous asset you are to the city of Fairburn.
I appreciate
So we appreciate that. One of the things that I appreciate the fact that, because we can want all day long what we want downtown to be like, but we have to be realistic about what challenges that we have. Downtown can't be like a 74, you know what I'm saying? So once we realize that, and I appreciate you breaking that down to what needs to be here and what this area can actually facilitate for the particular area. And the reason I said that, when I went to Duluth to just look at what they did, but it took them 20 years to do it, but the deal was they did not compromise. They did not say, well, this developer wants to be here, so let's work with them. They made the developers work with them, with Duluth, what their ordinance were and what their vision was for their space. Because when I was there, the man did the story about how they did it. And the way he talked, it was like just intriguing. He was telling a story. And he shared a story about a developer that was like, no, well, we can come, but we're gonna do this and we can do that. It was like, no, you gotta fit our puzzle. This is our puzzle. So if you can give us whatever, but if this piece does not fit right here, then we will find a developer that will fit there. So we've got to continuously have that mindset, and I'm thankful and grateful that you understand that, and your exposure shares that same idea, because Duluth City is amazing.
Yes.
Mr. Whitmore, then I'll come.
Yes. Can you, I think you went on a road trip with Fulton County government.
Yes.
Can you enlighten us on that? And is there any, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, yeah.
And were we able to generate some looks as possible investments within the city of Fairburn?
So the Fulton County, which, let me make sure we're talking about the same, are you talking about the bus tour or which?
No, when you flew overseas.
Oh, that's what at first I thought that's what you were talking about. Okay, so yes, that was our memorandum of agreement. We are still working with them on robotics and automation. The biggest challenge is making sure that once the devices are here, that we have someone to man and who is equipped to man the computer or the automated system. So that's kind of been the tweak. That was what I was referencing earlier in my presentation in terms of we're budgeted for this year in the memorandum of agreement. It's a 2-year memorandum. So our goal is to have that done within this year. So you'll be hearing more about that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I think you went to Vegas.
Yes.
Vegas
So
was for the
National Grocers
National
Convention.
Grocers,
That's what
so-
I mentioned also earlier in my presentation about the connections that we made. There is an independent grocer that we actually connected with Middleburg Development, and she is, I think it's called Nettie's Grocer, but the concept is that she is looking at possibly coming to Fairburn and doing an independent project. She has talked to the developer. It is about 18 months, so we're still in negotiation, and she was one of the contacts that we made in Las Vegas.
Great.
Yeah.
I had no idea that my colleague from another city actually mentioned that to the mayor. But I'm going back 6 years ago when the city of Fairburn went out there under the previous administration, and that's why I brought it up last year, because I wanted to make sure we were there, because without you being there, we wouldn't even have that look that we're looking at right now, and that was important. So it doesn't matter to me whether it was my colleague from Union City or the previous administration. The fact that we're making sure that our economic development representative is out there telling our story.
Yes, sir.
And that's important, because now we having a little look now, whereas before we weren't getting anything.
Yeah.
So I just want to make sure that stays in your budget to make sure you go there every year, and as a representative, because that's big for economic growth within the economic development field. So just want to thank you for that. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Jones?
I think that there was a different group. That one was the National Retail something, which is different than the grocers that you referenced.
What I mentioned
Yes.
to her was I knew about the groceries, and that's
Okay.
what I mentioned to her about going out. And it's just a look for the city, whether it's the grocers, whether it's the other businesses. These national conventions they speak volumes because you're able to reach out and touch many of them and share our story. Who's better to share our story but us?
There is an economic development community and network that expands not only regionally, but to your point, nationally. And to the extent that we can support Ms. Abernathy in being engaged in that ED network, that's how you uncover new relationships. That's how you find new businesses that we may not have known about and also may not have known about us. And so, yes, we want to continue to support Ms. Abernathy in being able to represent the city in all of those arenas, because we're confident that she'll uncover some opportunities that will benefit our residents.
Now,
Go ahead, sir.
now you did mention one thing in your, and you just kept going. I didn't interrupt you, but when you were talking about empty buildings downtown, and I know there's been a push from the mayor's office down to the city administrator's office down to your office, and trying to get some movement in that vein. And I know at one time we was looking at some legislation that would assist us in that vein. Do we have any update on the legislation?
So the blight abatement process may be the best tool we currently have available. We're continuing to look at adding additional tools to deal with vacant properties, but the blight abatement one that we have now, when there are existing code violations, gives us an avenue to use vis-a-vis our ordinance. And so that's one tool, and we're certainly looking to add additional tools that will allow us to deal with those properties. Ms. Abernathy's had some great ideas. We've had some recent discussions about other approaches to moving downtown forward as it relates to vacancies, in addition to ordinances, but also looking at the Development Authority and some other entities to be more of a catalyst in connecting development opportunities with some of those vacant properties. And so we want to stack as many resources in the toolbox that Ms. Abernathy uses as possible. One may not get us there, but a combination of three may do it.
Right, and I know you also head up the DDA.
Yes, sir.
And again, you mentioned about some revenue coming into the DDA, which also helps to leverage things as well. So with the DDA, with the city, with any other entity that we can dream of, think of, employ to do, because it's only going to benefit our downtown development and our future growth.
Yes, sir.
Right? And of course, I'll mention it, you know, I still believe we need to purchase that plaza. I won't mention no names. And that would be the biggest growth that we can have by starting that all over with having businesses on the ground floor and condos going up 4 or 5 levels.
We hear you, Councilman Whitmore. We're not in a position to talk about anything definitive, but we've clearly heard you.
Okay.
I'm on a comment. I was just going to say again, I want to thank again Ms. Abernathy. You mentioned about Aerotropolis, who's about to have a grand opening for their headquarters. Matter of fact, got a notice today, and just again want to thank you for again. I'm aware. I hear every time you go out to the different places, other mayors and other people have mentioned. I want to thank you again. Our name is actually being floated at every level of government in ways that many just don't know. And also, again, the thing that Ms. Davis actually mentioned, we did it, actually, I believe at least 3, I want to say at least 3 of you went with us, where we toured Covington, Duluth, Conyers, Norcross. I don't know if you got, and it was eye-opening. I called it the Dome in Duluth. The City Hall was almost unreal. And so, again, the thing that I want to say thank you, because again, nobody's creating anything brand new. It's just a question: can you take what's existed and take it to another level? So, I want to thank you because I'm aware that you're going international as well as it relates to bringing information back. So, again, with that being said, thank you so much for all that you're doing.
Thank you, sir.
Members of Council, can we go to the next department? I think we got 2 more to go.
Thank you.
Thought he was sleeping.
Good evening.
I'm with you, brother.
Not the only one.
Yes, ma'am.
Made it.
Yes.
In the words of one of my mentors, I will be brief, be brilliant, and be gone.
All
So
right.
good evening, Mayor and Council. I appreciate the opportunity to present the FY26 Communications Department budget. As Fairburn's first ever Communications Director, I take seriously the responsibility to not only inform, but inspire trust, transparency, and connection between the city and its residents. Though we've only been officially an operating department for 6 months, the communications team of 2 has made bold and measurable progress building the foundation for long-term impact. I will go through some of our 6-month highlights. The Communications Department was formally established just 6 months ago, and in that short time, we have just recently completed our first comprehensive communications policy, which outlines internal and external messaging, crisis communications, and media engagement protocols. We've also just completed our first sponsorship package and sponsorship policy, which both of these documents will be presented to Mayor and Council in September, and is designed to attract corporate and community partners to fund and enhance our city events. We have executed high-impact signature events within our first few months. We led the planning, promotion, and execution of 2 city-defining events, the State of the City Address, as well as,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
okay, as well as the grand opening celebration for Fire Station 23. These events were not only professionally executed, but served to elevate the city's image and engage the residents. We've also launched the Civic Ready Mass Communication System, giving Fairburn 24/7 capacity to communicate emergency alerts, road closures, event changes, so on and so forth. In May, I was appointed to the Board of Directors for the National Association for Government Communicators, giving Fairburn a direct seat at the table with national thought leaders in the public sector communications.
Good job. That's awesome. Congratulations.
Thank you. So our FY26 goals, we are currently working on a website relaunch and transparency tools designed to enhance the functionality, the ease of navigation, and where your money goes dashboard, allowing citizens to see how their tax dollars are being spent.
Hey, man, I saw you look at me.
We are also rolling out a citywide community engagement plan, which ensures every resident, regardless of background, is seen, heard, and informed. This will include surveys, town halls, focus groups, and, of course, digital engagement, as well as print engagement. We will be focusing on enhancing our brand and our visual identity. So I'll be working with our streets department as well as with our economic development department to unify our visual and messaging identity across all departments, programs, and events. We will be centralizing our event management and sponsorship growth with the addition of the events manager and coordinator into the communications department. We will fully integrate event planning into communications, streamlining promotions, logistics, and follow-up. So as you can see, our initial personnel went from 2, and we're requesting 4. And this will be the transition of the marketing and events manager and the marketing and events coordinator into the communications department, realigning our focus.
So I will be brief on this part because RM vehicle, communications, everyone has already kind of said what those things define. So I will hit just a few. For professional, that $5,000 will be associated with any overflow design work that we might need for the department. And then as far as advertising, those dollar amounts go towards billboards, banners, anything that will enhance our ability to promote our events as well as the city as a whole. Travel, of course, that's for our staff of 4 to go to related conferences related to their work. And then dues and subscriptions, training, of course. Under other contracted services, that is mainly for all of the event production, event staffing, as well as any contractors that we need to hire to help us complete these events. Supplies, I believe those are kind of self-explanatory. And then the summary. Total expenditures, my ask is for $596,383. And I stand before you not just asking for funding, but presenting a roadmap for elevating how Fairburn shows up for its people. This budget ensures that we are not reactive, but intentional about telling our story clearly, responding swiftly in emergencies, and delivering experiences that unify and uplift our community. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Here, Mr. Whitmore.
Thank you. Good evening, how are you?
Wonderful.
Good, good. When you talked about the update of the website, you have the expertise to do that in-house, or it goes out?
We are actually working with a company, myself, as well as our IT department. We've contracted with Civic Plus, and they'll be doing the website redesign, but with our input.
Input, okay.
And I'm sorry, Councilman. The current City of Fairburn website, we don't own that. That's actually VC3. And so any updates, we can update the content, but the layout and the look and presentation of the website, the city doesn't own that. And so the goal is to move to a new website platform that we own, that we can design, that is user-friendly, and that the information is clear for our residents and businesses to access.
And that was the key for me, user-friendly. I think Dr. Parks did work with VC3, and we were able to get to where we're at. But again, the usability of that is the functionality, I'll put it there. So that's great. Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
And also, that will go hand in foot with also emergencies being automatically pasted and going out in a timely fashion.
Yes, sir.
And that's great. I'll admit, I probably wasn't the biggest supporter of communication when it was coming on board, but I've watched you in your role. I've watched your participation in the various ribbon cuttings and everything else. And I spoke with you a couple of times about some things, and you have some other plans that I do know of, and I'm looking forward to that as well. So I applaud you for what you have done in the 6-month period, is it? In the 6-month period. But I am going to tell you, I was skeptical, okay? But you have proven your worth.
Thank you.
Ms. Jones?
Mr. Mayor, if I could, I just wanted to add something. A little earlier when we were talking about utilities, I talked about how we get those notifications no matter what time, day or night it is. So typically, it's our first responders, obviously, our essential workers, utilities. But the other folks who always get that response is Ms. Chris and Ms. Howe.
I know.
2 o'clock in the morning, it could be 4 o'clock in the morning, and without fail, she responds. She gets those notices out. And so people think of a communications director, and they're not thinking about her working at all hours of the day or night. She does that without fail, so I wanted you to know that.
And yes, I was aware of that. And I also know that I came to you, Ms. Howe, as well as the administration, because as you know, those of us that sit up here on the elected side of the House, we end up getting communications immediately when things start happening.
Immediately.
And a lot of times, they knew about it and was contacting us, and that's how we knew about it. And then I started, well, I'm sure we all did, started making phone calls to either city administrator, assistant, just trying to find out what's going on there. Even the department that was handling whatever the situation was. But by having that communication immediately sent out, same message, you know, that can be repeated, that's helpful. Because again, sometimes there are side conversations, all right, but I don't want to get into side conversations. I know, yes, this has happened. The city is on top of it. We're working to resolve it. We hope to have it resolved in a very fast fashion. So that it works, and I appreciate you even listening to some of my thoughts as well as trying to improve that communication throughout the whole agency.
Absolutely.
Jones?
Yes. Again, welcome, and I too appreciate the work that you've done. I've been a longtime proponent of the need for focused communication. There's just so much going on, and we need someone constantly who's there to communicate all the various components of what we do and what's going on in the city. Because that's something we hear a lot from the residents, you know, about not knowing about things. And so we have to communicate through various medians and with frequency. So I appreciate that. I wanted to ask about the event management and sponsorship growth. So we talked at length at our retreat regarding the need to establish a nonprofit for the for sponsorships that would provide greater incentive for many of the companies to provide more dollars because it becomes tax deductible. A nonprofit would also provide an avenue to do some other things, non-event focus, a thing that we also talked about. So I wanted to ask Mr. Phillips and Ms. Chris, have we had a discussion with the city attorney regarding developing that nonprofit? And what are some of the challenges with doing that?
We're starting that dialogue now. You may have heard in the previous presentation, Ms. Abernathy referenced a nonprofit, and we're looking at the best way to approach that and position that. And so we will be forwarding that concept to the city attorney. He has not received it yet, to make sure that we can set that up in the proper way. So that is a ongoing dialogue.
Okay. And then I would ask then, if the nonprofit has to be specific for event and sponsorship, or could it be more broad to allow us to do some community things that we've been talking about doing? For example, utility assistance, housing, or the tree, assisting elderly with the cost of tree removal and cut down, those kinds of things. So if you could explore that and have an answer to that question as well. And will that be done in conjunction with Ms. Howell's presentation in September regarding the sponsorship plan?
So there are some symmetries between the nonprofit and the sponsorship effort that Ms. Howell is working on, so we'll collaborate those two. There's several checks or boxes we need to check along the way. The legal one that you just mentioned, sponsorship as it relates to the project that Ms. Howell is working on, as well as the nonprofit, and where all of those pieces align.
Okay. Well, I'm glad to see that we are again focusing on sponsorship. We used to do that. That was one of the roles that Dr. Parks played, you know, in soliciting funds for our Fairburn Fall Festival, which, you know, has become quite costly. And so I think it's very important that we get that nonprofit established, because as a business owner, I mean, that's just another incentive for them. And when it becomes a tax write-off, you know, that just allows them to give us more money, and you'll get more participation. So I hope that we can have that discussion in conjunction with the sponsorship plan that you're planning to present to us. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. That's it.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
I know that's right.
I know the feeling.
Wish I could go with you.
Say the best for last, the men in black.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Next.
Oh, we appreciate it now. We appreciate
Men
it.
in black and red, look at y'all.
I've already asked.
Can I see your socks?
No, I figured that.
Can I see your socks? I can't see. I can't see.
I thought y'all was a quartet group coming
Oh,
up in
look
here.
at the shoes.
That's the way they slid through.
They say they didn't plan this. They say they didn't plan it.
Y'all ain't playing.
Can we do a James Brown right quick?
Tom got y'all together.
I'm not gonna say which one, but one of them has a hat to go along with the outfit.
We know who it
know which
is.
one.
We know who it is.
Yes, yes.
Sliding up in here like the Dixie Southern Belle.
Crazy.
The mighty clouds of joy.
You didn't get the memo, Mr. Hampton?
Lead singer has to be dressed differently.
Yeah, I cannot dress as well as these guys. Well, good evening, everybody.
You might as well introduce them all once, since you.
I will do that.
Okay.
Closing that.
Coming before you guys is the administration for the Utilities Department. Derek Hampton, Utilities Director. Utility Finance Administrator.
Tom Banks, Electric Utilities Manager.
All things Martin.
Chelsea.
So we'll dig in. I know y'all are probably tired. We are too. So,
Yes, sir.
we'll run through it. So highlights from FY25. One of the things that we work very hard at is standardizing the operations for the whole utilities department. We did complete SOPs for power and for operations. Water and sewers will be done by the end of August, and the revenue side is underway. One of our big achievements for us, one of our biggest tasks was enhancing the billing accuracy. So we were successful in eliminating estimating practices, resulting in more accurate and transparent utility billing. We strengthened the revenue collection, and basically by just increasing the collection of money that was just outstanding, that was owed to us, just going after it. And we initiated a new partnership with a attorney firm that does collections for old accounts that are no longer active. And the system data verification, we found out that there were a lot of just bad information in our billing system, so we went out to verify every water and electric meter on our system, verify the meter numbers accurate, addresses were accurate, and things of that nature. Going forward for FY26, the number one thing up there is modernizing our billing infrastructure. So one of the items that was in the administration budget was an upgrade to the current version of our billing system. Next was promoting operational efficiency. One of the reasons we're going to that billing system is to reduce paper, but also another way is reducing just reliance on paper. That's been a lot of our problems, trying to track paper all the time. Improving payment accessibility. We actually, since this was typed up, I'll let Alvin speak on our recent accomplishment with the payment options.
We're able to get, Alvin Cobra. We're able to bring Walmart Pay online, so our customers can now walk into Walmart, make their utility bill payment if they've got their account number, and it happens in real time. We had an employee that allowed us to use her account number. I walked in, I made a payment on her account, small payment. On her account, they gave me a receipt. Receipt had a timestamp on it. I came straight back to the office, went there, the timestamp on the receipt matched the timestamp in our system. And so it was there. And with our next day's receipts, I was able to look and that payment was there. So we're ready to go, and we've got U-Card availability because United Healthcare actually offers that as a benefit. And so we have been unable to take that because it wasn't a Visa logo. But in bringing on the Walmart Pay takes the U-Card as well. So that's an option that we've made available to our customers. Our goal is to let the customers make their payments when they want them, where they want them, and how they want them. That's the service that we're trying to provide.
Mr. Phillips, as you recall, we've been dealing with this for about a year, so that's finally.
A couple of our council members have heard about the U-Card. We've been working on that, and so this was tremendous news, thanks to Mr. Alvin for getting that in place, because the mechanism simply wasn't there, and now it is. And so that's a win.
Well, just on that note alone, Mr. Mayor, just on that note alone, because I know I received a couple of phone calls from people that had United Healthcare cards, and they thought they can use it within the infrastructure that we had, and they couldn't, which caused other things to happen, shut-offs, okay? But now knowing that this is out there along with Walmart Pay, that's a tremendous plus, so thank you for that.
And can we make sure we communicate that capability?
Yes, ma'am. And then our last goal listed for FY26 was to, it says begin installation, but I'll say continue the installation of the AMI system collectors. We're in the beginning stages of it, which is the planning part of it, getting contracts. Legal has the lease agreement now under review, so that's kind of part of the process of the installation. So that's moving along, and shouldn't be much longer. We'll be able to install that collector.
Break down that AMI. I know what it is, but a lot of people listening may not.
AMI, Advanced Metering Infrastructure. So basically what this will do is, once this is all in place, this will make it capable for our system to go out and read the meters automatically over the air and pull it into the billing system without having guys in trucks riding around to every location and manually reading the system, taking out the possibility of human errors as much as possible, not only on the meter reader side, but also on the billing side. As y'all know, if you got somebody going out handwriting numbers and then somebody else comes back, first you can transpose them, and then somebody here has to read your handwriting that you did out in the field in a rush. So this takes all of that out of it and makes it all automated. Not to mention it gives us real-time data as far as detection of leaks, because it'll be able to tell if you've got constant flow going through a meter nonstop, that's a leak. And it also give on the electric side the ability to monitor what we call pocket loads, like how many, if you got 6 houses on the transformer, you would be able to look at that and tell if that transformer needs to be upsized because maybe someone's done an upgrade on the house, put in a hot tub, put in a pool, something like that, and didn't tell us. So it gives us a lot of capability that we don't have currently without going out and hanging additional equipment to try to measure things.
What's the percentage of meter replacements? How far are we?
I was coming up.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So looking at our personnel, we had an increase for an additional customer service representative. Our customer service representatives Right now, we currently only have 2. They do, about at 2,000 phone calls a month with just 2 people. So as Fairburn has grown, that number has not grown. So, and back during mid-year, we had already gone to a 3rd billing clerk. Again, we've got about 8,000 bills that go out with just 2 billing clerks. So, and it's been that way for at least 20 years, as I understand. And y'all can imagine how many new accounts we've started within 20 years of growth in Fairburn. So that brings us up to 16 employees under the administration. So just kind of running through, technical services is basically, a lot of that's from like ECG costs going up and things of that nature. It's kind of just a necessary evil. We did have I think a decrease in vehicle maintenance just because we don't really have a vehicle. Pretty much everything else stayed flat except postage increased because the cost of postage went up, I think, about a month ago. So we did have to increase postage for when we mail out additional, what we call supplemental billings, things of that nature. So we increased that. Yes,
Didn't we have some discussion about trying to digitize the billing or asking customers to opt into electronic billing? It may not have been with you, but it was about you, and maybe with the communications director. I don't recall, but.
I think that would be something that we would incorporate with the new billing system.
Right. So we've had some conversations. Your memory is correct, Councilwoman. That will coincide with either the upgrade of our current ERP system or the implementation of a new ERP system, which we are evaluating now. We currently use Encode, and we use an older version of Encode. There is a newer version of that is web-based, as well as some other resources for ERP billing systems that we're looking at. Well, ERP is not just for billing. It is also how we do all of our financial, we do all of that in Encode as well. And so the system has to accommodate both. But we're looking at either upgrading to what is Encode 10, which is the latest iteration of that. It is far more, has more capabilities to digitize bills and things of that nature in a manner that the current system does not. In addition to looking at possibly going to Encode, and Kenneth Abidi, the finance director, is key in that process because it is an overall financial system. There are some other products that we're considering, and we expect to have that well before mid-year.
The system before mid-year.
System.
Before mid-year.
A decision on which system we think best suits Fairburn, and then we'll bring that to council. Once we have an approval to move forward, then we would start the implementation of the new ERP system, which again is all of finance and billing, but the two have to, for utility cities, have to coincide.
So we're looking at then a year from issuing of contracts to full implementation?
Implementation, depending on the system we select, could be anywhere from 9 to 12 months. Okay. It's a significant lift. You talk about our general ledger chart of accounts and all of the various things that go on in finance, that all has to be mapped into either the enhanced Encode system or a new system. And so it's a worthwhile effort, but a lengthy one. By mid-year, we would have determined what we believe is the best system. By the way, we've had some vendors to come out over the last, even before Mr. Abidi was here, and we always let them meet with our department users as well. Including utilities, including our other user departments, because it is going to affect every department in the city. So we try to get input from everyone as to what they feel, look at the capabilities of the system, but we expect to have a recommendation by mid-year on which system best suits our future needs, and that would give us an array of tools that we don't have today.
Okay. Well, I really appreciate that because almost $80,000 for postage is, I mean, that is unconscionable, quite frankly, and especially in this day and age. So technologically speaking, we really do need to move to doing something or using technology better, and I appreciate that. I just wanted to ask about the meters. Once you get those all implemented, we will no longer have estimated billing, right?
Well, we don't do estimated billing now. That,
We don't?
oh, man,
Okay, okay.
that was a lot of problems.
Okay, all right.
Yeah,
Okay.
don't do that.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Whitmore?
Mr. Tony, Mr. Phillips, sorry.
Yes, sir.
So when we do get closer to implementation of this new system, that's going to cover all departments that talk to each other, we will have a mirror effect. We're starting to look at the trials to make sure, okay, yes, this is old, this is new, everything looks,
Absolutely.
you
And
know
that's
where
why
I'm
that-
coming from. Yeah.
Very good. Absolutely, and that's why that implementation is estimated, and we won't know until we have a final selection. I said 9 to 12 months. Please let me caution that. That's a general estimate. It could be slightly longer, depending, because everything you just mentioned is a part of that process. Making sure that there is redundancy. All of the historical financial data that rests in our system today has to morph into the new system. You have to make sure the old data can morph into the new system. And that alone is an entire process unto itself, and so it's significant. But we're going to be intentional and deliberate about making sure, one, we have the right system to go to.
Right.
And then secondly, that the implementation, and you can have the right system, but if you don't have an effective implementation, you can still have a mess on your hands. And with billing, our whole goal is to enhance that, not to give the city or our residents more headaches. And so it's going to be a slow, intentional process that we will test and retest and test again and retest, so that when we get to the final, it's a go, our goal would be to have a seamless transition. A lot of work will take place before that.
That's why I mentioned it, but being very methodical and slow so that we don't have other issues.
Is it twice cut once?
There you go.
All right. Looking at our supplies, we kept our office supplies flat, and gasoline, that's just basically the gasoline from when we take the shared vehicle to trainings and meetings and things of that nature. So in summary, the personnel services, 1.289, 172. Total purchase contracted was 313,926, and total supplies was 9,600 for a grand total of 1.612698. Any other questions on that?
Yeah, I was just going to say that too, as it relates to the Encode, and because of the issue with cyber attacks is always, I mean, it's dangerous to lose. You talked about in great observation, Mr. Whitmore, because when Fulton County got hit with that cyber last year, the lost data is substantial, to the point I lost so much data in, not just my department, purchasing as well as finance. And so, again, this is not an area you're going to try to rush. You can't rush, or you'll pay the price on the back end.
Correct.
Believe me, ask the city of Atlanta.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. Come back to you, sir. Go ahead.
You didn't hear that.
I did.
No, you didn't.
I did.
Go ahead.
I have a quick question, so Mr. Whitmore can come back here. The postage amount, is that bulk postage that we're using, or?
Yeah, so-
5,000, is that that's bulk?
Yeah, so we escrow our postage with our third party that prints and mails our bills out for us.
Okay.
So that's included in that, plus the, which is what, about $4 grand?
Okay. How many of those situations that you have to do the post office thing?
Excuse me, are you picking her up? Because she doesn't have a mic.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Sorry about that. So typically, we have about 200, what we call supplemental bills per month.
Okay.
And what are the total number of bills per month?
It's about 8,000 that goes out, and that's not including supplemental.
Okay. Yeah, I thought it was about that. Okay, great, thank you.
Whitmore?
The question is to you, but I think it'd probably be more finance. But I know in accounting, you have a category called uncollectible debt. Now, I just heard you say, or just heard someone say, that we have been collecting outstanding debt. People end up moving out of the area and everything, and you hired a firm that's able to locate and execute and getting the money back into the city. So can you give me an idea of what our uncollectible debt is in that arena?
Total?
I think your finance director is coming to the,
Your savior.
Last time I ran the agent report, that was in the, I think, about $200,000. One week? Sorry.
When we sent it to the third-party collections company, we actually sent over 1.5 million that was outstanding owed to the city of Fairburn, for people who left the city who owed debt. And so at this time, as collected, we've collected about 10,000.
Okay, so we have a long way to go. This is something that was newly implemented?
Yes. Yes.
Sorry, I thought your question was the uncollectible.
Uncollectible debt within that department, not citywide.
Okay.
I'm sorry, maybe I wasn't clear. I apologize. So you identified what million?
1.5 million
1.5 million, we collected 10K.
so far, but we've only been doing this, we've only had 2 remittances from them, so it's ongoing. It just started.
Slow process.
Right.
Okay. Now, you understood my question, just from the accounting perspective of uncollectible debt. Every business, and this is a business in the city of Fairburn, you always have that uncollectible debt. I was just curious in finding out where we were at in uncollectible debt as far as utilities was concerned. That's a much larger number than what I thought it would be, 1.5. But if we can kind of drill that down, it's just going to be a plus. As we talked about the other day, we don't know what we're going to be getting from the feds in D.C. and the Gold Dome. So anything that we can do to start finding those people and collecting, and I know they get a percentage of it, understand that, but if we don't do anything, it's a total loss. So I applaud you for the things that y'all set up to take care of that.
Ms. Logan, do you know what period of time, how far back that debt goes?
So they looked, and based on how far we were able to go back, we were able to go back to 2020. So we were able to go back 5 years.
And isn't that the norm, 5 years? When you're going back, tracing back to collect that? I'm asking the question, I don't have the answer.
Well, the attorney looked at that. So we sent them every account that we had, and they determined whatever the statute of limitation was for the state of Georgia and what they could collect on.
So that's 5 years. Okay, thank you.
great question. Any other members?
I was trying to let him get through his presentation. You done?
He's got quite a ways to go.
All right. I'm gonna ask and go.
Yes, yes.
So on the water and sewer side, highlights from FY25, we did complete phase 2 of the water meter replacements and installed City of Atlanta installed a temporary booster pump station over on 92 that has greatly increased our water pressure here in Fairburn. We have not had any low pressure on our system since that was installed, so thanks for that. System modeling asset management, we finalized the water distribution system with our engineer and submitted EPD asset management plan. We completed the lead and copper inventory and received a certificate of achievement for service line inventory submittal. And we completed public awareness and permit renewals. We launched our FOG program, which has been very effective at cleaning up stuff going into our sewer system, even though we've still had some issues. And we renewed the city's drinking water permit with the EPD. Going into 26, we're looking at doing system expansion and upgrades. We want to launch phase 3 of the water meter replacements and install the downtown water system improvement plan, which that plan is to upgrade some severely aged and undersized water lines that will help with economic development, but also with fire safety. We'll do capacity and efficiency projects, which would be a second booster pump station within our area that would be from the city of Atlanta. We've already started kind of looking around for city property where we may be able to work with them to install that station. Water safety and conservation, we've initiated our backflow prevention program and our cross-connection program and implemented the public water conservation campaign. And then digital transformation, transitioning the meter readers work program to an electronic real-time data platform to enhance accuracy and efficiency, which is ongoing currently. That's going to be a huge step for those guys. As far as revenue, sewer service, revenues at 4.4. And y'all, do y'all want me to read this? I don't want to. Okay, thank you. I want to do what y'all want to do. So basically, the total charge for services, $10,093,000. We had a total investment income of $5,000 with a budget carryover of $300,000. For that revenue to be $10,398,945. Personnel for water and sewer staying flat at 15. And then on our purchase contract services, that grand total was $4,003,90. We did have an increase in, I know, probably uniforms from last year because we did some reorganization and moved meter readers from administration to under the water department now, so that uniform cost transferred over. Also with, is that on here, the telephones? Yeah, telephones. And some training. And then last year we did not have the Serve Line program up and running yet, so that would be new on this year, which has been great.
Can I ask a question? And I'm sorry, going back to the revenue slide where you had temp service, 13,000.
Okay.
I'm just trying to, is that temporary service or temporary hair? I'm trying to figure out exactly what is that service.
I'm sorry, which one was
on
that?
On the revenue slide you had, it was called FH rental/temp. So I was trying to figure out the temp service portion.
Those are hydrant meters basically for when people are doing construction projects.
Okay.
And they need water, like for concrete trucks and things of that nature, and the water lines aren't installed yet. They'll rent a hydrant meter from us.
Gotcha. Okay, that's what I was trying to, okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No problem. I think we finished that. Okay. As far as supplies, we did have a increase, obviously, in gasoline because of those meter readers being moved over. So those vehicles, the gas for those got moved over also. And I don't believe we increased anything else. Just in general on the supplies.
As a matter of fact, we lowered the City of Atlanta purchases.
Right.
With leak repairs and the low water pressure and all that with the temporary booster station, we're able to now work conjointly with them and to find out that where if the leaks at, they're immediately repaired. Where we have them at, we're immediately repair. The budget been running like $2 million and something. Now we're able to safely say 1.9 as projection for this year. Hopefully it'll go lower than that. And right there where miscellaneous supplies, that's usually is a high point there. That's usually hazmat suits, gloves, tools, the basic pumps and so forth like that. Even with pumps, you have to separate sewer from water. You can't use a sewer pump, you can't use sewer tubes for water. So that's been a thing that, you know, we definitely have to concentrate and make sure we got a total separation from.
I have a question for Mr. Martin for the water and sewer. First of all, I want to say thank you again for completing the lead pipe inventory. That was a federal mandate to all of us all across the country. And I was even more happy to see that we had none, if I read that report correctly, or very little. So that becomes very useful information for us as we're, you know, replacing those lines. So thank you for all of that effort, because that was a huge project, and it really took some time to get that done. Are there any other next steps or follow-up that we're required to do relative to that?
That's correct. Most of those were residential. Now, this year, we're focusing on commercial.
Okay.
And you will see that coming pretty soon with the EPD. They're allowing mostly everything right now. So we'll get a jump start on commercial since we know it's upcoming. But, you know, residential, they're feeding, EPD is testing everybody else out on their submittals and stuff like that.
Okay.
Penalizing the ones that don't.
And is there a due date for the commercial?
So far, we're looking at FY26, the latter part, like September.
Of 26? Okay. All right, and then last question, the serve line protection. I think I know what that is, but could you just elaborate on what that for 204 is under purchase contracted services? Oh, okay, yes. Okay, that your program, right, okay.
So ServLine is the leak protection
Right.
program that pays the bills for the citizens if they have a leak that has been repaired. And that's when we went back, and now it's 2 times up to $2,500 in a calendar year.
All right, so we're passed through then? Is that how that works?
Correct.
Okay.
We collect the fees and then pay it right back to them.
Okay, great. All right then. Thank you so much.
Mr. Whitmore?
Yes, just a couple of things. I saw you mention about the changing the pipes, 6-inch to 8-inch. I think that's downtown, that's in our downtown area, correct?
Correct. It's downtown. It's downtown in 2 associated areas. One from the 6-inch to the 8-inch is from CVS down to Parks and Recreation Center.
Okay.
What that does is that it's only 1 fire hydrant within that corridor.
Ooh.
It needs to be 3.
Yes.
You know, for to have that fire protection. Also, coming from Campbellton down to Smith Street on the back end past the municipal court, that's an 1.5-inch service. You know, and that definitely needs to be upgraded to at least a 6-inch to provide protection on that end and proper service. And also from up here where Broad Street leading on down past Parks and Rec and going down Church Street down to New Well, that's 1.5 inches. And no citizens are feeding right off that 1.5-inch service. So that needs to be upgraded. For some reason, that's 1.5-inch line going all the way down, but on New Well, it changes to an 8-inch.
Now, I knew about the one downtown, but I didn't know about that one. And the reason I know about the downtown is when I initially moved down to this area, Oz Pizza was burnt out, right? And I know they had a fire down there. And then after getting on council, I found out that we had a non-operational fire hydrant downtown. And we talked about this years ago, that it needed to be replaced. And now I'm hearing that still hasn't been done. And I was kind of curious about what future plans do you have to take care of projects? Because I've been sitting on council for a long time. I never hear about projects from your department except for replacing meters. So I was wondering, well, why aren't we doing those other things that's required before we end up having an incident where we have another failure?
Well, most of the time, we've been reactive to leaks. And like you say, we just crossed the hurdle over the low pressure thing with the booster pump, at least to pump some more water into the city. It's been very successful. As a matter of fact, the reason why they label it as temporary booster, because they had to work out the schematics about pressure and this will work for us. So that seemed to be perfect, the perfect amps, the perfect everything. So now we're moving to the permanent with the same build. And like I say, it's moving forward through planning and zoning. Greystone has already started working out some things with them. But that's been one of the things. Now we're back to focus. Whereas low water pressure affected everybody in the city, even the businesses, now we focus on the priorities. And we spotted out this area and say, let's work with this. But there's more to come now. We're going through this whole city to make sure we bring it up to standard and we got good pressure. That is why you see the approval of the hydraulic model. That there will let us know what areas we need to capital improve on, and we bring it forward to y'all.
Okay. And let me ask you a question in reference to, I understand you have the Atlanta booster station that we were just talking about.
Yes.
And again, while the city administrator's walking out, I probably need his input on this as well. As we are looking for another water source, now we're working this out in conjunction with ATL. Does that mean that we lose our asset if we move over to another water source?
Well, actually, with the administrator not here, actually, that gives us better security, because you can use that water how you want to. Even though you got another asset, you can divide the city. Actually, I would never let the city of Atlanta just go away, because that would always be a backup. But you can use that source and say, from this side of 85, we'll feed Atlanta. And this side over here will feed from the new acquired asset. So you can do it like that. Then if something goes out with the city of Atlanta, you can open the valve and it feeds that side until whatever's rectified, and vice versa.
That's good.
So you're never out of water. You're in that loop system.
So we're thinking futuristic.
Yes.
That's outstanding. And I think the other question I had, I know that you worked long and hard with your supervisor in reference to the fog, and we now have a fog guy that's dedicated to handling that. And if I'm not mistaken, we had a lot of violators, business violators, in reference to fog. What is the financial penalty that we collected within the past couple of years, or since the implementation of this new fog?
Well, to tell you the truth, that was a program that was like a dead horse, okay?
Understood.
Yeah, so, even getting the permits from the businesses and letting them comply with EPD was like at $2,000. Now we're at $12,000 and moving up with making businesses comply with the EPD government with that. And also saving our sewer pipes too.
Exactly.
Because if I really could take council out or bring a presentation one day to what you see down there, you wouldn't want to be down there. And my hat's off to those guys that come out to these sewer backups, because they exposed to a lot of stuff. Everything from wigs, you name it. Somebody 2 weeks ago had a shirt stopped up the whole system. What you do, flushing a shirt or wig? And that just stops up everything going down the pipe.
I bet it does.
Which also
Was it synthetic or human?
which also goes back to education, using the communications department to ensure that people are not flushing things that they should not be flushing through the system.
That's correct, because once we get an area like that, our inspector, he goes out and he tags those areas, whether they're apartments, whether senior citizen home, it doesn't make a difference. He goes and tags that area. And like I say, we've had to do a lot of what you call point repair. That's at the manhole in the street, stopping stuff up. So it's been very diligent with that. And like I say, you may see initiate, as Derek read, the backflow program. Fog is just the sewer side of things. Backflow is the water side. And so that program is being implemented because, according to our ordinance, violation of that is $1,500 a day. Because you're dealing with ingesting that. And anything you want them backflow preventers have to be working properly. Reason why they're not working properly, whatever's on that side, take for instance, some hazardous, it's coming straight on back through the meter and back into the system. And then when it gets fixed, water gets fixed and the pressure raised back up, it'll go right down there to X house, Y house, and they turn on their faucet and boom, there you go. So that program is per the EPD, it's a mandate to make sure that commercial businesses are in compliance with having these tested and making sure they're legal and they're replaced in a certain amount of time.
Got it. So the other question I have, because as I was going through, I noticed that you call it bad debt expense, $40,000, and I was calling it uncollectible debt. Are we talking about the same thing there?
That would be a finance.
Yeah. Finance administrators said they are the same thing.
Yeah, they are.
I was giving you the overall total uncollectible amount was what I was giving you earlier. That is from the report I ran. I think towards the end of, I was employed June 21st. Towards the end of that same month when I was employed, I ran the report and that was the number I was given to you.
Is that the general fund?
No, the agent report I ran, I think I shared it with you guys when we met.
Okay, so help me understand that in reference to the 1.5.
The 1.5 is non-active accounts. So these are accounts that no longer have services with the city of Fairburn. And so those customers have gone, they've left the debt, and then now we're trying to collect it. As far as this particular one,
Bad debt expense, that's for active members that we have now?
To a certain degree. Over 3 months.
Uncollectible debt typically applies to accounts that are closed and not collected.
I got that, that's what he said. I'm
Difference that
curious about the bad.
The difference we're seeing here is the AR was cleaned prior to hiring of our new finance director. So when he pulled that report, the 1.5 had already been written off and sent to a collector. And so what he's seeing is what's active on our AR right now that we need to collect, and we need to prevent that from going out.
So that was what I was just saying. So that means that's for active accounts that have not been closed.
Right, and
Is that right?
they may be closing soon.
Okay, that's the 40,000. Okay, thank you.
Okay, y'all, I'm gonna talk. You done? You done? All right, good, because I'm about to go. Listen. Training, I see that the training amount is $5,745. That's low, considering, here's what I want to ask. I want to know specifically about how utilities could benefit from additional customer service reps. We got that one. Training, customer service training. So we got, our utility department consists of how many employees? From billing to water to sewer?
27, I think.
27. And about what percentage of that interact with customers?
All of us,
Okay,
pretty much. Yeah.
so we need customer service training. I ain't gonna beat around the bush with that one, okay? So I would like for you guys to look at this training for utilities, because this is, I think with this, you will get some more positive feedback from the community.
Okay.
Because that's been the issue about customer service. So that training, I think it can go up, because you guys are a high-need area, and I really want to see staff ready and prepared. Also, I had the opportunity to attend the MEAG annual business meeting, which was an invaluable experience, and I'm so glad that I went. I'm not a MEAG expert, but I know a whole lot now. And this gets me to the point about how this model is set up. And it's set up, of course, it generates the revenue, but this revenue comes back in investment. Budgeting and planning was key. And one of the things that I want to know, Mr. Hampton, is that's like the city has a capital improvement plan, have an economic development plan. How are we planning for utilities? Do we have a capital improvement plan for utilities? Do we have a budget plan for utilities? Mind me while I look at my notes, because I want to get out of here. So the model is designed for cost recovery rather than profit, meaning the revenues from the customer are being reinvested back into the system of maintenance, debt service, and all of that, and operations rather than distributed stakeholders. So we're growing. I heard tonight we got 1,000 housing units or apartments coming. We got this coming. We got that coming. There's been no upgrade on our grids. How are we going to carry all of this? So we also have our unrestricted funds. How are we using that in terms of our planning? Because it was a lot of nuggets that I got, but I specifically drilled down in this area on our model, purpose of this model, and how it really works efficiently to continually to build an improvement. So we're reinvesting in this plan. So budgeting, I said in the budgeting for utilities class session, the key main things they talked about is while MEAG Power is our own power company and it's a part of the city, that we should have economic and development plans and capital improvement plans specifically for utilities. Rolling that out there. That's what I saw. Left my other notes at home. But that's very important, because how are we growing a city but not growing its improving and lifting up its infrastructure? We're going to be in trouble soon. So I would like to see some priority planning when we know what our high priority is from the ground zero for Fairburn. Economic development said we got all of these new businesses and things that's slated to come and look at Fairburn. How are we going to service them utility-wise? And that's going to be in our plan. Right now, we're playing catch-up because there haven't been any investment at all. So that's important for me to see that training, to see that plan, and I think this is something that our entire council can benefit from when we get this from utilities, because the example in my head that I saw, how they put on the screen the economic development plan and all of those financial plans and strategic plans for a city, a municipal government, and then to the side of it was the utilities plan. And I just thought that was very fitting for us to have that, because we can zone in and drill down on our needs there. One more. So how can we use our restricted funds to get some of this done?
That'd be a finance question. Let me answer your other
Why
question.
are we not using it? How and why? That's what I want to know. There you go, utilities manager.
Oh,
Right now.
Okay.
I can get that for you most likely by next week.
Okay, that's fine. You got grace. You knew. Thank you. And so he can answer what, right? We can do. And you can answer, or somebody, why we haven't used it.
okay. You gave me a lot. I mean, I was writing down your questions. I was going, so let me try to
I'm gonna
catch
see your
back up.
email too, but go ahead. I'm gonna see your email too.
Okay, the catch back. So as far as the training, that training number that you saw is broken down. Our training is broken down by division. So there was $10,000 in the training for the administration. There's a separate training line item for water and sewer, and a separate one for electric staff. So that wasn't training for the whole utilities, that 5,000. That was just one division.
But we highlighting customer service training, right?
Yes, that's part of it. Some of it's skills training.
Okay.
And ECGs does offer training that's very cost effective, that's catered to utilities. So that's the one I've been focusing on looking at.
And just for clarification, Councilwoman Hudson, the utilities and a lot of the departments throughout the cities use a platform called Priors for training. There is a cost per employee, which is very nominal. It's about $60 for the year. And so it covers customer service. It covers if they need help learning like Excel spreadsheets. If it's budgeting, it has a number of different categories across a broad range of areas of expertise. And so we use that a lot within our department.
For training?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Yes,
good.
ma'am.
So you all got me on the planning, the economic development planning, and with the MEAG, we share a collective vision. We have leaders at this table. From what I see, every last one of you all would benefit at that annual meeting. I'm just being totally honest. There was so much information at that meeting that can be brought back from this tier of leadership and brought down to to our lower level leaders. I'm gonna go back because I got more to learn.
Yeah.
ECG, I'm on that one next. So, but it's important for that, the training part, customer service, leaders, Mr. Phillips, make it happen. They gotta get to MEAG. I'm telling you, it is amazing, the information you get. They're gonna feed you good too. I think I got one more question and I'm going to be done. So, Mr. Phillips, it is the goal of having utility billing clerks. We only got one though. And so when we talked about erroneous billings, a little ahead of me, were we talking about a system that we were putting in place? We did, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Technology system, okay. And so billing clerks will be trained on this system, correct?
Yes.
So that should address erroneous billing. Okay, so
Yes.
here's the magic question, and this is for Tom. Tom, tell me how beneficial would it be to have 6 additional linemen in the city of Fairburn?
It would be very beneficial to have 6 more linemen.
Okay. In the past, how many linemen did we have before here in Fairburn?
We've had at any one time a total of 14, but it wasn't 14 linemen.
Okay.
Okay. We had groundmen, which we no longer have anymore. We've abolished that position and turned it into apprenticeship because of the fact that you can move from a groundman to apprentice and then into lineman, but we weren't getting any groundmen. They didn't want to do that job anymore, so we turned it into an apprenticeship, and that's where we're working now, is to get apprentices that we can create and turn into linemen that will be dedicated to Fairburn, know the system, stay on the system, and move up in the system, along with mentored linemen that we can have to create a process of step up. So that way we can retain the knowledge and their training instead of them disappearing and going to other EMCs. But as they do, as we fill the new apprentices positions, we will continue, and my thinking is eventually we will have enough people that are interested, like I have been, to stay in the city and not go anywhere.
have this plan been put in black and white? This recommendation that you have, because that's genius.
Yes,
That's y'all doing
Yes,
now?
what we're doing.
Doing now.
Okay,
Yes.
The apprentice program he's talking about now. And if, with council's approval, Tom will have 5 of those 6 linemen October 1st.
They're in the budget that's been.
where the F key? Gotta go. Okay, and that's great. One more, oh Lord, I just lost it. It was for you, Miss Logan. We did lineman, I done lost it. You saved by the bell. Ding, 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 ding. If it come back, I'll send an email.
Okay. Your other questions you asked me, as far as the capacity, we do annually examine our whole system with MEAG. We have a meeting called the APTR meeting, which they basically look at our whole system, all of our substations, and tell us how we're looking on capacity at each of our substations. So actually, we just got word last week, we're getting ready to upgrade this substation here, number 2 over here, because it is almost to capacity. So that will be happening as soon as they can get the transformer. So we'll have additional capacity there. So as far as capacity in our system overall, we're great. We don't have any capacity shortages. It's just on that substation. So we were able to move load over to the other substation to kind of lighten the load on this one. So we do look at that annually on a capacity basis on the electrical system. And as far as capital plan, we basically sit down every year before we do budget, and we kind of talk about what's been our problem areas. We try to prioritize the areas that have had the most problems, that's got the worst looking, oldest poles, oldest hardware, and things of that nature, because it's a reliability issue. So that's kind of how we prioritize. And eventually you end up going through your whole system over time, but you get the worst performers first. And that's part of their report. They give us also the operations on the breakers. Each breaker in our substation, they give us what's called a scatter plot, and it kind of represents how many times this breaker is operated, how much time did it stay offline, and things of that nature. And it rates them, and then we can kind of know what that circuit right there needs the most attention.
Okay, all right, so we good. MEAG conference for utility? Yes, please get them there. I'm telling you, it was amazing. I'll be in one of y'all luggage to carry.
Whitmore?
That's it.
Electrical, Tom. Sorry. So with the increase of 5, it's going to put you at 14. That's giving you how many crews?
We can split into 2 effective crews and also have a roving crew that will handle supplemental calls, small outages, whatever comes from Ms. Logan's office that may need to be cut off at the pole due to not being able to get to a meter, and also for street lights, keeping them up and operating, and general service.
Okay. And in light of that, we talked briefly about the on-call, your on-call program. Now, maybe I'm saying it wrong. On-call for electrical
Yes, sir.
emergencies. I didn't get that report yet, but my question to you, because my concern is fatigue, losing personnel, and possibly death. They're tired and they're going out with all these emergencies that we have had. So with the setup of the additional 5, how would that work with your on-call rotation?
Well, the rotation would be vastly improved. We'd be able to have, actually, in the rotation, we'd be able to have, everybody would have just 1 week on a 5-week rotation. So you might have call on this week, and then you may not be on call again for another 5 weeks, which gives you absolute rest.
Which it is, what is it now?
It depends on the personnel we have at the time. At one time, we only had 1 person taking call, so they stayed on call.
Yeah, see, that was bad.
But what ends up happening through our mutual aid agreement
if we've had situations like that, we call East Point in and they come and help us out, and vice versa. We go help them out.
Well, I am extremely happy to see that you asked for and going through your budgetary process, administration saw the need based on your ask and based on what the city really needs. Because again, we get the hit, or we hear about the hit every time we have an outage, all right? And then we have to explain what's going on. And sooner or later, trim limbs is not going to be an excuse, especially now that we're trying to move things underground. My other question is, back in the day, based on my research, we were able to run the electrical wires underground with the amount of crews that we had. Is that an accurate statement?
Yes, that is correct. We were able to do the overhead and the underground work because we were able to split up into an overhead crew that would work a certain amount of time. The underground crew would work a certain amount of time, and then we would swap to make sure that we were completely cross-trained in both directions.
Okay, and do you have the equipment that you need to operate in that capacity with the extra bodies that's coming on board?
Part of what's in the budget was 2 new bucket trucks and 2 new pickups to accommodate the additional 5 employees.
That's great. So now in the future, we can actually looking at taking on some of this expense that we have encountered because we did not have crews. We have to pay people to come in and do it.
Right.
Now we can start doing some things in-house. We got a lot of overhead wires that we need to move underground. And you'll be putting a plan together for that execution with a timeline.
Yeah, and one of the things, and Ms. Christmas feels in my interview, obviously, one of the things I told him during the interview process was that I wanted to get off of using so much contract labor and build up our department to start handling things like Vickers Point and these new subdivisions and stuff that come in. What's in the ordinance is they're supposed to be paying us a certain amount of money, and then we install it. We have not had the resources to do so. That's how y'all have been approving the payments that we take from them, and they pay for the materials and the contractor. Well, instead of passing that money to the contractor, we need to bring that in to the city and stop passing that money on. It's not really a profit, but it offsets the cost of our labor that we have on staff already that we're having to pay anyway.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like what I'm hearing. Just like to see execution. Go ahead, sir.
Well, I wanted to thank the council members for your decision dating back to December of 23 when you adjusted our utility rates, which had not been adjusted, I think, in 12 years previous to that. Yep. I know that was a difficult decision, and I'm very grateful that this council took that on because it is what has now positioned the enterprise fund to begin to make these investments. As you may recall, we were operating in the red, the enterprise fund. And so now, because of your decision and the subsequent increases, as most cities are doing with these subsequent years, we're beginning to see, we're not all the way there yet, beginning to see the opportunity to add additional staff, to put additional alignment in place, and to Ms. Hudson's point, to ensure that we're transferring to capital and making those investments. And so the future's a lot more secure now, still a ways to go, let me be very clear. But that decision was key, and I just wanted to point out that we did have to work our way through that, and now we're better positioned to continue to progress.
And I thank you for that. I mean, again, I know it's a late hour and everything, but for me, this is important because, and that's why I'm staying, is because those questions that I have is questions that are asked of me from citizens, as well as some of my background, so I can ask those questions to solicit information, engage on whether or not that's going to be helpful for the city of Fairburn. So the questions that I asked, you came through, and you answered, and I appreciate that.
No problem. You want me to run through this slide? Y'all had this all in the package, your highlights and everything. You've all read it. I don't want to. Okay. All right. We'll pass that up. Based on our revenues, it's usual stuff's in there. It was 14,221,409, which included some miscellaneous income from MEAG, which is basically our year-end settlement, which we just got notification on the one for this year, 691,000. So we're getting ready to bring that in. That'll help offset some expenses going into the next budget cycle.
You said a dollar amount of some money that we got?
It's out, it's
From
on
a
the way.
settlement?
Our year-end settlement we get every year from MEAG.
Is how much, many thousand? Okay, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. All right. Which we just discussed, the personnel, the additional positions, 5 positions that were requested. I don't think we really changed. Nothing new here. We did adjust professional technical services as we needed to cover. There was some increases to the cost for services from Electric Cities. So there was a adjustment there based on the annual budget they provided. And I think we went up on professional. Yes. Obviously because of the cost of that cost, but also what's it called? USIC, our locator company, their costs have gone up. They do our underground utility locates. And the uniform budget increased because we got 5 new employees. We had even uniforms.
Question.
And, yes, ma'am.
For the liability insurance, are we self-insured on that as well? Or is that we have an insurer?
While you're looking for that answer,
Yeah, go ahead.
the question I was gonna ask, why she's looking for that. On the underground utility program, have we already issued an NTP?
They've started with
Mr. Mayor, they started on the 4th.
Okay,
Monday, yeah.
so it is executed.
Yes, we're
Seen the
almost a 1/10 of a mile.
Okay, I didn't know if that was pre-deployment or an actual execution NTP, so.
Got you.
That's what I was, but back to, go ahead. Back to Ms. Jones's question.
Okay, no problem. If you just continue on, she can come back to me. That ain't.
Before you continue, can I follow up with the mayor's question? With,
Go ahead, Ms.
my goodness, I can't believe I heard that again.
Go ahead, sir.
My question to you is with the underground that you're doing, you did 1/4 of a mile, and you have how many miles that you have to do over on the Rivertown Road?
what was that total length?
The total will be 4 miles of underground wire and conduit.
And your timeline, your estimated timeline for
November 15th.
November 15th?
That's what we've been given by our contractors.
Thank you.
Estimated.
Got it.
Estimated.
The way it's been raining, you never know.
Yeah, but really. And if she's, you can get that information to me later.
Okay.
Okay.
Any other questions by council? Seeing none? Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Have a good night.
Thank you.